Hello everyone, today we are starting the story of a young man who was granted a second chance. Going back in time to 10 days, the world plunged into the darkness of an apocalypse. In this grim reality, the entire world has become a brutal arena for evolution. It's humanity's greatest opportunity and trial, as well as a playground for gods and demons alike. With a direct injection of the zombie virus, he awakens an SSS-level talent, the Virus King. Now, he embarks on an extraordinary path of evolution, wielding control over the virus itself. Join us as we go deeper into the tale. Please leave a like as today's like goal is 1,500 likes. Hit the subscribe button for more videos. So let's start the story without any delay. The tale begins as the goddess of darkness, Heloise, flies over the White Demon Castle. Her voice rings out furiously as she addresses the young man below as the White Demon Saint Chen Bai. She berates him for his failure in the mission, declaring that his incompetence has put her in a foul mood. With venom in her words, she commands him to go to hell. Tensing up, Chen implores Lady Goddess Heloise to wait, seeking another chance based on his past accomplishments. However, Heloise swiftly rebuffs him, asserting that lowly humans have no right to request opportunities. She declares that his white magic castle will be obliterated along with the darkness. Suddenly, black waves rise at the White Demon Castle, enveloping Chen from all sides and dragging him downward into the river of darkness. As he's pulled by the waves, he wonders how, despite nearly completing 100 tasks for the Lady Goddess, one failure means he's going to be wiped out simply because he's a lowly human. In a moment of defiance, he refuses to accept his fate and starts laughing hysterically. Just before being fully consumed by the darkness of the water, he defiantly shows his middle finger to Lady Goddess Heloise and shouts that he will fuck her no matter what. Within the darkness of the water, Chen is surrounded by endless blackness, sinking deeper into it. Suddenly, his hourglass locket activates and miraculously, Chen wakes up in his bed, still furiously shouting at Lady Goddess Heloise. Upon seeing his surroundings, Chen is shocked and begins to wonder how he isn't dead yet and where he is. After analyzing the room carefully, he realizes that it's his dorm room from his college days. He starts to wonder how he ended up there and why he wasn't killed by Lady Goddess Heloise. The decades of turmoil felt so real to him that he begins to question if it could have been a dream. Suddenly, his focus shifts to his hourglass locket and he notices something strange. He remembers that the hourglass was the item he obtained 20 years after the arrival of the universal will when the trial began. He also remarks that the hourglass is the most unique item he had ever seen. It couldn't display his attributes and couldn't be destroyed, so he always kept it with him. He carefully looks at the hourglass and wonders. He remembers that the sand was at the bottom and it wouldn't flow even when turned upside down, but now, to his surprise, it was at the top. So he interprets that time as reversed. Curiously, he checks the time and discovers that it's the day of June 5th, 2032, just 10 days before the arrival of the universal will and the start of the apocalypse. Chen reflects that in 10 days on June 15th, the universal will would officially arrive and begin the trail. During this time, more than 90% of humanity will perish and the deceased will transform into various zombies and monsters. All the conventional weapons will fail and the whole world will witness its demise in just one night. However, along with the dangers of the universal trial come opportunities. Those who survive will awaken innate abilities within themselves. Many magical equipment and items from various realms will also descend to Earth along with the universal will. These treasures garner the interest of gods who govern the rules of the universe, and since these gods couldn't directly intervene in the trial, they entice humans under the guise of protection, seeking to reap benefits from it. Ken reflects that in his previous life he wasn't strong enough, and after much struggle, he eventually joined under Lady Goddess Heloise's command. He desperately completed the tasks she assigned, striving to elevate his status. However, he never anticipated being erased simply due to one failed mission. As he glances at his mobile phone, breaking news flashes across the screen. The first headline sparks chatter about a new disease reminiscent of rabies or cinematic zombies. The second headline reports on patients at Jiang Hospital exhibiting erratic behavior, resorting to biting others. Lastly, a third headline describes an unbelievable event. A body undergoing forensic dissection suddenly awakens. Rising from his seat, he absorbs the tumultuous updates and resolves to forge his own strength, determined not to rely on others. He vows to achieve such strength that even the demon goddess Heloise will kneel before him and sets out towards an uncertain destination. Along the way, Chen recalls that 10 years after the trial began, someone claimed to have discovered the only way to upgrade innate abilities. This person revealed that 10 days before the trial started, innate abilities actually became effective, and if one discovered and utilized their abilities during this period, it could upgrade them. Arriving at the hospital, Chen masks up and strides in with a clear strategy. Reflecting on his past life, he recalls his E-rank virus resistance innate ability. He now believes that to upgrade his ability, he must use the virus to trigger and strengthen it in advance. Inside, he overhears a doctor and nurse discussing the unprecedented disease. The doctor marvels at the unfamiliar symptoms, while the nurse likens the patient to a scene from a movie. Approaching the patient's room, Chen observes the restrained figure and confirms its transformation into a zombie. Armed with a syringe, he moves to draw its blood, explaining to the zombie that its cooperation is vital for his training. With a sufficient sample secured, Chen anticipates triggering his innate ability. Following that, he checks the dormitory to see if anyone is around and realizes it's empty. He deduces that everyone is gone as they had stayed up all night. Preparing to inject the zombie's blood into himself, he hesitates briefly, knowing that if the theory is wrong, he might die. Yet brushing aside the consequences, he plunges the needle into his arm without hesitation. Reflecting on his struggles before the reset, enduring decades of weakness until finally making progress, he fears squandering opportunities if he remains feeble, despite knowing the future. Death seems preferable to restarting and remaining weak. As the blood courses through his veins, he collapses suddenly. Upon awakening, he finds himself back in the White Demon Castle, confronted by Heloise urging him to relinquish resistance and embrace the darkness. This time, however, Chen rises defiantly, vehemently declaring his intent to conquer Heloise. He then asks himself how he could fall here. Back at the hospital, Chen regains consciousness, walking strangely. Some people enter the room and are stunned to see Chen, his nerves seemingly protruding from every end, with blood coming out from his eyes and mouth. Recognizing Chen Bai, one of them anxiously queries him about the situation. Chen, momentarily stunned by the boy's presence, joyfully asks if he's back. With a nod, the boy agrees. Chen then excuses himself to wash his face, which the boy acknowledges with a simple okay. In the washroom, he gazes at his reflection, a smile spreading across his face as the theory proves true. The zombie virus didn't claim his life, and his innate abilities successfully upgraded. Wondering about the level of his newfound power, he is startled to hear a voice congratulating him on being chosen as a pioneer and receiving the title of Pioneer and Awakening in advance. Hearing this, he realizes it's the voice of the universal will, and he feels happy that he has successfully awakened. He commands the interface to display the title information, and a screen materializes before him, detailing the privileges of being a pioneer. It states that individuals who could discover, utilize, and train their abilities before the trial began were eligible for this title. Notably, it enhances their attributes by 5% and boosts experience gained by 10%. Moreover, pioneers have the advantage of awakening the attribute panel in advance. Reading this, Chen feels delighted about the percentage boost, realizing it's a perfect title for him. Then he commands to open the panel of the innate ability, where his ability level shows as SSS, indicating he possesses a great amount of power within himself. It's revealed that the virus monarch reigns supreme as the mightiest skill in the virus element, capable of absorbing, utilizing, manipulating, transforming, and creating viruses. Chen reflects on his current abilities, noting that he can only absorb viruses with a limited range. Realizing the need for a significant virus supply to enhance his power, he heads back to the hospital. However, his return is met with chaos as people rush towards him, some pleading for help while others warn of a zombie outbreak signaling the end of the world. Recalling crucial information from his past life about peculiar incidents in Jiang before the trial, Chen recognizes the sealed hospital as the source. Ignoring bystanders' inquiries, he charges towards the zombie-infested area. As he absorbs the virus, his Virus Monarch talent skill begins accumulating points which could be used to strengthen abilities. After absorbing one zombie, he relentlessly pursues every other undead, boldly declaring that no zombie can evade him. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the hospital building, zombies relentlessly pound on the restroom door where Liu Feng, the hospital director, and nurse Sui Xin are trapped. Liu Feng grimly admits to Sui Xin that escape seems impossible. The door won't hold much longer, and they are doomed. He then turns to Sui Xin, his eyes filled with lust as he laughs. Sui Xin, crying and wondering what to do, suddenly notices Liu Feng's strange behavior and asks what's wrong with him. With a sinister grin, Liu Feng approaches her, saying he has pursued her for so long, but she never agreed. Now that they are about to die, he suggests she let him enjoy himself before they die. Shocked by his behavior, Sui Xin questions his sanity. Ignoring her, Liu Feng becomes increasingly desperate as the zombies breach the door. Panicked, he seizes Sui Xin, using her as a shield and pushing her towards the zombies to save himself. As he attempts to flee, he finds himself cornered at a window. With no other escape, he tries to jump but becomes stuck, vulnerable to the approaching zombies. 7 minutes later, the ground is strewn with the bodies of the bitten victims. Chen arrives at the scene and spots a medical staff girl seemingly unharmed. Recognizing the recent bite marks, he realizes there may still be time before she transforms. With the military preparing to seal the area, Chen determines he needs someone familiar with the hospital layout to navigate. Resolute, he decides to extract all the virus from her to halt the transformation. In a swift motion, he drains all the virus from her, saving her from turning into a zombie. Moments later, she regains consciousness, confirming Chen's success. Suixin expresses her gratitude to Chen for saving her. He remarks that it seems she hasn't completely lost consciousness. Suixin confirms with a yes, indicating her awareness of what had transpired. Chen then informs Suixin that he requires her assistance with something urgent. Agreeing to help, Suixin requests a change of clothes first. Chen, sensing the urgency, grabs Suixin's hand and begins to pull her, insisting there is no time for that. He implores her to lead him to the area in the hospital with the highest concentration of viruses. Suixin complies and then guides him to the laboratory, where most viruses are stored and tested. Chen collects some viruses, assuring her it should suffice. He combines them in a beaker, surprising and alarming Suixin. The concoction includes hepatitis, influenza, herpes, and HIV viruses, each contributing varying virus points based on potency. After absorbing all the viruses, Chen's next goal is to strengthen the zombie virus with them. He reviews his options on the point screen: Ancestor virus, Decay virus, T-virus, Coxy virus, and Dark Light virus. After careful consideration, he selects the Dark Light virus for upgrading, explaining its focus on devouring and evolving. Suddenly, Suixin alerts him to approaching zombies at the laboratory door. Chen instructs her to stay put and confronts the zombie, swiftly absorbing its virus. Observing Chen's actions, Suixin becomes perplexed. As he absorbs the virus, Chen notices the process is quicker than before, effortlessly lifting the 150 ulbs zombie. Seizing the opportunity, he tests his new ability on the zombie. With determination, he unleashes the Dark Light virus ability, witnessing black waves resembling branches devouring the zombie entirely within seconds, assimilating it into himself. Chen feels invigorated, noting the rapid absorption speed and even experiencing some stamina recovery. Meanwhile, Suixin trembles in fear at the sight of him. Nervously, she asks him what he has just done. Chen smiles casually and inquires what is troubling her. Suixin sighs with relief and expresses gratitude, acknowledging his role in saving her. Trusting him not to harm her, she offers her help in keeping his secrets. Chen extends his hand to assist her in standing up and introduces himself as Chen Bai. Suixin reciprocates the introduction. Suddenly, Chen hears sounds indicating the arrival of military personnel. Realizing this, he shares with Suixin that it appears the military and police have reached the hospital. They must have sealed off the area and are clearing out the zombies. He suggests they leave as well. Holding her hand, he leads her to the rooftop, explaining they can't risk being isolated and questioned. Suddenly, a strange creature materializes before them, startling Chen. As it attacks, Chen realizes it's not the right time for a confrontation. Stunned, Suixin hesitates, unsure of what to do, while the creature stands poised for a confrontation. In an instant, it attacks Chen and blood begins to pour from his hand. Nevertheless, Chen continues to smile, intrigued by the sight of the mutant before him, pondering what sort of evolution the Dark Light virus would undergo by assimilating the mutant. As the mutant advances to attack Chen, he leaps to dodge the strike and counters with a swift kick aimed at its head. However, the mutant proves to be highly agile. Before Chen can regain his footing, it lashes out with a slashing attack towards him. Miraculously, Chen manages to evade the attack, drawing his weapon imbued with the power of the zombies. He realizes the mutant matches his prowess. Nevertheless, he unleashes a powerful punch at the mutant, giving it his all. However, the punch only inflicts minor damage on the mutant. Realizing the mutants are on par with his own abilities, Chen launches another attack without hesitation. However, he quickly discerns that his attacks won't inflict significant damage on the mutant, realizing defeating it will require considerable effort. As the mutant rises from the damage, Chen takes a moment to heal himself. To his surprise, Suixin breaks the emergency box glass with her elbow, retrieving an axe and tossing it towards him as the mutant advances. Chen deftly catches the axe, grateful for her intervention as he prepares to face the mutant. Initiating his assault, he declares it's their brawl now, wielding the axe with precision. Dodging the mutant's attacks, he delivers a series of blows, eventually causing it to halt and clutch its wounded leg. In a moment of respite, Chen relaxes and remarks with a smile that it's surprising the mutant still holds on in such circumstances. He then positions his leg on the mutant's head, preparing to deliver the decisive blow by severing its head. Suddenly, the mutant retaliates with full force, launching a powerful counterattack against Chen, who collides with the wall, blood expelling from his mouth, the axe slipping from his grasp. Witnessing this, Suixin grows frightened and tense, her concern mounting for Chen. However, Chen remains unfazed, wearing a smile even in the face of adversity. He contemplates that when one is on the brink of death, there is no choice but to embrace it. Addressing the mutant, Chen questions if it desires to tear him apart. Confusion flickers in the mutant's eyes as dark waves emerge from Chen's stomach, ensnaring the mutant. Chen unleashes his evolution-devouring power, causing the mutant to howl in agony. Observing its suffering, Chen remarks on its newfound fear, though it's too late. Gradually, Chen consumes the mutant entirely, leaving nothing behind. Shocked yet impressed, Zikyong praises Chen Bai for his remarkable feat. As the devouring process concludes, it becomes evident that Chen has absorbed a second-stage clawed zombie. The transformation of the blacklight virus continues, and upon completion, Chen acquires the bone claw ability characteristic of the clawed zombie. To his surprise, Chen's hands now resemble deadly claws, filling him with happiness as he realizes choosing the blacklight virus was the best decision he ever made. Shortly after, the military arrives, demanding confirmation of Chen and Zikyong's survival. Chen's frustration is evident, but he swiftly gathers Zikyong into his arms, urging her to hold on tightly. Ignoring the military's warnings, he dashes into action as gunfire erupts. Zikyong directs him towards a safe passage leading to the rooftop. Despite being struck by bullets, Chen remains focused, silently enduring as they push forward. Finally, they reach the rooftop, where Chen kicks open the door with a powerful blow. Catching his breath, Chen turns to Zikyong and asks about her home. Zikyong quickly provides her address: Rongfeng Neighborhood, North 4th Road, Nanbei Street. Chen nods in acknowledgement, then swiftly sprints and leaps off the rooftop. Zikyong, stunned and fearful, instinctively wraps her arms around Chen Bai as they plummet. Minutes later, they arrive at Zikyong's house. Upon entering her room, Zikyong points out the bathroom and offers to assist Chen in cleaning his wounds. Chen reassures her, explaining that the bullets had not lodged inside and his injuries had already healed. He encourages her not to worry, indicating that he is fine. Zikyong insists, her concern overriding any sense of embarrassment. Chen acquiesces with a nod and removes his shirt as she requests. As she examines his wounds, Zikyong feels a bit flustered. She points out the remaining marks and traces of wounds on his hand, urging him to take a closer look. Glancing at his chest and stomach, Zikyong suggests Chen inspect those areas as well, claiming they haven't healed properly. In truth, she finds herself drawn to him, particularly mesmerized by his defined six-pack physique. In a lighthearted tone, Chen teases Zikyong, jokingly asking if he would immediately recover if he ate her and playfully questioning if she's willing to sacrifice herself for him. Feeling flustered by his banter, Zikyong awkwardly responds that he wouldn't eat her, suggesting he would have done so already if he intended to. To her surprise, Chen draws close and whispers in her ear, revealing that her assumption was incorrect. He confesses that he hadn't eaten her earlier because the circumstances hadn't been suitable. Taken aback by his revelation, Zikyong finds herself speechless. Suddenly, Chen removes the torn cloth from her body, indicating that now the environment is conducive to his earlier suggestion. He once more asks if Zikyong would be willing to sacrifice herself to help him recover. Though Zikyong doesn't explicitly say yes, she diverts the topic, suggesting they clean up instead. Interpreting her response as an indirect yes, Chen understands her reluctance due to embarrassment. With a nod of acknowledgement, he leans in and initiates a kiss, leading them to become intimate with each other. However, amidst their intimacy, Chen's phone begins to ring incessantly, bombarded with message notifications. Ken's friends Zhao and Songji message him, expressing concern for his well-being. Song asks if he's alright, having heard from another friend that he visited Jiangcheng Hospital. Meanwhile, Zhao shares that the school's #1 beauty Songji had been asking about him, sparking curiosity about his whereabouts. Later, Chen wanders through the market, reflecting on the strange occurrences in Jiangcheng before the trial. The sealed hospital, suburban bombing, and monstrous slaughter. He admits his limited knowledge of these events and wonders why they're rarely discussed. Pondering these mysteries, he develops a headache and becomes tense. Chen then receives a call from Zikyong, who informs him that 2 people came looking for him, claiming Song Zikyong wants to see him. Chen acts nonchalant and Zikyong expresses distrust, considering Zikyong's status as the queen of Jiangcheng. Tense, she asks what to do. Chen assures her they're not lying and asks her to have them wait outside, to which Zikyong agrees. Chen opens the chat with Songji, finding numerous messages inquiring about his health and whereabouts. He recalls that Zikyong is the mother of a classmate entangled with him, speculating that Songji went to see her mother, and if Zikyong could find her way to Zikyong's place, she must know something. Chen decides it's necessary to meet Zikyong. Later, he arrives at the suburban freezer warehouse, where Zikyong's guards escort him to her. Reflecting on Zikyong's journey from rags to riches, becoming the wealthiest person in Jiangcheng and excelling in both legitimate and illegitimate ventures, Chen recalls her rise to power as the Jiangcheng queen. In his past life, he admired her, but now he laughs knowing things are different. If he can recruit her to his side, he could accomplish much more before the trial. They halt at the suburban warehouse corridor where Zikyong stands with her secretary, Ms. Lang. When Chen arrives, her bodyguard informs her of his presence. Zikyong apologizes for summoning him, explaining her inability to leave. Chen inquires about the specific matter she wishes to discuss. Surprisingly, Zikyong steps closer to him and adjusts his attire, explaining that she called him because Songji had returned home, expressing concern about his absence at Jiangcheng First Hospital and asking for help. She also admits curiosity about the man who could make Songji so nervous. Chen, preferring directness, asks Zikyong about her real purpose. She smiles, appreciating his straightforwardness, and suggests he become her daughter's husband, citing his apparent fondness for her. Ken replies that he doesn't believe there's a reason for Zikyong to want him. Zikyong mentions his heroic performance at the hospital and asks if anyone would develop feelings. Stunned, Chen admits to destroying the hospital's surveillance and power supply, questioning how she knew and found him so quickly. Zikyong urges him not to underestimate her, explaining her men could trace him at least from the lobby to the monitoring room. She asserts she has someone inside the hospital and shows Chen her chat with a girl named Lule, who sent a video of him running away with Sui Xin. Zikyong mentions finding a colleague of Sui Xin named Liu Feng among the survivors brought up by the troops, who seemed familiar to her. Surprised at the mention of Liu's name, Chen is taken aback. Chen recalls the night before at Sui Xin's house when she mentioned Liu Feng. He asks if Liu was the one who not only tried to molest her, but also pushed her towards the zombies. Sui Xin confirms, recounting Liu's attempt to escape by jumping out of the window but getting grabbed by zombies, ultimately meeting his demise. Chen is surprised, realizing Liu Feng was the person hanging on the window, thinking he was already dead. Sui Xin expresses her hatred towards Liu Feng, wishing he were already dead. Back at the suburban freezer warehouse corridor, Chen asks Zikyong if she will disclose the location of the isolated survivors. Zikyong responds, offering the information if he becomes her man. Chen asserts that she underestimates him. Zikyong admits she can't match his skills with just information, but still has leverage. Chen interjects, rejecting her proposal and implying she knows too little about him. He suggests that if she knew more, she would realize he couldn't be her man, but rather she should be his woman. With these words, he draws out his claws, surprising Zikyong and prompting her secretary, Ms. Lang, to step forward protectively. Zikyong questions if this is a mutation of the zombie virus, but Chen denies it, proposing that she becomes his woman in exchange for learning more. Zikyong smiles, indicating that merely showing his claws won't win her over. She mentions his relationship with Sui Xin, questioning why he's interested in her. Chen approaches Zikyong closely, holding her face and suggesting that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. He hints that there's much more she could do for him than Sui Xin in these days before the apocalypse. Hearing Chen's mention of the apocalypse, Zikyong curiously inquires further. Chen counters, stating that zombies aren't even worthy of being called a warm-up. This prompts Zikyong to realize that Chen possesses substantial knowledge. Chen confirms her suspicion, asserting that his knowledge surpasses her imagination. Recognizing their shared disposition against submission, Zikyong proposes cooperation, offering her help in exchange for his information. The Jigachad responds affirmatively, recognizing that conquering the Queen of Jiangcheng is indeed not an easy task. Zikyong agrees, revealing her anticipation of encountering a man capable of conquering her. She encourages Chen to persist in his efforts, genuinely impressed by his boldness. Suddenly, they hear gunshots from outside. Chen's expression shifts to alarm as he questions what's happening. Tensely, Zikyong reveals that Commander Huang dispatched Captain Zhao to negotiate with her the previous night. They sought the use of refrigerated warehouses to store live zombies and survivors from isolated capitals, likely the source of the gunfire. However, she questions how things went awry given the few zombies in the cold storage barely mobile. Chen ponders the swift discovery of the zombies, unexpected due to their sluggishness and low temperatures. Unaware of the increased mutation risk in extreme conditions, he refocuses on the present. They're in a suburban cold storage where mutated zombies lurk. It dawns on him that this site could be the suburban bombing location. Determined, he suggests further investigation, excited about the mutation's nature. Meanwhile, commandos hurl grenades into the meat monster's mouth, causing explosions. Fog fills the area as they await the outcome, surprised to see the monster emerge unharmed. Captain Zhao issues an order, realizing their weapons are futile against the creature. Everyone forms groups and spreads out to lure the monster separately, instructed to hold out until reinforcements arrive. To Zhao's surprise, Zikyong arrives urgently, requesting the commandos to cease fire and retreat. Tensely, he questions her intentions. Zikyong explains their weapons can't harm the creature, urging Zhao not to send the commandos to their deaths. She instructs him to protect and evacuate the cold storage employees and survivors. Zhao argues it's impossible to escape without restraining the monster. Meanwhile, Lu Lei faces imminent attack. Zikyong insists Zhao follow her instructions and not worry about the monster. Chen intervenes, shielding Lu Lei and grappling with the monster, revealing its overwhelming size. The meat monster lunges at Chen, but he dodges swiftly and counterattacks with his claws, striking its arm. They face off again as the monster attempts to hit Chen, but he evades, causing it to hit the walls instead. Witnessing this, Zhao questions Zikyong tensely, asking if she's raising a monster. Zikyong laughs, revealing Chen as her partner. Meanwhile, due to the broken wall, beef carcasses spill out and Chen climbs on top. He pleads with the monster not to eat the beef, skillfully devouring himself. As he consumes the beef, he gains strength and endurance, remarking on its premium quality. Chen notices the tired monster trying to replenish its energy. Seizing the opportunity, he attacks, knowing it's its turn to perish. Despite seeing Chen's impending attack, the tired monster is unable to react and gets struck by his blows. Zhao and Zikyong watch in astonishment as Chen relentlessly attacks the monster with his claws, rendering it powerless. With the monster unable to retaliate, Chen activates his devouring skill, ensnaring it with black wave branches. Witnessing this, Zhao is shocked, voicing disbelief at Chen's abilities. Meanwhile, Chen continues to devour the monster slowly. Zhao attempts to request a missile launch, but Zikyong intervenes, urging him to remain calm. She reminds him of Chen's assistance and warns against rash decisions, emphasizing the potential consequences. 10 minutes later, every commando aims at Chen, shields raised. Captain Zhao orders everyone to stay alert with loaded bullets. Zikyong reminds Zhao of his earlier restraint, which he reaffirms. Meanwhile, Chen increases his power, unlocking his new talent, Virus King, and gaining 500 virus points. Devouring a rare mutant enhances his abilities, including a new one named Heavy Hammer. Pleased with his evolution, Chen feels powerful, but regrets the lack of challenge. He reveals his biggest gain of the day, a flesh mountain core. The core holds potential for crafting equipment and creating a flesh wall if controlled properly. Chen ponders whether to feed it more to grow another flesh mountain. His thoughts are interrupted when Zikyong calls him, prompting him to conceal the core. Zikyong introduces Chen to Lu Lei, a well-known journalist and internet celebrity. Chen asks if she secretly filmed him in the hospital, which she confirms with gratitude for his rescue. Chen modestly dismisses it, then asks if she captured his battle with the Meat Mountain mutant on camera. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei becomes a bit tense and apologizes, explaining that it's a professional habit of hers. Chen reassures her it's fine and instructs her to keep the footage, stating he has a use for it. Zhao then approaches Chen, relaying the district military commander Huang's request for Chen to explain himself and what he knows to the military. Chen remains silent, his thoughts drifting to Commander Huang Xingshu, a name difficult to forget. He recalls Huang's coercion of the weak and isolated awakened individuals after the trials, exploiting them like commodities. Initially, patriotism and righteousness reassured everyone, but it devolved into beatings and insults. Chen reflects on his own struggles and starvation, remembering how attempting to leave meant being branded a traitor and hunted down, forcing him to flee Jiangcheng. Addressing Zikyong as boss Zikyong, Chen asks if he should go and explain. Zikyong responds with a firm no, explaining she lacks sufficient information. Chen attempts to discuss the potential consequences, but Zikyong reassures him, insisting she'll handle it. Zhao interjects, emphasizing the duty of citizenship in Longo for both of them to understand. Zikyong steps closer to Zhao, expressing her anger and dismissing the concept of duty as a mere joke. She urges Zhao to drop his official tone, reminding him of his position as just a platoon leader, lacking the qualifications for such matters. Zikyong instructs Zhao to inform Huang Xingshu that any issues should be addressed to her first. Before Zhao can respond, one of his soldiers approaches, seeking guidance on handling the isolated personnel causing trouble. Ken eagerly inquires if a person named Liu Feng is among the troublemakers. Zhao also asks if it is true. The soldier confirms, stating that Liu is indeed causing the most trouble. Chen then asks Zhao that he wants to see Liu Feng. Zhao agrees to Chen's request and instructs his soldier to bring Liu Feng to them. After some time, Liu arrives, inquiring if Zhao is searching for him and if his dad, Liu Huinam, has called. He mentions his father's role as the vice president of the first hospital. Surprising Liu, Chen places his hand on his shoulder, covertly injecting him with the zombie virus. Claiming to seek Liu on behalf of someone with a message, Chen fabricates a story about Suixin's alleged desire for Liu's demise due to his actions with the zombie. Confused, Liu asks who Chen is. Chen concocts a tale about Suixin's supposed confession during a moment of intimacy. Shocked, Liu questions Chen's source, deeming it impossible for Suixin to be alive. Suddenly, Chen retreats, urging everyone back as Liu begins to show signs of transformation. Liu becomes furious, denying the accusation and demanding answers. Others react defensively, soldiers readying their guns. As Liu charges toward Chen, unaware of his own transformation, Chen delivers a powerful punch, sending him flying. Witnessing this, Zhao is astonished, questioning Chen's mutant ability and humanity. Impressed by the punch's effectiveness, Chen addresses Zikyong as Boss Zikyong, acknowledging her performance and promising to share information with her later. Zikyong invites Chen to call her by her name or initials, hinting at a deeper connection. Surprised, Chen questions her motives. Zikyong subtly expresses her interest in a deeper relationship, indirectly probing Chen's feelings. Understanding her intentions, the Jigachad responds, emphasizing that her value and performance will determine their future. Later, as they drive back, Zikyong invites Chen for dinner. Politely, Chen asks her not to disturb him until they arrive, to which Zikyong agrees with an okay. Chen begins pondering if it's time for the lucky draw, checking his inventory for potential rewards from defeating the Meat Mountain monster. To his surprise, he finds 2 skill books. The first is Rampage Bloodlust, boosting all attributes for 10 minutes with a 1-day cooldown, but decreasing all attributes by 50% during cooldown. Chen deems it useless and shifts focus to the second book, Muscle Enhancement. It significantly increases muscle mass and strength growth rate, but users risk losing flexibility and becoming muscle freaks. Chen acknowledges the value of both books for faction building or rallying people in the early stages of the trial, although they're not personally useful to him. Contemplating faction building, Chen assesses his rewards: 6 gold coins from defeating the meat monster, totaling 6 gold coins, 35 silver coins, and 6 copper coins. Knowing that creating a chat group requires gold coins, he decides to utilize them to gather pioneers for establishing a solid foundation before the trial. Chen emphasizes the importance of early-stage relationships in shaping later-stage factions based on his past experiences. Opting to create a group, he cancels naming it, resulting in the system automatically naming it Group 01 by default. After creating the group, Chen laughs and calls out Heloise's name, expressing his ambition to build the Divine Emperor city and establish a divine kingdom where she would be beneath him. 3 hours later, they arrive at Zikyong's private villa, where Chen has already shared some future information with her. Zikyong repeats his words regarding the cosmic trial, noting the uselessness of firearms and electronic devices, as over 90% of participants will undergo gifted evolution and become monsters. Chen acknowledges her understanding and inquires if she can leverage this knowledge for an advantage. Zikyong firmly responds with a no, stating it's not enough. Cutting to the chase, Zikyong asks Chen how she could become his ally. Chen emphasizes the need for ability and absolute loyalty, likening it to a loyal dog to its master. Zikyong confidently asserts her influence, wealth, and status in Jiang. Chen counters, explaining how post-trial dynamics will render her current power meaningless, urging her to envision a future where everyone vies for the former queen and princess of Jiang. Hearing Chen's response, Zikyong becomes tense, questioning the distinction between loyalty to him and being treated as a plaything elsewhere. Chen reassures her, promising a platform to showcase her abilities under his guidance without restriction. Touched by his words, Zikyong smiles and admits hesitation may lead to missed opportunities. Without delay, she approaches Chen, gracefully bending her knee, expressing her readiness to serve him and proclaiming him as her master. Thrilled by her commitment, Chen acknowledges the emotional value she brings due to her reputation and status. He gently touches her face, requesting to witness her charm firsthand and assigning tasks for her to handle. Later, in Chat Group 01, Zikyong messages Ms. Leng, asking if Luli has sent Chen's video. If yes, she instructs Leng to take Luli home for rest, considering her recent experiences. Additionally, Leng is tasked with ensuring Chen's posts are prominently displayed on major forums, sharing the title of his posts to the pioneers with the post ID Pioneer White Emperor. Surprised, Leng relays Zikyong's instructions to Luli, urging her to send Chen's video and accompany her home for rest. Luli expresses surprise at the instruction and questions if she should return home. In response, Leng explains Zikyong's concern for Luli's well-being and the need for rest. Accepting the directive, Luli responds with an okay, reflecting on her recent encounter with zombies and Chen's strength. She wonders if she's become more accepting of the possibility of danger or if Chen's presence has reassured her. Back at Zikyong's villa, her phone rings and it's her daughter Songji calling. Chen notices and answers instead of Zikyong. Without delay, Songji questions the urgency of her request to come home, relayed by Ms. Leng, and asks if something is amiss. Chen reveals that he's the one who answered, surprising Songji. She questions why he has her mom's phone and where her mom is. Chen explains Zikyong's busy schedule and insists on an important discussion at home. Songji reluctantly agrees and instructs Chen to wait for her, expressing frustration at his previous lack of response. Before she can finish, Chen hangs up, infuriating her. She vows to assert her authority over him sooner or later. While sitting at his feet, Zikyong asks if Chen would protect her daughter as well. Chen replies that Songji lacks ability and character due to indulgence. However, with more effort from Zikyong, he can ensure Songji won't become a monster during the trial. Zikyong expresses gratitude for his assurance. Later, Zikyong and Songji travel in a car to the suburban secret warehouse. Overhearing her mother's conversation about Chen, Songji questions Zikyong's trust in him, finding it absurd. Zikyong explains she stopped Songji from seeking Chen due to her doubts and warns her to remain obedient and silent after they exit the car. Songji agrees compliantly. Meanwhile, at the suburban secret warehouse, Ms. Lang reports to Chen that she scouted all rumored locations of zombies and monsters in the city the previous day, finding only this warehouse. She explains it used to be an underground casino, now occupied by about 160 zombies who were former gamblers, without any special zombies like the Meat Mountain. Chen acknowledges this and considers the idea of a zombie slaughterhouse. However, he dismisses it due to the difficulty of eliminating the Meat Mountain in indoor hospital settings and the remote location of the secret warehouse, making it hard for news to spread if something happened. Ken confirms with Ms. Lang that she visited all the places rumored to have zombies but only found them at the secret warehouse. Ms. Lang responds affirmatively. By this time, Zikyong and Songji have also arrived. Chen begins to speculate that someone is collecting zombies and that the location where these zombies are being kept could be a zombie slaughterhouse. He notes that the military only dares to contain a few dozen zombies at most, but this person aims to gather all the zombies and monsters. Finding this prospect very exciting, Chen openly questions whether the anonymous individual is a curious adventurer or a pioneer with insider information. Chen directs the workers to open the warehouse door, unleashing a swarm of zombies. He swiftly defeats them, impressing Songji and capturing Suixin's recording. After dispatching the zombies, Chen absorbs the virus from them, earning the title of Zombie Hunter and enhancing his attributes. He unlocks the serum formula in the talent tree, recognizing its vital importance in combating the zombie threat. Gathering everyone, Chen reminds Zikyong of their pre-trip conversation about zombie combat strategies. Zikyong confirms while Songji watches in disgust as the zombies are eliminated. Zikyong explains the necessity of using cold weapons to minimize the risk of mutation during the trial and ensures everyone's safety. Chen holds up a zombie, inviting everyone to showcase their talents. Ms. Lang volunteers first, surprising everyone by swiftly dispatching the zombie with a brutal body slam and neck snap. Impressed, Chen commends her speed and precision. Zikyong steps up next, attacking a zombie with a baseball bat. While she knocks it down easily, Chen notices she lacks the strength to finish it quickly, requiring multiple hits. Suixin follows, using her knowledge of anatomy to overcome a zombie despite her lacking strength. Chen acknowledges her effort. Handing the bat to Songji, Zikyong encourages her to face the next zombie. However, Songji panics, unable to fight, and ultimately fails the challenge by wetting herself without even trying. Chen remarks on her failure. Chen beckons Zikyong for a discussion, expressing suspicion about Ms. Lang's findings regarding the rumored zombie locations. He tasks Zikyong with a thorough investigation. Zikyong agrees and inquires about Songji. Chen, disappointed, stresses the importance of everyone's progress, especially Songji's. He emphasizes the need for efficient training, prompting Zikyong to arrange practice for her. Tense with anticipation, Zikyong mentions Chen's unresolved virus issue. Chen hands her a paper containing the serum formula, surprising her. Upon reading it, Zikyong comments on its complexity. Chen explains its significance and the option to generate the formula with the provided materials. Zikyong expresses gratitude for Chen's trust and vows to safeguard the formula while completing the task diligently. Chen acknowledges, instructing Zikyong to proceed with her work and arrange for someone to send him back. Zikyong confirms and suggests Ms. Lang as the messenger. Alone again, Chen checks his mobile, feeling tense at the mocking responses to his post. Amidst the negativity, a private message from someone named Shil catches his eye. Shil reveals himself as a fellow pioneer and inquires about Chen's knowledge. Realizing the potential for valuable connections, Chen asks about Shil's talent. Shil responds with an S-level mental control ability. Chen shares information about the communication features unlocked by the pioneer, directing Shil to chat group 001 for basic information. He invites Shil to reach out with any further questions after reviewing the materials. Shil joins the group using his real name, Han Xiao. He then messaged Chen, asking if he can invite someone. Chen inquires about the person Xiao wants to invite. Xiao responds that it is someone named Shuchuan. Hearing this name, Chen is stunned, recognizing it as that of the emperor-level powerhouse known as Zikyong. Excited at the prospect of such a powerful individual joining the group, Chen tells Xiao that he can invite any other pioneers he comes across. After this exchange, Chen has a hearty laugh. Eventually, Shuchuan joins the chat group. On the same day at 7:30 p.m., Luli is on a call with Zikyong. Zikyong asks if there are any results from the investigation into the collection of zombies. Luli confirms progress, attributing the actions to the forces of the Jiangqing Lord, who are funneling the zombies to the Manga container yard near the Jiangqing wharf. She mentions dispatching someone for further intel, but they haven't returned, prompting her to proceed with the meeting. Suddenly, 2 injured men collapse before her, startling her. A man appears at the window, laughing ominously. Fearing discovery, Luli informs Zikyong tensely that she's been found out. Meanwhile, at Zikyong's mansion, Chen converses with Huai Liu, who seeks clarification on his talent's instructions. Chen agrees to help and requests the details. Huai Liu sends the term yin wood, prompting Chen to search for it on his panel. The search reveals that yin wood is the most yin of woods with an endless source of life. With yin's soul entering the body, it becomes the land of eternal life. Activating the wood body costs 1 spirit, while activating yin's soul costs 1 constitution. Chen notes that yin wood is an SS-level talent and informs Huai Liu that the cost of activating the ability is quite high. If his spirit is more than 3, it would cost a spirit to activate the wood body. Huai Liu thanks Chen for providing this information, mentioning that he has 5 spirits. Zikyong rushes to Chen urgently, prompting his concern. She explains that Luli discovered the zombies' destination at the Mankai container yard but was caught. The opposing party seeks negotiations. Surprised, Chen questions whether Luli was contacted or if she betrayed them. Zikyong denies the latter, asserting her trust in Luli's loyalty given their close relationship. She attributes the issue to the investigating team's actions. Determined to rescue Luli, Chen vows to intervene. Zikyong expresses gratitude for his commitment. Meanwhile, at the Mankai container yard, Luli is tied up by Xingmeng, a pioneer. He presents her with an ultimatum: submit to Zikyong or become his plaything. Luli struggles against her restraints as Xing approaches with a drink, warning her not to resist. Suddenly, Chen's voice cuts through, declaring that there is no grace in forcing someone to drink if the girl doesn't like it. Chen, calmly eating at Xing's table, surprises Xing, who wonders how Chen managed to sit there without his knowledge. Chen stands up and asks Luli if she's hungry, mentioning that the steak isn't bad. Furious at Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Xing feels mocked. Chen then feeds Luli, who is embarrassed, and tells Xing that he's there to take Luli back. Xing asks if Zikyong sent him, but quickly realizes that if Chen could get this close without being noticed, he must be a pioneer too. While Xing processes this, Chen unties Luli and asks her to go outside, mentioning that Zikyong is waiting for her in the car. Luli responds with an okay and leaves. As Luli leaves, Xing comments that it seems Zikyong is already under Chen's control. Chen agrees, and Xing remarks that it's interesting, suggesting that the Queen of Jiangqing wouldn't surrender so easily, implying Chen must have intriguing methods. Xing suggests an exchange of ideas, noting their influence over Jiangqing's major forces. He has subdued the Lord, Chen the Queen, leaving only the commander. Xing proposes an alliance to make himself king, offering Chen a significant role. Despite the toast, Chen surprises Xing by declining the offer. Infuriated, Xing throws his glass and boasts of his S-level talent, challenging Chen to drink the punishment wine. Chen counters by revealing his investigation into Xing's activities, including the creation of zombies from living people. He deems Xing's power harmful and useless, asserting his SSS-level talent renders him unworthy of assistance. Xing laughs and draws his weapon, revealing his talent called Slaughter Progression. He explains that this talent allows him to permanently transfer parts of the attributes from his kill targets to himself, enabling indefinite growth. Xing boasts that this invincible top-level ability is still just a single level. He then challenges Chen, asking if Chen, with his supposed SSS-level ability, is afraid he will instantly become a god. The Jiga Chad responds calmly, saying he's close enough but can handle it. He muses that Xing's ability and unlimited growth pure combat skill resembles equipment in its nature. Enraged by Chen's nonchalance, Xing charges at him, shouting that he hopes to increase his attributes by killing Chen. Xing commands Chen not to disappoint him. Just as Xing lunges at him, Chen dodges the attack and activates his special hammer ability. Seeing Chen dodge, Xing realizes that Chen has a shape-shifting talent, finding it interesting but still underestimating his strength. Chen, however, remains cautious, recognizing that Xing hasn't fully explained his abilities, so he's unsure of their full effects. Xing attacks again with his claws, and Chen counters with his hammer hand. Their punches collide, creating a massive impact in their surroundings. The force of their clash reverberates through the warehouse, shaking the walls and sending debris flying. After that punch, Xing is momentarily pushed back but quickly recovers and attacks again. Chen counters with his hammer hand, but this time Xing stops the attack by grabbing Chen's hand. Xing taunts Chen, questioning his strength and demanding that he reveal his supposed SS talent. The Jikyong responds calmly, saying he's been using his skills all along and that Xing simply hasn't recognized them. Enraged, Xing dismisses Chen's words as nonsense and unleashes a full-power attack. Chen, feeling the pressure, braces himself but is sent flying into the wall by Xing's punch. Xing stands over him, declaring that Chen's strength, physique, and agility are all inferior to his own power. He accuses Chen of pretending to be strong and insists that Chen's tricks are meaningless in the face of his absolute power. Suddenly, Xing coughs up blood, clearly shocked and confused by what's happening. His status screen displays two notifications. The influenza virus and encephalitis B virus have exceeded his immunity limit, reducing his physical strength by 3, his agility by 5, and his overall strength by 2. Additionally, Xing receives a negative buff, causing fear of light and water, as well as slowed thinking and movements. Struggling to understand what's happening, Xing hears Chen remark that his physique is indeed impressive, as it took a considerable amount of time for the viruses to take effect. Chen then asks Xing how it feels to have so many illnesses. Furious, Xing shouts that Chen is a sneaky bastard and goes to attack him. However, Xing's weakened state allows Chen to easily defeat him with a hammer hand. Chen retorts that he isn't sneaky, as he had already warned Xing about his various attack methods, expressing pity that Xing didn't believe him. He then devours Xing's entire body. A system alert appears, indicating a whole evolved human has been absorbed, completing the black light virus's initial awakening, significantly increasing Chen's attributes. Additionally, a notification shows him that his black light devouring ability has evolved, allowing him to view part of his target's memories with a low probability of obtaining their mastered skills. Seeing this, Chen feels happy as the attribute bonuses provided by the blacklight virus have changed from active use to permanent attribute bonuses, a huge benefit for him. He checks how many attributes have been added and finds that it's 20% more strength, 20% more spirit, and 100% more regeneration, on top of the previous bonuses of 30% more strength. Picking up Xing's claw, Chen realizes that they can no longer play around with ordinary people, as those with basic attributes below 5 are too fragile for him now. He then examines the description of Xing's zombie claw, noticing equipment blueprints and consumables. Chen concludes that Xing must have been lucky to have obtained such items, possibly by defeating mutant zombies. Reflecting on Xing's fortune, Chen realizes it's a second-level production blueprint indicating Xing's high luck attribute. However, now all these possessions belong to him. As night falls, Chen exits the container yard, pondering how his talent has progressed from E to SS. The rumors of 3 strange events has been very rewarding. At the same time, he has also taken over Zikyong, the future lord of Jiang. Just then, Zikyong opens the car door, prompting Chen to get in. Considering his current strength, Chen decides it's not worthwhile to seek out randomly appearing monsters before the trial. Instead, he resolves to organize and prepare for the trial's advent in the coming days. Later, at Zikyong's residence on the eve of the trial, Chen eagerly awaits the impending start near the glass window. A knock prompts him to invite Zikyong, Lang, and Suixin inside. Zikyong updates Chen on completing his tasks on time, while Lang confirms terrain and population information for the Peak Villa area. Suixin adds that material purchases are finalized. Chen acknowledges their efforts and instructs them to lay out all information. Messaging his group, Chen reminds them of the impending trials, emphasizing the need for vigilance despite their advantages. As the countdown begins, members express gratitude and thoughts with each passing minute. With 10 seconds remaining, Chen asks Zikyong and the others to come and witness the impending change in the outside atmosphere, as the peaceful scene will soon become history. As each second passes, the tension mounts. At 5 seconds, Sonji expresses her fear to Lang, who reassures her. Suddenly, as the countdown ends, the moon turns a fiery red, signaling the beginning of the trials. The Blue Star Doomsday trial officially commences, with people transforming into zombies while survivors undergo evolution. Evolved humans gain innate abilities and can level up by gaining experience. Chen explains that other races from the universe will also participate in this life and death race. The blue planet becomes a proving ground with countless secret realms and world rifts, offering both danger and opportunity. Everyone must strive to grow and evolve. Suddenly, Chen notices his locket shining and receives a notice that the hourglass of time has been recognized and bound. Confused, he wonders what has been recognized, then recalls everyone else in the room and grows tense, not wanting anyone to know about the hourglass. Tensely, he turns around to instruct everyone to leave the room, only to be shocked when he finds them frozen in black and white. Everything around him appears monochrome, even the crashed airplane suspended in midair. Wondering if time is truly halted, he watches as his hourglass absorbs energy from the surroundings. A voice announces the successful binding of the time hourglass. Checking the screen, he discovers a skill called Going Back in Time, allowing him to return to any point in the past and erase all gain from the vanished timeline, with a cooldown of 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. It is also given that this skill couldn't be modified by any skill or equipment to reduce its cooldown. Reflecting on it, he realizes that if he looks back, it seems that he was able to be reborn because of the hourglass. He also notices a column for status save and read. Status save allows him to mark the current physical and mental status and skill status without any cooldown, while status read enables him to read saved status without affecting memories or items held. He wonders how he acquired such a powerful life-saving skill with just a 1-hour cooldown. The environment then returns to normal, and Zikyong asks if he had any orders for them or if she just misheard. Chen confirms she heard him correctly and instructs her to confirm the safety of their villa as soon as possible, as the night poses significant danger. He directs her to put everyone on alert and begin clearing the villa area at daybreak. Zikyong and Lang affirm with a yes. The following day, zombies launch an attack at the villa. Zikyong swiftly counters, showcasing her mastery of the newly acquired Amethyst Eyes skill. This ability transforms objects into amethyst or employs them for offense or defense, its potency escalating with mental strength. Additionally, she's acquired the Insight Crystal skill, enabling her to discern the attributes of targets. Its effectiveness varies with mental strength. Zikyong utilizes her Insight Crystal to evaluate the zombie's attributes before launching her attack. Meanwhile, Lang has acquired the skills of an A-level assassin. With the assassin skill, one's breath becomes invisible and undetectable, while also enhancing strength and sensitivity. Lang effortlessly dispatches the zombies with a single strike. Next, Zikyong's guards attend to the wounded survivors, guiding them to the lobby. Suixin, feeling tense, instructs the guards to administer the zombie serum to the survivor for immediate treatment. Suixin herself now possesses the high-speed recovery skill, a level B ability that accelerates self-recovery from injuries and stamina, and can be actively applied to others. Later that night, Chen and Lang discuss the favorable progress. Lang confirms that everything is proceeding smoothly thanks to Chen's prior arrangements, with no unforeseen incidents thus far. Chen informs Lang that he's entrusting the remaining tasks to her, citing more pressing matters on his agenda. Although surprised, Lang acknowledges his decision with an okay. Chen then leaps into the sky, soaring with such speed that it creates a rush of air. Moments later, Chen races towards a destination through Jiangsheng Mountain Road. Amidst his sprint, he reflects on the initial challenges posed by the Doomsday Trial, particularly the limitations on vehicles and firearms. However, with his current velocity, he anticipates reaching his destination on time. Recalling the mysterious sign he spotted on the first day of the Doomsday, he regrets not understanding its significance sooner but resolves to capitalize on opportunities this time around. Later at Jiangsheng University, while Chen is absorbing viruses from zombies, a change occurs in the moon's signs. Chen interprets it as a signal that all evolvers eagerly anticipate, the descent of the avatar of the god onto Earth. Sensing the presence of the god nearby, Chen is interrupted by someone who identifies him as an evolver. This person, a merchant, expresses admiration for Chen's strength in the early stages of the trials and proposes a business deal. Delighted by the opportunity, Chen expresses his readiness to engage in business with him. However, the merchant humbly downplays the honor, saying that it is just a trade with him, so there is nothing to be honored about. Chen expresses that he's had the honor of hearing about him and eagerly anticipated their meeting after seeing his symbol. He then bows down in front of the merchant, addressing him with reverence as the kind, fair, generous, rich, and powerful god of trading, Lord Leto. Hearing this, Lord Leto appears in his true form and tells Chen that he is flattered by him and sees their meeting as destiny, so he decides to gift Chen a special reward as a meeting gift. Leto gives Chen a card explaining that it is a gold membership card to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, which grants a 12% discount on every item purchased. Chen, seeing this, reflects on how in his last life he had been immune to compliments and praise, so it was good to be quick on the uptake. Chen takes the card with gratitude, acknowledging Leto's generosity and kindness, and Leto mentions that since Chen is willing to trade with him, he will show him the products. Chen observes the first item, the Thunder Walker Scroll, an S-grade item known for harnessing the power of thunder, boasting potent combat abilities. Priced at 500 gold coins, it's a formidable choice. The second item, Reaper's Touch, is equally impressive, an S-grade legendary sniper rifle exclusive to firearms professions. Chen is taken aback by these offerings and reflects that the Thunderwalker profession scroll is from his previous life, indicating it was purchased from there. He acknowledges Leto's vast collection of profession items, explaining that he wants all of them but apologizes for being unable to afford everything at the moment. Understandingly, Leto mentions that he knows evolvers wouldn't have much currency at the start of the trials. He reassures Chen that his products are of value and encourages him to work hard to achieve wealth. Anticipating future meetings, Leto turns to leave. Chen stops Leto and shares that he has heard the gods couldn't participate directly in the trial and need to invest in evolved beings to make a profit. Chen then asks Leto if he intends to invest. Leto gets impressed with Chen's insight and knowledge and asks if Chen wants his investments. The Jiga responds by mentioning that he has heard Leto possess a treasure highly regarded by the gods, suggesting Leto to invest that in him, promising he won't regret it. Leto responds by emphasizing that an investment must yield profits, something coveted by all gods. He questions Chen's ability to offer more than it's worth and expresses reluctance to engage in a potentially loss-inducing venture. Chen, demonstrating his evolved form with the hammer hand and claw, urges Leto to consider his capabilities. Impressed by Chen's SSS-level talent, Leto admits it's tempting but hesitates to invest heavily early on. To Chen's surprise, Leto agrees to give him a chance, advising him to cherish the opportunity. Leto mentions that if it weren't for the fact that Chen was gifted and didn't have the aura of other gods, he wouldn't have agreed. Chen inquires about receiving the precious investment immediately, but Leto declines, explaining that talent alone doesn't guarantee future success. He stresses the importance of proving worth through personal strength and growth. Suddenly, Chen receives a notice. The god of goblins and trading, Leto, has issued him an SS-ranked mission, the ultimate investment. Leto offers Chen a coin, which he can use to summon his shadow upon completing the task. Leto expresses his hope that Chen won't delay too long. Chen then requests Leto to show him the treasure that all the gods covet. Leto agrees and reveals the treasure, the dual profession scroll. This scroll allows the user to have two professions simultaneously, enabling dual attribute growth, attribute bonuses, and concurrent skills. Chen is stunned by this revelation, pondering if it's truly a dual profession. Leto confirms the transaction's conclusion and prepares to depart. Before leaving, he remarks that his day's harvest has been pleasant and expresses hope for Chen's task completion. After Leto's departure, Chen checks his mission panel to review the task details. The description states that to secure the most valuable investment from the god of trade, he must prove his worth by locating a special copy of the secret realm in Jiang University, defeating the creature inside, and obtaining a part of its body to present to Leto. Chen notices in the reward area that the reward will be decided by Leto. Impressed, Chen thinks that Leto truly embodies the essence of a god of trade. He reflects on Leto's good reputation from his previous life, surmising that he wouldn't suffer any loss if he didn't perform well. Chen then wonders about Jiang University, contemplating whether it had a secret realm in its early days. If true, it must have been well hidden as he had never heard of it before. He begins contemplating where to start looking first. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium of Jiang University, a young man is bullying students. Tom the bully demands that students plead to be his servants in a manner that pleases him, threatening harm if they refuse. The students defiantly reject his demands, calling him names. Tom becomes agitated and threatens to harm them, reassuring them that he won't let them die easily. Lin Qi, one of Tom's comrades, tries to intervene, but Tom hits her too, telling her to stay out of it. Suddenly, an explosion erupts in the wall, causing everyone to tense up. Emerging from the opening, Chen confronts Tom, asking if he had beaten those students. Tom proudly admits to it, asking if Chen didn't like it. When Tom looks up, he's stunned to see Chen coming towards him furiously. The Jiga punches Tom with a hammer hand, telling him to go to hell. Seeing Tom in trouble, his friend tries to help by fighting Chen, but the Jiga swiftly defeats him as well. While overpowering them, Chen asks if anyone among them is from the medical faculty, as he's looking for something and needs assistance from someone familiar with it. The students replied with a no, mentioning that one was a civil engineer and the others were foreign students. However, a girl named Jia points towards Lin Qi and recalls that Lin Kai is a medical student. Seeing this, Lin Qi gets tense and pleads with Chen not to harm her, insisting that she hasn't hurt anyone. Then Lin Qi starts saying strange things like how she likes the Dragon Nation and describes herself as having a passionate heart, which makes the other students laugh. Embarrassed, Lin Qi asks Chen to spare her, promising to do anything in return. Jia reiterates that Lin Qi hasn't done anything wrong and has even tried to stop the two guys. The Jiga responds that he understands. Outside, Chen instructs everyone, except for Lin Qi, to leave. He tells them to follow the trail of zombie corpses to the Jiangxing City East Mountain Villa area and report his name as Chen Bai. The people there will take care of them. Hearing this, they all become tense, expressing concern about the city being full of zombies and the distance to East Mountain Villa from the university. They fear they could die on the way there. Chen reassures them that he has cleared almost all the zombies along the way, so they don't have to worry much as they won't be in danger. He also mentions that since they are all survivors, they will be gifted evolvers too. Chen points out that if they are too scared to face the zombies now, what will they do when the zombies and monsters start growing in numbers? They will be as good as dead. Hearing this, they all are stunned for a moment. Jia thanks Chen as she understands what he is trying to say. Then, everyone leaves from there. Lin Qi asks Chen why she can't leave with the others and why he's keeping her there, but Chen doesn't respond. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Qi wonders if Chen is keeping her there for romantic reasons, assuming students in the Dragon Kingdom love foreign girls like her. She concludes that Chen must be the same. Lin Kai then asks Chen not to use violence against her, saying she'll be his wildest horse. Chen smiles and clarifies that he isn't interested in a horse with 1,000,000 riders. He reminds Lin Kai that he needs someone to help him find something in the medical department. Lin Qi feels embarrassed and apologizes, admitting she was so scared before that she didn't hear anything. Then she furiously shouts at Chen, saying he can't insult her like that, claiming she hasn't been ridden by thousands of people. She quickly adds that she hasn't been ridden by anyone until now, and she can prove it. The Jikyong responds with an okay, understanding her frustration. Later, they arrive at the Jiangxing University Stadium, where Lin Kai tells Chen she's tired from walking so much and asks if they can take a break. The Jikyong responds with a no and surprises her by holding her waist, explaining they need to go fast, and they start running. Lin Qi's shirt falls to the ground and she shouts about it, but Chen doesn't hear her. After a few minutes, they reach the medical department research building. Lin Kai, frustrated, accuses Chen of being too pushy, explaining that if she hadn't caught her foot in her shirt, it would have been embarrassing for her to be left in her underwear. Chen asks if it's the research building and Lin Qi confirms, mentioning a research room on the 3rd floor only accessible to professors. She adds that it's said to contain many samples and information about bacteria and viruses. She also points out the building's side, mentioning it's not a garage but Mr. Oshi's house and incinerator. Speculating about hidden secrets in the medical department, she suggests this might be the only place to look. Chen stands and asks her to follow him. Later, Chen is impressed by the numerous types of viruses stored in the virus research laboratory. He didn't expect the university to have such a valuable collection. He begins absorbing all the viruses, noting that most of them are the flu virus, but he doesn't mind given it's a university. His screen shows he has enough influenza virus points to upgrade it to a skill, so he decides to give it a try. After the upgrade, he successfully gains the influenza skill, which releases a flu virus that infects a target within its range, reducing all attributes and adding a negative condition. It also interrupts all chance accumulation and aiming when triggered. Reading about the influenza virus, Chen is pleased with its strength, interrupt capabilities, and powerful control, especially with the sneeze effect. Chen realizes that he hadn't paid enough attention to the reality of the viruses while going through the virus tree and acknowledges the need to focus more on this aspect in the future. The SSS level proves to be indeed terrifying, noting that he still has some virus points left and considering the complexity of the Goblin God's trial. Chen decides to use the remaining points to further increase his strength. Chen orders the Blacklight virus skill tree to open. He unlocks 2 skills, flying and concentration. The flying skill lets him cling to any surface, enhancing his balance and sense of direction. The concentration skill improves his dynamic vision and reflexes, doubling his muscle control. Chen ponders the phrase all muscles and touches a wall, damaging it with just 1 touch. Lin Qi is shocked and thinks it's fortunate Chen didn't use this skill on her earlier. Chen is pleased, realizing he can deliver a powerful blow regardless of the size of the target. Noticing Lin Qi blushing, Chen asks her about it. Lin Qi responds that it's nothing. Ken shares that there's nothing more for him in the laboratory and suggests they go to Mr. Oshi's repository. They reach the repository. Lin Qi is scared because there's no electricity. Chen asks her to be quiet and stay still, sensing a strange vibe from the incineration room. He opens the room and tells Lin Qi to stay outside. Lin Qi admits she's scared. Ken receives a notification on his screen asking if he wants to enter the dungeon named Cold Incinerator. He responds with an absolute yes. The screen indicates that a successful clearance could make the dungeon permanent, but if not cleared within 2 days, it would disappear forever. Chen realizes why he hadn't heard of it before. As he gets ready, activating his evolver form in passive mode, all the monsters begin attacking him furiously. The first mutant monster attacks Chen, but he easily defeats it with a claw slash, meaning 400 experience points. Surprisingly, second mutant waits for the first to fall, then begins to consume it to power up its attack. Suddenly, it unleashes a thunderstorm-like attack on Chen. He dodges it and realizes that each mutant has different attack skills, and the second's attack could harm the first. Despite the situation, Chen remains unfazed as the attack poses little threat. He retaliates with a powerful hammer hand punch, defeating the mutant. His screen displays that he has vanquished a level 7 spiced infant spider, earning 1,000 points. Chen feels delighted, realizing the dungeon offers plenty of experience points. He shouts at the mutants to come as fast as they can and proceeds to defeat them one by one, earning 400 to 1,000 experience points each time. Gradually, he dispatches dozens of mutants until finally receiving a notification that he has leveled up to level 4, gaining 2 attribute points as a reward. Ken addresses the main monster, mocking it for not coming out despite defeating all its minions. He even offers assistance, extending a hand. Suddenly, a wall of the machine breaks, revealing a massive meat-like monster emerging from it. Startled, Chen feels tense, wondering how it could evoke such a strong sense of danger. He quickly formulates a plan to eliminate it before it evolves further. Without hesitation, Chen launches an attack, but the monster swiftly defends itself. Undeterred, Chen attempts to infect it with his evolved flu virus, only to find it ineffective. As the meat monster fully emerges, it transforms into a giant form and retaliates with a powerful punch, sending Chen flying backward, crashing into the wall. Ken's screen displays the monster's name as Biomaniac. Undeterred by Biomaniac's fury, Chen defends himself and counterattacks with all his power. However, Biomaniac swiftly regenerates, recovering from the onslaught. Despite the intense battle, Chen seems oddly happy. He explains that since his rebirth, he hadn't been able to fight with all his might, but now he's thrilled to unleash his full power against Biomaniac. Chen also mentions that in a few more days, his hands and feet will become rusted, revealing his plan to use Biomaniac to restore some of his strength. The fight continues relentlessly, with Chen launching attack after attack while Biomaniac continuously heals himself. After an hour of non-stop combat, they are still locked in battle. Chen is amazed by Biomaniac's seemingly infinite regeneration, wondering if there's any limit to it. He activates his Hourglass status read ability. Chen declares his determination to test whether Biomaniac is truly immortal or not. Another hour passes, and this time Chen calmly observes that Biomaniac is taking longer to heal. He begins to wonder if there's a limit to Biomaniac's regeneration, questioning whether the monster will eventually stop healing altogether. Another hour elapses, and this time Biomaniac's size has significantly diminished, leaving the monster lying on the ground. Chen, feeling a twinge of sadness, urges Biomaniac that he isn't done playing with him yet. The fight continues at a slower pace, and after yet another hour, Biomaniac lies motionless on the ground, no longer glowing and reduced to the size of a small piece of meat. Chen observes this and realizes that Biomaniac isn't going to recover anymore. With determination, Chen decides it's time to end the chapter of Biomaniac. He stomps on Biomaniac, crushing it into pieces. As the dust settles, the screen reveals that Biomaniac was a level 8 boss, and Chen has gained a hopping 10,000 points from defeating it. Furthermore, Chen levels up, reaching level 5. He receives a notification that the dungeon has been successfully cleared, and he now has the option to exit any time. His screen presents him with an intriguing question, whether he wants to upload the clearance video as a paid guide. Chen agrees to the terms, requesting to hide his appearance, name, and ID. Meanwhile, at the villa, Zikyong is getting a healing massage from Suik-sin. Suddenly, she gets shocked to see an announcement in the chat group. A person named White has uploaded the clearance video of the nightmare-level mystery dungeon called Incinerator, with a viewing price set at 1 copper coin. Both Zikyong and Suik-sin are filled with curiosity and decide to watch the video together. Meanwhile, other pioneers also tune in from wherever they are. One girl is stunned by the speed at which Chen fights the monster. She has to slow down the video to observe carefully. Some viewers are impressed by Chen's skills, while others grow tense witnessing the monster's rapid recovery speed, questioning whether it's wise for Chen to engage in such a battle. However, a child pioneer girl feels joy seeing that Chen has fully recovered after defeating the monster. Simultaneously, inside the cooled incinerator dungeon, Chen absorbs the remains of the monster, and a notification shows him gaining 300 blacklight virus evolution points. Reflecting, Chen notes that the blacklight virus has its own evolution points, which he can only use to update its skills and abilities. Another notification appears, indicating that the blacklight virus has evolved, increasing the speed of recovery by 300%. He has also acquired the biomaniac skill, Cell Regeneration, Grade A. This skill allows him to regenerate a severed limb using stamina or energy as quickly as possible. Delighted to obtain this passive skill, Chen acknowledges the low probability of acquiring such skills. Excitedly, he then decides to inspect the items dropped by this nightmare-level boss. In front of Chen, 3 golden items hover in the air, gleaming with an otherworldly allure. As curiosity gets the better of him, he grabs the first item, a golden scroll. The description reveals its dark nature. The Biodemon Professional Scroll, A-level and unique. It's an ominous profession feeding off other living beings to enhance itself, with the unsettling ability to stimulate its own cells, boosting strength and recovery. Of course, there's a catch. A little too much absorption might lead to disintegration or some uncharted genetic mutation. The scroll casually mentions that the consequences are unknown, which is probably code for you might want to think twice. To wield this power, one needs to be at evolved level 10 and physical level 15, a requirement that suggests this isn't for the faint of heart. Chen examines the item in his hand, weighing its potential. He recognizes it as a unique A-class profession with both risks and rewards, but he already possesses the Blacklight virus, a formidable power on its own. Deciding to move on, he picks up the next item, a golden test tube. The description reads Genetic Essence, Grade C, a perfect genetic enhancement that promises to significantly boost a person's physical condition, though it's a one-time deal for each evolved individual. With a casual flick of his finger, he pops the cap off the tube, noting that this one might actually be worth his time. Without hesitation, he pours the contents into his mouth. Instantly, his strength, physique, and agility receive a permanent upgrade. The next item catches Chen's attention with its air of mystery. With a delicate touch, he lifts it, trying to decipher its purpose. It appears strange, almost otherworldly. He wonders if this is a special item or a piece of equipment. Chen opens what looks like a long, jumpsuit-sized skin and reads its description. Faceless skin, Grade D special defense. This peculiar item boasts a mix of multiple genes, offering excellent defense while also addressing the ever-so-common problem of skin flexidity. It comes with a boost of plus 10 to agility, physique, and defense. As if that weren't enough, it promises body modeling, with prolonged use potentially improving one's shape and has better effects on women, or so the description suggests. What really seals the deal is its dynamic nature. After using it, the wearer can change the color and shape of any part of their body to match their whims. It's like having a built-in makeover machine, except it's a skin suit. Chen observes the item attentively, contemplating its potential. After a moment of silence, he muses that the description of this dynamic skin seems a bit ambiguous. He ponders its true nature, wondering if it's meant for body modification or simply serves as equipment. Holding the skin aloft with his purple aura, Chen examines it closely, trying to unravel its secrets. Then Chen accesses his inventory, recalling that he also picked up some items from fallen monsters earlier. These turn out to be common equipment pieces suitable for use as internal armor. Not bad at all. Among them, he finds a skill book, and with a hint of excitement, he selects it. Reading its description, he learns that the skill book offers a power called Activate Cells. This ability boosts cellular activity for a short period, significantly enhancing recovery capabilities, but comes with a cooldown of 10 hours. There's a caveat, though. If one already possesses the advanced version of this skill, Cellular Regeneration, this skill book becomes redundant. After carefully reading the description, Chen concludes that the skill book is invalid for him. No matter, he thinks, these life-saving skill books can still be traded for something else in the chat room. Glancing at the time, he realizes it's almost time to leave. He just needs to hand over this part of the boss's body to the god of trading, Leto, and the mission will be complete. Surely Leto never expected him to finish the task so quickly. After a few moments of silence, Chen remains still, deep in thought. Something doesn't sit right with him. Leto isn't just some wandering merchant in the game, drifting without direction. He must have come here with a purpose. Chen recalls the god's words, mentioning that he was an unexpected bonus, and how the unexpected harvest of the day was quite satisfactory. The more Chen thinks about it, the clearer it becomes Leto's original purpose likely involved this special dungeon. But something doesn't add up. The amount of experience Chen is gaining here doesn't seem significant enough to warrant the presence of a divine avatar. He wonders, could it be that Leto's true purpose has nothing to do with this dungeon at all, or is he overlooking something crucial? Assuming an investigative posture, he begins to piece together the puzzle. Chen closes the dungeon exit window and decides to head toward the incinerator, the same one where the biodemon made its grand entrance. If there's anything left unexplored in this dungeon, it's the interior of that ominous incinerator. Without a second thought, he crouches down and squeezes into the small compartment, navigating through iron plates dotted with tiny holes, clearly meant for some not-so-pleasant fire exits. The walls, coated in oil and grease, make the place feel like the world's worst slip and slide. At first, it seems like nothing more than a grimy, claustrophobic tunnel, and Chen can't help but wonder if he's just wasting time in a glorified chimney. But as he reaches the end, he spots a round opening above him. He wonders if there is something hidden up in that pipe. He figures that a little climb might reveal what's been lurking just out of sight. Besides, missing out on hidden secrets isn't exactly his style. Chen leaps toward the pipe, using his hands and feet to climb upward. The pipe seems much longer than expected, far exceeding the height of the room below. As he ascends, his expression shifts. Something surprises him. He realizes there's nowhere else to go. It's a dead end. He wonders, is that it, a dead end? It doesn't add up. There's nothing here, he thinks, as he continues squeezing through the narrow pipe, elbowing the final wall in frustration. Just as he's about to give up, something catches him off guard again. A face with a yellow glow suddenly emerges from the wall, a mask with open eyes and mouth, frozen in an expression of dismay. Startled, Chen retreats instinctively, caught off guard by the mask's sudden appearance. Almost without thinking, he reacts, delivering a punch to the mask. The mask shatters in a burst of bright yellow light. A few seconds pass, and Chen remains frozen in an expression of dismay, but then the item finally reveals itself, along with its description. The incinerator phenomenon is caused by an unknown force, and the mask, with its eerie glow, seems to possess miraculous functions and effects. The mask glistens brightly as Chen examines it, its features twisted into a face full of panic and terror. Chen stretches out his hand and picks it up, noting the unsettling way it's labeled. Unnamed with a question mark. It seems more likely to be a fragment of an SS-class item or even a god-tier relic. Incredible, he thinks. This must have been what Ligo was after all along. He reflects that now he has to find out a safe way to keep it hidden. He gazes at the mysterious mask in his hands, and a mischievous smile spreads across his face. Some time passes, and night has already fallen outside the medical university building. Chen returns, emerging from the incinerator, where Lin Qi, the girl he had rescued, is waiting for him. Seeing him leap out of the incinerator, Lin Qi couldn't contain her excitement. She mentions having watched his video, her enthusiasm bubbling over as she declares she loves him. Meanwhile, Chen, ever the pragmatist, is more interested in something else entirely. He asks her if she has any copper coins. Lin Qi, still grinning from ear to ear, explains that while others were busy battling zombies, she managed to sneak in a last-minute attack herself. She mentions that the price to view the video was just 1 copper coin, so there must have been quite a few spectators. Chen, curious, opens his interface window to check his balance. To his surprise, he finds he's accumulated a total of 869 gold coins, 93 silver coins, and 15 copper coins. Chen realizes it's not enough. He needs 1,000 coins to unlock the storage, which is protected by the will of the universe, making it the ultimate safe place to store items without detection. It's a bit like having a cosmic safe deposit box, but he'll have to wait before completing his mission. Closing the interface with a sigh, he starts walking, the girl following closely behind. She asks if they're heading to the Dongshan Villa area he mentioned earlier. Keeping his pace steady, Chen shakes his head, explaining that the night holds too many unknown dangers. Instead, he suggests they find a place to stay for the night first. With a flirtatious air and a friendly smile, the girl suggests that they head to some high-class hotels not far from the university. She notes that since it's not a holiday, the places should be quiet and the high-rise buildings would offer better safety. Chen, catching the playful tone in her voice, turns around with a mischievous smile of his own and agrees, telling her to lead the way. After a brief walk, they find themselves standing in front of the couple's motel, Motel Casa L'Amour, the building bathed in neon pink lights. A bold "Do Not Disturb" sign hangs on the door, adding an extra layer of suggestiveness to the scene. Chen might be wondering if he just walked into a rom-com, but the mission, and whatever else the night might bring, will have to wait until morning. Chen observes the girl, who is dressed in a nurse's costume, and with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, he declares that he's not impressed. The girl, looking shy and a bit confused, apologizes, thinking he had chosen this hotel for this very reason. Chen, with a smug smile, claps his hands and admits that while he wouldn't mind seeing a little show, he's not fond of what she's currently wearing. The girl, trying to salvage the situation, covers herself with her hands and decides to change. After a quick search around the pink room, she returns dressed as a police officer, spinning handcuffs in her hand, clearly trying to strike a balance between playful and commanding. But Chen, ever the critic, shakes his head, insisting she still doesn't have the right spirit. She returns next in a teacher's costume, but that doesn't meet his standards either. He finds it not well behaved enough. Determined to find something that pleases him, she changes into a schoolgirl outfit, but this only earns a dismissive comment from Chen, who finds it boring noting that she's already a student. He wonders if there's anything more interesting in this costume parade. Just when it seems like nothing will satisfy him, she appears in a captural costume, complete with a tail and cat ears. With a flushed face, she tries to seduce him, asking if this will do. After a moment of silence, Chen approaches her as she lies on the bed. He finally approves, saying it's not bad, and playfully declares that she'll be his little pet for the night. Later that night, Chen quietly gets up from the bed, leaving Lin Qi sound asleep. He mutters to himself about activating the storage function. The system responds with a notification, describing the feature. The storage space is now open, costing 1,000 gold coins. It allows Chen to choose a successor and cannot be detected by any skill or ability, ensuring absolute privacy and secrecy, all protected by the will of the universe. The system urges careful use. Without hesitation, Chen stores the mysterious mask in the secure space. After getting dressed, Chen leaves the motel, determined to continue with the next part of his mission. Finding an appropriate location, he pulls out a coin and tosses it into the air. The coin spins, creating a bright yellow star-shaped portal. As it forms, the system notifies him that he's invoking the god of goblins and commerce. The portal glows before Chen, who remains standing, lost in thought. A saying from his past life crosses his mind. Emotions are part of the currency when dealing with Lido. It means that Lido, the god of goblins and commerce, takes emotions into account when adjusting rewards, balancing the transaction or task. But of course, this only applies if you hold enough value in Lido's eyes. With a focused expression, Chen waits patiently until the god finally appears. Lido, accompanied by small sparks flickering around him, materializes with his usual confident stride. He produces a small lump from his pocket, remarking that he didn't expect Chen to summon him so soon. His tone carries a hint of surprise as he asks if Chen has completed the task to prove his abilities. Chen, ever prepared, confirms this and tosses a lump of meat toward Lido, the very part of the creature's body from the dungeon that was needed for the task. The biodemons remains land before the god, serving as undeniable proof of Chen's accomplishment. Lido remains silent for a few moments, observing the lump of meat on the ground, which still seems to writhe as if some remnant of life clings to it. After a pause, Lido remarks that it seems the creature has been dead for some time, guessing that Chen must have completed the task the night before. Curiously, Lido asks why Chen didn't summon him immediately, summoning a cane and placing a hand on his waist, clearly intrigued by the delay. Chen stays silent, prompting Lido to scrutinize him more sharply. The god senses there's more to this than meets the eye, suggesting that perhaps Chen didn't want the reward all that badly. Seizing the opportunity, Chen puts his plan into action. He responds with calculated humility, explaining that the delay was because he couldn't quite understand someone he admires and respects so much. Why did Lido hide the true difficulty of that dungeon from him? Chen gestures dramatically, surprising Lido with his argument. He reveals that it was only upon entering the dungeon that he realized it was nightmare level. If not for a few tricks up his sleeve, Chen admits he might not have made it out alive. Lido takes a few steps, then responds with a knowing tone. He acknowledges Chen's frustration but offers an explanation. This challenge, he reveals, was also part of the test. He explains that he couldn't hand over such a valuable treasure to someone who can't handle the unexpected. Lido's mischievous smile suggests he takes a certain pleasure in the unpredictability of the game. Chen replies, conceding that he understands the reasoning. He then shifts the conversation, asking about the reward and the next task. Lido, clearly pleased with the turn of events, claps his hands and turns to Chen. He admits it was wrong to hide the information, but since Chen proved himself, the reward for this mission is his to choose. The next task, Lido adds, will be the final round. With a snap of his fingers, Lido offers Chen a choice of one of the highest quality B-rank items as the upper limit. Chen examines the item options, each one displayed on shimmering light blue cards surrounding him. Lido stands nearby, smiling proudly at his vast collection of treasures. After carefully considering his options, Chen selects an item called the Scroll of Recovery. As soon as he takes it in his hands, Lido closes the shop with a satisfied nod, stepping closer. Lido, clearly impressed, comments on Chen's choice. The Scroll of Recovery is a production plan, and Lido acknowledges that Chen is experienced and has clear objectives in mind. Then, with a wide smile, Lido presents the final task. Chen's eyes widen in surprise as he reads the mission details. The task before him is no ordinary challenge. It's an SSS-level task titled Final Investment, Final Round. The objective is to obtain 2 SSS-level profession scrolls. The question looms before him, will you accept it? The crescent moon shines in the sky as Chen gazes at the mission panel open before him. The task is daunting, 2 SSS-level scrolls. The difficulty of it hits him hard, and he can't help but express his shock to Lord Leto. He gives a half-hearted smile, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, and points out that even the gods weren't born with SSS-level professions. But Leto, with his ever-present mischievous smile, is not in the mood for negotiation. He acknowledges that he's well aware of the challenge. After all, his own first profession was only A-level. However, this task involves his greatest treasure, and it must go to the best place. Otherwise, Leto admits he'd have a hard time parting with it. Chen remains silent for a few moments, weighing his options. Finally, he realizes there's no way around it. With a resigned sigh, he agrees, knowing full well that accepting this challenge is the only path forward. Back at the Dongshan Villa area, the sound of loud booms echoes through the night. In the midst of the chaos, a massive rat, grotesquely oversized, carries a corpse in its mouth. This level 5 mutant rat, towering and ferocious, is wreaking havoc, roaring amidst the rubble. Some evolved individuals in the area manage to glimpse a few of its stats, but for most, the system simply states that the level difference is too great to reveal the rest of its abilities. Luli, crouching behind one of the ruined structures, is visibly shaken. She deduces this rat is far larger than anything they've encountered before, and the 2 teams that faced it were completely obliterated. Song Zikyong is hiding beside Luli, fear evident on both their faces. Luli, sweating and tense, points out that the mutants' attributes are 3 to 4 times greater than their own. It's clear that their people are no match for this beast. Song, with a mixture of frustration and resignation, suggests they stay away from the creature for now, admitting they can't handle it in its current state. However, she stresses the importance of keeping it under constant observation. She then orders her 2 subordinates into action, one of whom is sporting a head bandage that suggests they had a rough day. Suddenly, Luli's sharp perception kicks in, sensing an imminent attack like a sixth sense. Honed for survival, and she tells everyone to get away. The mutant rat, not one to waste time, charges forward, smashing through what's left of the structures with the enthusiasm of a bulldozer on a rampage. Luli throws herself over Song in a desperate bid to shield her. Song lets out a scream as she slams into the ground, while the rat, in its wild momentum, stumbles and crashes down, sending bodies flying like ragdolls in a windstorm. Luli, ever the loyal protector, urgently tries to help Song to her feet, insisting she must escape immediately. But Song, crawling and all too aware of the rat's terrifying speed, knows they're out of time. The rat's crimson eyes blaze with murderous intent, making it clear it's not here for negotiations. With a deafening roar, the rat leaps toward them, its massive form blocking out any hope of escape. Frozen in place, Song and Luli can do nothing but brace themselves. But just like in a classic superhero moment, someone descends from the sky, wrapped in a cloud of crackling purple lightning. Falling right above the mutant rat, Chen arrives with impeccable timing, delivering a powerful kick that sends the creature crashing into the ground, the impact so forceful it fractures the earth beneath. Song, eyes wide with a mix of relief and joy, can hardly believe it. Her savior has arrived. Chen, standing triumphantly above the downed mutant, casually remarks that it looks like he made it just in time. Without missing a beat, Chen starts giving orders. He instructs Xuan to gather the men, clean up the battlefield, and make sure to compensate and reward the families of those who fell in battle. He then turns to Song Zikyong, telling her to come back with him and explain the situation. Later, back at the Song mansion, Chen sits on the sofa, listening to reports while Song perches on the arm of the sofa beside him, and their companions gather around, attentively absorbing every detail. Chen reviews the situation. The zombies were eliminated, but just as the area was being secured, a swarm of mutant rats appeared out of nowhere. The origin seems to be to the east of the villages. One of the subordinates, looking weary, hands Chen another report, apologizing as she explains how these beasts suddenly appeared, destroying 6 warehouses and resulting in over 100 casualties. The detailed list of victims is included in the report now in Chen's hands. Chen, maintaining his composure, acknowledges the efforts made so far. He reassures them that what they've accomplished wasn't bad, especially given the circumstances. Recognizing their exhaustion, he instructs them to rest while he takes on the task of dealing with the remaining mutant rats in the village area and finding the source of the problem. Song leans toward Chen, her voice sweet as honey, thanking him for his concern but suggesting it wouldn't be wise if everyone went to rest, leaving no one to look after him. She then mentions she has someone in mind to recommend. Chen, ever the mischievous one, smiles and agrees. Song turns to the door and calls for someone to enter. Slowly, the door opens, revealing a girl with long blonde hair, dressed only in a top and panties, her hands behind her head as she holds up her hair. This is Ling Yu, someone Song has known for a long time. Ling Yu was rescued while cleaning the village area, and as Song explains, she studied law and works as a lawyer, which means she can help with the rules. Plus, she's willing to be one of Chen's trusted allies. Chen, with a look of playful intrigue, declares that Ling Yu can stay while instructing everyone else to go and rest. Once the room clears, Ling Yu approaches Chen, her face flushed with nervous excitement. She offers her help, saying that if he needs her to do anything, she's ready. Chen, ever the charmer, steps closer, placing a hand gently under her chin. With a teasing tone, he mentions he's heard that in her profession, she has quite a sharp tongue. He suggests they put that to the test, asking how she feels about it. Ling Yu blushes but quickly recovers, smiling with an innocent and graceful air, agreeing to his playful challenge. Sometime later, Ling Yu, kneeling before Chen, blushes and thanks Chen for the reward, wiping her mouth. Chen sits on the sofa, legs apart, casually reclined with his head thrown back, clearly satisfied with the outcome. With a smile and closed eyes, he compliments her technique, expressing his satisfaction. Chen then stands up and moves to the window, telling Ling Yu to join him. She obediently replies and walks over, while Chen, with hands on his hips, gazes out at the city. He begins to speak about the requirements for their rulemakers, but before he can get far, Ling Yu interrupts, bending over before him with a look of eagerness. Chen, caught off guard, asks her what she's doing and why she isn't paying attention to what he just said. Ling Yu, blushing even deeper, apologizes and explains that she didn't hear him because of her B-level ability Focus. This ability allows her to increase the speed of her thinking and the sensitivity of her senses when she's deeply focused on something, whether it's thinking, feeling, or doing. However, the downside is that it blocks out all other external information. Chen takes a few steps, clarifying his earlier request. He explains that he called her over because from this vantage point, she can see all three areas of Dongshan, the upscale residential zones on the slopes, and the neighborhoods in the lower part of the mountain. He needs her to draft different rules tailored to these distinct areas. The girl turns around and confidently replies that she can handle it, asking if there are any other requests. Chen, with a mischievous smile, tilts his head and touches his chin, then mentions a simple request. He's curious about her abilities and wants to see just how far her senses can be stimulated when she focuses on her feelings. Blushing once more, the girl leans against the window, saying she's ready. She activates her ability, Focus, preparing herself for whatever Chen has in mind. It seems like this is turning into a very hands-on demonstration of her capabilities, with Chen eager to see just how far her talents extend, both in rulemaking and beyond. The next morning, in the sewer exit of Dongshan near the river, Chen stands before a group of his subordinates, gesturing as he speaks. He explains that he discovered this location the previous day through architectural plans and traces of mutant rats. This sewer entrance is the den of those very mutants. With a decisive move, Chen places his foot on the sewer entrance, emphasizing the importance of what lies ahead. Song, his assistant, and several other disciples stand by, listening intently. Chen continues, acknowledging that while he could clear out the den on his own, his goal is to cultivate strong, reliable, and secure individuals who can protect everyone in his absence. He wants them to grow quickly, to be capable of handling such threats without him. That's why he selected this group and brought them here, to give them the opportunity to improve and prove themselves. Chen turns to face the group, his expression serious as he addresses them. He tells them to become the backbone of the village area and asks if they're ready. In response, everyone kneels, shouting in unison that they are. Chen laughs, scratching his head, and finds it amusing that some of the men call him Master. He tells them to stand up and suggests they call him Brother Bai from now on instead. The group stands, and the men respond enthusiastically, agreeing to the new title. Still chuckling, Chen shakes his head and steps into the sewer water, making his way toward the entrance grates. With a firm grip, he breaks the iron grates with his hands, opening the way forward. He declares that it's time to begin, and as he does, the system chimes in, announcing the activation of a special task, the sewer dweller. Chen looks around and asks if the others received the task as well. Song, standing beside him, confirms that she did, and her bodyguard chimes in, explaining that the task involves killing all the mutant rats and the Rat King, as well as investigating the source of the mutant rat swarm. The reward will be determined based on how well they complete the objectives. One of the subordinates also speaks up, confirming that they too received the same task. Chen leads the way through the dark sewer, with the group following close behind. Some of them carry torches, casting flickering light along the damp path. Song, glancing around, comments on the darkness, expressing relief as she had the foresight to have torches made. Chen, always one to find the silver lining, notes that the sewer is actually cleaner than he expected. The water runs blue, and the walls are surprisingly not as filthy as one might think. Just as they start to relax, a growling sound echoes from the end of the corridor. Chen quickly raises his hand, signaling the group to be cautious. Moments later, a horde of enraged rats appears, rushing towards them, leaping over the water with unsettling speed. With a grin of excitement, Chen activates his claw and hammer fist ready for the fight. He remarks on the sheer number of them, clearly energized by the upcoming battle. Song, never one to shy away from action, moves ahead to join the fray. Chen advances, tearing through the rodents with fierce efficiency, his companions following closely, cutting down the creatures. As they continue the onslaught, Chen reminds them to stay focused, urging them to follow his lead and ensure none of the rats are left behind. After the battle ends, a water fills with the bodies of the slain rats, piling up in the murky depths. The bodyguard, ever cautious, pokes a pipe to ensure the creatures are truly dead. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates approaches, announcing the discovery of a piece of ratkin equipment. Chen, sitting at the edge of the walkway, listens as Song, seated beside him, reports the situation. She mentions that this section of the pipe will soon be cleared and that they've already managed to clear 16 long and short pipes. They must be nearing the end of their task. Just as they start to relax, another subordinate runs over urgently, warning that more are coming. However, this time it seems there's only one. Smiling, Song volunteers to handle it, remarking that it's just a single opponent. Chen, still seated, calmly instructs her not to forget to use her abilities to investigate first. Song stands in the center of the tunnel, confidently activating her water volume perception vision. But as the figure comes into view, her expression quickly changes from confidence to alarm. She takes a few steps back, realizing the danger in front of her. It's not just any rat, but a boss-level creature, a level 7 boss. She reports in a startled tone that she can't see the specific attributes, but she estimates its strength is close to 30, with agility above 40, and its physique is formidable. Sensing the imminent danger, Chen swiftly activates his purple claw and leaps toward the creature, passing by Song, who shouts a warning, urging him to be careful. But her concern is quickly proven unnecessary. In front of her eyes, Chen's claw slices through the creature in a single devastating blow, tearing it in half with ease. The once formidable foe collapses, defeated, revealing a card labeled Plague Boots Quality E, part of the set armor. The description notes that these boots offer poison protection, reducing the effects of poison-type negative effects. Standing atop the fallen giant rat's body, Chen watches as his arm returns to its human form. With a mix of surprise and amusement, he comments on the unexpected drop, a set item from the Rat King. He quickly equips the boots, and as he admires them on his feet, he notes that although the quality is relatively low, collecting the full set would make it several times stronger than ordinary equipment of the same level. With the Plague Rat King now defeated, Chen turns his attention to the remaining task, investigating the cause of the mutation. The battle may be over, but the mystery behind these mutant rats still needs to be unraveled. Chen stands up and descends to join the group. As they move through the pipes, Song beside him voices her confusion about why they haven't encountered more rats after passing through 5 pipes. Chen, ever the cautious strategist, raises his arm, signaling everyone to hold off for a moment. He follows a trail of green mist, and as he advances, his system kicks into high gear, absorbing an unsettling variety of viruses, spores, bone spines, decomposition, mutated green spores, and black plague. With each step, the virus points in his system climb higher, like a twisted video game where the prize is more germs. Normally, a few viruses in a sewer are par for the course, but these strains are far from ordinary. Their sheer variety and intensity hint at something far more sinister, capable of endangering even an evolved being like Chen. He realizes that the source of the mutation must be close, probably lurking just around the next ominous corner. After assessing the environment, Chen turns to Song Zikyong, deciding it's too risky for her to proceed any further. He instructs her to lead the group back to safety, leaving him to tackle the mystery alone. With a mix of reluctance and understanding, Song agrees and withdraws with the others, leaving Chen to walk the path where the virus points are spiking like an out-of-control stock market. As he continues deeper, Chen's curiosity grows alongside the virus points. The rapid increase fascinates him, making him wonder what lies ahead and how it might impact him. Turning a corner, he finally arrives at the heart of the disturbance. What greets him is a macabre yet oddly mesmerizing sight. A massive corpse floating midair, shrouded in a thick green cloud, clutching a scroll like it's holding onto its last will and testament. Chen can't help but think that this place is like paradise for him. The scene is both eerie and captivating, as if Halloween decided to show up early and bring a fog machine. The ghostly figure, draped in a tattered gown with long black hair cascading down, is surrounded by a soft, eerie green glow. Chen approaches the floating corpse, muttering to himself as he realizes that this must be the source of the plague virus. His eyes narrow as he examines the large, decaying figure, noting that the concentration of the virus seems to be emanating from a glowing scroll clutched in the corpse's hand. The scroll pulses with a bright neon green light, almost daring him to take it. Without hesitation, Chen reaches out, carefully removing the scroll from the corpse's grasp. As he unrolls it, he expects some sort of item description, but instead, he's met with a cryptic message. The priesthood of the plague made a sacred vow to consume the power of the spirits. Our cult locates the source of the plague. This plague is capable of creating eternal life. We sacrifice the most faithful to acquire the power of this scroll. This power grants us eternity. Our lives will be given to the heirs of the Supreme Master, and our spirits will always be by their side. Our names will be eternally remembered. Cult of the Plague. All things are corrupt, but life is not. Chen reads the ominous words aloud, the name Cult of the Plague striking a chord in him. He muses that he's never heard of this cult in his previous life, a rare occurrence for someone as well-versed in the arcane as he is. The cult's history is less of a concern to him now. What truly matters is the potential power contained within this scroll. No matter what mysteries this cult held, Chen knows that by absorbing all the viruses from this scroll, his strength is poised to make another qualitative leap. Holding the scroll, you can already feel the surge of potential within him. As Chen absorbs the virus, his hand becomes enveloped in a swirling green smoke, with lines of energy tracing across his skin. But suddenly, something goes awry. His arm reacts violently, transforming into a mass of purple tentacles that stretch and wriggle uncontrollably. Confusion and pain wash over him as he grits his teeth, trying to make sense of what's happening while clutching his own shoulder in an attempt to contain the chaos. A spiral of purple and green smoke forms, swirling around his arm as he struggles to endure the overwhelming strain of the absorption process. Just when it feels like he might lose control, the floating corpse that had been ominously suspended in the air suddenly crashes to the ground, lifeless once more. In that instant, Chen's arm returns to normal, the tentacles receding as if nothing had happened. His system immediately chimes in, informing him that the special task, the sewer parasite, has been completed. Chen receives 2,000 experience points, and the system initiates a random reward draw. Moments later, the system congratulates him on obtaining an item called Wall of Flesh. As the notifications fade, Chen notices a small blue and green mark now etched into the palm of his hand. Curious, he focuses on the mark, and the system provides another notification. Plague mark, proof of a central member of the Cult of the Plague. Granted from the terrifying levels of disease, this mark changes with interaction with other plague marks. Chen stares at the plague mark on his hand, still trying to fully grasp its significance. Just as he's piecing things together, a new and unexpected notification appears above his head, catching him off guard. The notification reads, "Not corrupted by the plague, obtains the plague mark and triggers conditions for subsequent tasks." The task Cult of the Plague has been issued with a difficulty level of SSS. Chen looks up, feeling a mix of distress and intrigue. An SSS-level task is no small matter. Above him, a translucent lilac window appears, displaying the task details. The Cult of the Plague, in their quest to receive the true god they have prophesied, wishes for the ancient goddess to be reborn and to arrive in this world. Devoted followers possessing the plague mark hold the qualification to become the true god described in the prophetic books. As a member of the Cult of the Plague, you must accept your mission. Prove that you are the true god in the prophetic books. Task goal is to find a plague bringer, and the task rewards are unknown. Chen reads the task details carefully, realizing this mission is tied to divine power. The weight of the situation sinks in as he understands that becoming the god of the plague could grant him the power to stand against his archenemy, Helois, a formidable foe who has haunted his thoughts for far too long. The thought of facing Helois head-on fuels his determination. To do so, he must embrace this new path and find the plague bringer. In front of Chen, a large portal materializes, its center swirling with a purple and lilac vortex that seems to pulse with energy. As he approaches it, Chen muses to himself, wondering if this is the generation of a new dungeon. Reaching out to the vortex, he triggers the system, which promptly informs him the plague sewer dungeon of the Hell Cult is being generated. Time remaining, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. A grin spreads across Chen's face as he absorbs the information. A hell-level dungeon even more challenging than the nightmare level of the incinerator is in the works. With a generation time of 1 month, it's clear that this dungeon won't be a walk in the park. The difficulty level promises a formidable challenge, and Chen can't help but feel a thrill at the thought of what lies ahead. Deciding to bide his time, Chen makes a mental note to return in a month. For now, he has other preparations to make and plenty of time to gear up for what is sure to be one of his toughest tests yet. Meanwhile, Song stands in front of another vortex at a different location, inspecting the portal. As she touches it, the system informs her that the East Mountain Sewer Dungeon has been generated, featuring a normal difficulty with a recommended level range of 1 to 10 and an entry limit of 3 times per day. Chen arrives walking through the tunnel and comments that reaching level 10 is crucial for everyone to evolve. Song turns to him with a smile, pleased to see him back. She mentions that she's already sent someone to gather everyone to enter the dungeon in groups to maximize their chances for evolution, ensuring they make the most of the 3 daily entries. Chen nods, approving her initiative, and tells her she's done a good job. 20 minutes later, Chen stands in front of the vortex, gesturing as he addresses the group. He reminds them that the sewer dungeon space isn't fully open yet, so they should enter in groups of 4 to 8. He emphasizes the importance of prioritizing survival over everything else. First life, then profit. The group responds in unison, acknowledging his words. Chen then turns to the girls, telling them that the 3 of them will be coming in with him. However, he makes it clear that they're on their own. He won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. This is their chance to prove themselves, and Chen wants to see if they can manage the challenges ahead without relying on him. Song Zikyong, her daughter Song Ji, Luli, and Ling Yu gather together, responding in unison with a respectful "Yes, Brother Bai." Chen then instructs them to form a team and join the chat group he created. The system promptly notifies them. Evolved number 001 Bai invites you to join the chat group White Emperor Palace. Song, noticing the significance of the number 001, exclaims in surprise, her mouth open in astonishment. Chen spreads his arms and explains with a casual smile that the number merely indicates the order in which one becomes evolved. Nothing more, nothing less. No need for fanfare, just another day as number 1. Song Ji, however, is less impressed and more annoyed. She approaches Chen with a complaint, asking why she wasn't invited to the chat group. Chen, not one to mince words, responds with a straightforward explanation. He didn't invite her because this is his inner circle, reserved for the loyal and capable. With a hint of teasing, he reminds her of the time she got so scared by zombies that she wet herself, making it clear that someone who crumbles under pressure isn't quite ready for this exclusive club. Leaning in close, Chen's words have the desired effect, leaving Song Ji embarrassed by the reminder. Song Ji, feeling the sting of Chen's words, steps back and defiantly touches her chest, declaring loudly that she's grown up and shouldn't be underestimated. Chen, amused by her determination, opens his arsenal in front of her, offering her the chance to prove herself. He tells her to choose some good equipment and enter the dungeon, challenging her to show him how much she's really grown. Once inside the sewer dungeon, they encounter various mutant rats. Song Ji, equipped with a dagger, cautiously approaches the creatures. Her mother, Song Zikyong, and Luli follow closely behind, but Song Ji signals them to stop, insisting she wants to handle this on her own. Respecting her wish, they halt while Chen watches from a distance, curious to see how she will fare. As Song Ji advances slowly towards the rear of the rat horde, Chen takes the opportunity to converse with Luli, admitting that he's still uncertain about what are her and Song Ji's talents. Luli, creating the illusion of a sword in her hands, explains her own talent, Grade B illusion. This ability allows her to create disembodied phantoms based on her imagination, a skill that plays a minor role in combat but can be quite useful in certain situations. Luli then reveals Song Ji's talent, Grade C natural aptitude. This talent significantly boosts her experience and proficiency growth by 50% when she's on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Song Ji moves forward with determination, fearlessly taking on 2 mutant rats at once. Chen watches her with a smile, commenting on her accelerated growth. He notes to Luli that for now, her ghost creation ability might be more useful in combat. Luli nods quietly, not adding anything more. After a brief but intense fight, Song Ji successfully takes down another rat. Stepping triumphantly on the body of one of the fallen creatures, she proudly declares her victory, pointing out that she managed to defeat 3 rats on her own. She remarks on how much more powerful these rats are compared to zombies, clearly proud of her accomplishment. Chen approaches her with a smile, acknowledging her efforts. He teasingly suggests that considering how hard she's working, they might make an exception and agree to let her join his harem. Song Ji, blushing at the implication, quickly retorts that she has no interest in joining his harem, she just wants to prove herself. Chen, ever calm, gestures and tells her that he respects her decision and won't send her an invite. However, instead of feeling relieved, Song Ji blushes even more and stammers, unable to fully express herself. Chen, noticing her reaction, raises an eyebrow and asks what. The girl turns her face away, blushing even more, and finally admits that she wants to join. Chen, with a playful smile and his hands on his hips, teases her, pretending to hesitate. He acts as if her lack of enthusiasm might be a reason not to send the invite, savoring the moment as Song Ji pouts, trying to find the right words. Before she can respond, her mother, Song Zikyong, steps in. She gently places a hand on her daughter's face and reveals that Song Ji really does want to join. Apparently, she was even upset earlier because the person her mother introduced to Chen was Ling Yu and not her. The revelation leaves Song Ji blushing even more, clearly embarrassed that her feelings are out in the open. Chen crouches down to Song Ji's level and tells her that seeing the sincerity in her mother's eyes, he has decided to let her join. He sends her the invitation, and the next second, the system chimes in, confirming that Song-ji has accepted the invite and is now part of the group. With a bright smile, she quickly turns and heads off to kill monsters, her earlier embarrassment giving way to determination. As she walks away, Chen can't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that this little princess has quite the attitude. Song Zikyong, standing beside him, reassures him that her daughter is just stubborn and that there's no need to worry. She even hints that after they complete their mission and return to the village, Song-ji will be calling him daddy without a second thought. Song Zikyong playfully touches Chen's chin, and he comments on how determined her daughter is. With a bit of pride, Song Zikyong agrees, saying that in a world that has changed so drastically, determination is essential. For Song-ji, a young girl who hasn't faced many hardships, having someone like Chen to look up to is something special. In the luxury suite of a hotel, one of the awakened members of Chen's chat group is enjoying a moment of relaxation in the bathtub. The steam rises from the warm water enveloping her body, while a towel rests on her head. She sighs contentedly, thinking about how comfortable her life has become in the midst of the apocalypse. All thanks to the great advice from the group leader, Chen. Suddenly, a system notification pops up informing her that Chen has taken his companions to a higher level of the dungeon. Her eyes widen in surprise and admiration as she reads the message. Chen has cleared another dungeon again. She can't help but marvel at how amazing he is, especially considering she hasn't even set foot in a dungeon yet. As the notification mentions a video, she grumbles about the cost -10 copper coins but quickly decides it's worth it. She gets up from the tub, dries her hair, and clicks on the video. As the footage plays, she notices Song-ji, Chen, and Luli in action. Her initial excitement is tempered by some skepticism as she watches the group, particularly focusing on the women. Meanwhile, a muscular boy sits on a bench, casually holding a spear surrounded by the unconscious bodies of other defeated men. He's watching the same video on his device. He comments to himself that while these girls clearly have good talent, they're still too green when it comes to real combat. Growing impatient, he grumbles about wanting to see Chen in action instead. With a quick tap on his screen, he fast-forwards through the footage, eager to get past the preliminary skirmishes and see the real star of the show. The masked boy in a green hood, perched atop a building, notes that the monsters in the deeper levels of the dungeon are far too powerful for the group to handle, even with Bad's guidance. The challenge has clearly escalated beyond their abilities, and now the group leader is finally stepping in to take action. Another group member notices the boss's arrival, noting how formidable it appears. A strong black man in an orange tank top, clearly skeptical, questions the strength of the so-called Eastern inferior. Another man sitting below him dismisses any concerns, attributing their failure to find the dungeon to bad luck, and confidently claims that this Eastern challenger can't possibly be stronger than Tom, who boasts an S-level talent. However, Tom, sitting right beside him, quickly shatters that assumption. With a mix of surprise and resignation, he admits that the boss was taken down in mere seconds, making it clear that this supposed inferior is actually much stronger than he is. Lying naked on the bed, the blue-haired girl, fresh from her bath, reflects on the impressive feat she just witnessed by defeating a level 10 boss. The group leader's strength clearly knows no bounds, and his advice on women's fighting techniques is just as sharp. She can't help but feel a pang of envy for those lucky girls in his city, getting all that personal guidance. As her thoughts drift to Chen and the video she just watched, her hands slowly glide over her body, lost in the moment. Meanwhile, in the office of Song Zikyong's villa, Chen is busy giving instructions to Song Zikyong. He points out that once everyone clears the sewer, there will be a lot of low-level equipment up for grabs. Chen stresses the urgency for Song, Lingyu, and Luli to collaborate swiftly in establishing rules for the base's economy and equipment trade. With time ticking, their coordination is crucial. Song, standing before him, listens intently, prepared to execute the orders without hesitation. Chen then directs her attention to a table where several items are arranged, noting that he has something special for her. With a nod, Song approaches and picks up the first item, a meatball-like object that appears rather strange at first glance. It's marked as flesh and blood wall material, something that can be cultivated by devouring flesh and blood. It's stronger than any wall they could build and also has a strong deterrent effect when used correctly. Song then takes the second item, a shiny purple scroll. By reading the scroll, one can return to the marked city with its effectiveness depending on the manufacturing materials. This is something that can save one's life. Song comments that with this they can become the sole ruler of Jiang in a short time. Finally, she picks up the glowing golden jumpsuit, something that seems like it's straight out of a sci-fi movie. She reads that it can enhance body shape and allow the wearer to transform into any appearance. Song can't help but imagine the possibilities, though the idea of shape-shifting might take some getting used to. Chen sits back in his chair, a bit skeptical, and wonders aloud if this is really as important as the first two items. Song leans over the table, a playful and seductive expression crossing her face. She assures him that it is, reminding him that he's the true master of all this and anything that pleases him is top priority. Without missing a beat, Song playfully drapes herself across his lap. Chen, not one to be well-versed in women's clothing, hints that he's curious to see what surprises she might have in store. Blushing slightly, Song responds in a sweet voice, teasing that there are indeed surprises but not involving her directly. She adds with a mischievous smile that she plans to let Song Ji officially meet her daddy tonight. Promising to handle everything herself, she assures Chen that she'll dress Song Ji properly. She then tells him to wait for her return. Later, Chen carefully carries one of his concubines in his arms. She had fallen asleep after a night of pleasure, and with a gentle touch, he places her in bed alongside the other girls, all of whom are also sound asleep, exhausted, and clad only in their underwear after serving him. Turning away, Chen begins to dress himself, slipping into a gray overcoat. As he does, the system chimes in with a notification. Plague mantle equipped. Plague set 2 of 5 equipped. With a smirk, he starts to walk, musing aloud about the day's events. The sewer dungeon yielded only one piece of the plague set after 3 attempts. He calculates that if he can continue at this rate, 1 piece every 3 tries, he'll complete the set in just 3 days. In front of him, the inventory status window opens up, but something else catches Chen by surprise. A system alert notifies him that a member named Dreamy from chat group member 01 has initiated a private chat. Curious, Chen steps out of the main room where the other girls are resting and closes the door behind him. He then opens the message. The message reads that Dreamy has watched the group leader's strategy video and is impressed. She asks if he can provide combat guidance tailored to each person's talents and abilities. Admitting that she isn't very skilled in combat, she expresses her desire to receive his guidance as well. Reading her request, Chen considers it for a moment before replying. He explains that giving specific guidance requires a certain level of understanding about her abilities. He offers to help analyze her talent if she's willing to share it with him. If she prefers to keep her talent private, he suggests she can provide her attributes instead, though he cautions that attributes alone might not reveal enough for a thorough analysis. On the other side, the girl with pink pigtails, Dreamy, quickly types back, saying if it depends on her talent details, she'll send it to him right now. Chen waits for the response, musing to himself that he's never heard of Dreamy in his previous life, but considering that people in the group are pioneers, her talent shouldn't be anything ordinary. However, what he sees next completely exceeds his expectations. Ken's eyes widen in surprise as he reads the details in front of him. Dream Butterfly, Dream Points 31. It's astonished by the SSS-level supernatural ability with infinite growth potential. This kind of skill can't possibly be something obscure. He realizes that she must have been someone who died early in his previous life. Quickly, Chen responds, noting that SSS-level talents are extremely complex and asking for more details about the effects of her abilities. The girl responds without hesitation. She explains that Dream Butterfly allows her to enter a dream world identical to the real world and even enter other people's dreams. Additionally, she can retrieve certain things from the dream world. She goes on to describe dream weaving, which lets her adjust anything in the dream world, though she can only alter a few things at the moment. To dream with her, others must be invited into her dream world by creating a dream totem. Ched reads everything and then smiles, thinking to himself that as long as the real body isn't discovered, this ability is practically invincible. Dreamy then suggests an idea, proposing that she could send a dream totem in the form of an image to invite him into her dream world for guidance. However, Chen immediately refuses, noting that he would have no protection in her dream. But the girl isn't so easily deterred. She quickly counters, suggesting they sign an evolutionary contract, promising not to harm him in any way. Chen is taken aback, his thoughts racing at the mention of an evolutionary contract. He knows that such a contract, recognized by the will of the universe, would cost at least 10 gold coins. Curious, he quickly questions her, wondering aloud why, if she has the means to get 10 gold coins, she would still need to ask him for combat advice. Dreamy replies confidently, explaining that she can kill monsters in the dream world, and they will also die in reality. Additionally, she can use dream weaving to adjust the drop rate of monsters in the dream, which is how she has enough gold coins. To sweeten the deal, she even offers to give Chen additional rewards, sending over 2 special items, 1 D level and 1 F level. Chen examines the items. He seems impressed by the girl's incredible ability. He muses that her talent might even rival his own Virus King. Dreamy, sensing his hesitation, bites her lip and pleads with him. She admits that while she is very strong in the dream world, she feels weak in reality. There's a strong fear gnawing at her, that if she doesn't improve her combat abilities soon, she knows she will die sooner or later. Chen considers her words carefully. Her hunch is spot on. Her ability, while powerful, doesn't improve her physical aptitude at all. That's a significant weakness, one that could indeed be dangerous if left unchecked. He responds to the girl, asking her to send over the draft of the evolutionary contract she prepared. As he moves to one of the rooms, Chen thinks to himself that if she's willing to sign a contract, then of course, he'll help her. A talent as powerful as hers is something he should definitely recruit for his own purposes. Soon after, the contract arrives and Chen reads through its terms. The system alert reads, "Evolutionary player Dreamy has sent you an evolutionary contract." Evolutionary contract. Dreamy promises not to take any actions that cause harm or negative impact to Chen. Violating the contract will result in the loss of her evolutionary status. Contract validity period, 24 hours. Chen considers the terms carefully, knowing the serious consequences of any breach on her part. This contract might just be the key to securing her incredible abilities for his own advantage. Chen accepts the contract, then changes into different clothes before heading to the guest room of the villa. He lies down on the bed, getting comfortable while reflecting on how Dreamy's totems require the observer to remain relaxed and focused for 3 seconds to enter the dream. If the observer is cautious, it might take a bit longer. In the private chat, a small totem appears, a pink and purple letter with glowing, mystical designs. Chen examines it closely, pondering just how terrifying this ability could become if it evolves to allow the user to see and enter dreams at will. Suddenly, after just a few seconds, Chen finds himself in a completely different room. He's no longer lounging on the bed, but standing in a brightly lit space, face to face with a pink-haired girl wearing slippers and a brown nightgown, clutching a teddy bear like she's ready for the world's most adorable battle. She introduces herself with a friendly smile, explaining that her name is Meng Meng, which means dream. She adds that she's the Dreamy who just signed the contract with him. Chen introduces himself, saying his name is Chen Bai, but she can just call him Bai. He glances around, noting that while this is her dream world, it doesn't seem like the best place for combat training. The girl, placing her teddy bear in the corner of the bed, responds with a playful smile, telling him she's already prepared a gym not far from here. With a casual wave of her hand, she opens a portal framed by pink butterflies that reveal a sky on the other side. Chen can't help but think to himself how surreal it all is. Dreams really do come with all the bells and whistles. Peeking through the portal, Chen finds them hovering over a large city, the buildings below stretching out like a maze of concrete and glass. Ken, curious about their destination, asks if this is the gym she mentioned. He can't help but notice how expansive her dream world seems. The girl, who stands much shorter than Chen, smiles up at him and explains that the dream world is independent and doesn't actually belong to her. She clarifies that as a dream traveler, she can only enter and modify it. Based on her explorations so far, she's discovered that the dream world reflects the real world. Ken gestures in understanding, ready to get started. He suggests they head to the gym and begin the training. Meng Meng cheerfully agrees, and as she steps through another portal, it leads them to an empty space with a pink bridge stretching out before them. Chen follows her, carefully stepping onto the bridge as translucent pink butterflies flutter around them, adding a whimsical touch to their surreal journey. They arrive at basketball court inside the gym, where Meng Meng, with a playful flair, brings a large beam of light to illuminate the court. Chen, hands casually in his pockets and head tilted back, can't help but think that Meng Meng looks a bit like an elementary school kid showing off a new trick. She, with an innocent smile, reveals a bit of her past, mentioning how she used to be a novelist before the apocalypse. Chen can't help but think that's quite the career pivot, from writing stories to navigating dream worlds. Taking a seat at the edge of the court, Chen gets ready for the training. He knows Meng Meng wants to strengthen her abilities in the real world, and the best way to do that is through combat. He tells her not to rely on her dream world tricks this time. He wants to see her current fighting level. The girl raises her hands, getting into a defensive stance. She explains that in the dream world, her attributes are boosted to match her mental strength, which is at an impressive 48. She warns Chen to be careful, clearly feeling confident about her enhanced abilities. Chen stands up, unfazed, and encourages her to attack with all her strength. The girl responds eagerly, charging forward with a shout, throwing herself entirely at Chen. But with just one step, Chen easily dodges, causing her to nearly tumble to the ground as she passes by him. He calmly points out that her balance is off. Without it, she can neither land a hit nor retreat effectively. He suggests she try again. Confused but determined, she turns around and starts swinging her arms wildly toward Chen, looking more like she's flailing in a cartoon than executing a proper attack. Chen chuckles, noting that her moves resemble the infamous turtle punch from children's martial arts. Effective if you're fighting imaginary foes, perhaps. As she stumbles and falls again, Chen dodges her attack effortlessly and begins instructing her, demonstrating some precise punches in the air. He emphasizes that balance is key. A punch that leads you off kilter is the weakest. Next, he advises her to focus on the target, aiming where she wants to strike instead of flailing randomly. Lastly, he tells her to keep an eye on her opponent, not just get lost in her own attack. Chen launches a quick attack at the girl and she falls back, unable to keep up with his speed. He then walks over, offering a hand to help her up, and calmly tells her that he now understands her current level. He reassures her, saying that if she focuses on the 3 key points he mentioned earlier, she'll be fine. He adds that his punch speed didn't even exceed 20 and she still couldn't keep up. Meng stands up a bit embarrassed and admits that she's not very good at this. Chen, ever the patient instructor, tells her there's no need to apologize. What matters is working hard and training. The girl blushes, lowering her head slightly, and promises that she'll put in the effort to improve. 7 days later, back at Dongshan village, Song leans on the sofa, recounting the latest events to Chen. She informs him that all the laws have been posted, and there are people stationed in front of each panel to explain them to the residents. Chen, sitting on the sofa, nods in approval, acknowledging that the Dongshan area is back on track. He then mentions that he's been busy cleaning up the Dongshan area over the past few days, but now that things are in order, he's leaving the management to Song. With a hint of finality, he adds that he'll be heading out early tomorrow, leaving the village in her capable hands. Song leans in at a hint of concern in her voice and asks if Chen is really leaving so soon. She expected him to stay a bit longer, especially since his plague set is still missing one piece. The status panel in front of Chen indeed shows that the plague set is only 4 out of 5 items. Chen leans forward, resting his elbows on his thighs, and explains that he doesn't have time to wait around for a low-grade E-item set. There are too many opportunities and precious treasures out there, and he needs to go out and claim them. Song, not easily dissuaded, leans over him, letting her chest brush against his face, and teasingly suggests that he should think about them too and come back soon. She adds that if the Emperor Bai's palace gets flooded, no one will be able to control it. Chen chuckles, playing along with the metaphor. He quips that if there's a flood in his land, they should gather everyone for a good discussion on how to close the water outlet. Song blushes and gasps at his words, responding with a coy, "As you command, my lord." Later that night, Chen and the girls retire to the bedroom. Embracing his mutations, Chen creates tentacles on his arms and other parts of his body, skillfully attending to all the girls at once. The room fills with gasps and blushing faces as the girls try to keep up with the tentacled master at work, who might just be setting a new standard for hands-on leadership. The next morning, Chen quietly closes the door behind him, leaving the girls sleeping peacefully in a bed that's still a little worse for wear after the previous night's escapades. As soon as he steps out, he runs into Luli. He assumes she's looking for Kyun's clothes, mentioning that she hasn't woken up yet. But Luli shakes her head, her gaze fixed on him. She calmly replies that she's actually looking for him. Chen, slightly surprised, asks what's wrong, knowing that Luli doesn't usually seek him out unless it's something important. As they start walking together, Luli explains that someone is causing trouble in the settlement at the foot of the mountain. Chen, ever the problem solver, nods, already thinking about how to deal with the latest headache. Chen, walking with his hands casually in his pockets, questions why Luli is fetching him for this kind of issue. He mentions that the rules of Dongshan have already been posted, so wouldn't it be better to handle things according to those rules? Turning around, he gives her a curious glance, wondering why this situation requires his personal attention. The girl stops, clasping her hands in front of her body, and apologizes for bothering him. She explains that they already dealt with the situation, but someone mentioned that one of the troublemakers might be one of Chen's old classmates. Hearing this, Chen's demeanor shifts. He straightens up, the casual air replaced with a more serious tone, and tells her to take him there. Luli, catching his change in attitude, smiles and agrees, leading the way. As they descend the stairs to the base of the mountain, Chen follows closely behind. When they reach the settlement, they find police officers with shields and guns containing a protest. As Chen Bai descends the stairs, a boy with brown hair catches sight of him and shouts, "Chen Bai is here." "I saw Chen Bai." Luli, walking alongside Chen, explains that these are the people dissatisfied with the daily rate of 1 copper coin. They want safety and stability handed to them on a silver platter, without paying the price. Chen reaches the bottom of the stairs, and the boy continues shouting, calling out, "Chen Bai, it's me, Li Chen." Chen, ever calm with his hand still in his pocket, responds with a measured tone, acknowledging that he knows Li Chen. As he approaches, Chen gestures and asks why they're causing trouble, pointing out that the rules aren't strict. Earning a copper coin is as simple as killing a zombie. And for those who can't manage that, there are jobs in the settlement where they can earn money. The boy, clearly hopeful, points to the posters in response, arguing that it's not about the money. He passionately declares that in times like these, everyone should help each other, and now that Chen has the resources, he should be lending a hand to everyone. As the self-proclaimed president of the student council, he advises Chen to cancel these rules for the greater good, assuring him that everyone would appreciate it. Chen, lowering his head, lets out a light chuckle, clearly amused by the boy's naivety. He then replies with a touch of sarcasm, noting that he doesn't want to waste time on someone like Li Chen. Turning to the crowd, he firmly states the rules. If they don't accept them, they should leave now. And just to drive the point home, he adds that anyone who doesn't clear out within 3 minutes will be shot without mercy. Chen orders Luli to start counting down, and she promptly replies with a firm yes before beginning the 3-minute countdown. Meanwhile, Li Chen, clearly unfazed, laughs and declares that he doesn't need 3 or even 5 minutes. He's not leaving at all. He claims he's trying to save money for everyone, hoping that his efforts will earn their support and gratitude. One of the guards, clearly irritated by Li Chen's grandstanding, snaps back saying that a copper coin isn't a burden for anyone here. He points out that those who refuse to pay are either useless or just plain greedy, and the camp has no interest in protecting such people. Another guard, fed up with the spectacle, gives Li Chen a shove with his spear, taunting him by calling him trash for not even being able to kill a single zombie a day. The guard mockingly suggests that if Li Chen can't earn a copper coin, he could come work as his guard dog, promising to pay him 2 copper coins. A generous offer by guard dog standards. The situation escalates as another guard shouts for Li Chen to get out, reminding him that the camp was built by those willing to work and contribute, and that Li Chen has no connection to it. Irritated, Li Chen starts to sweat, the veins on his forehead bulging with anger. He glares at the guards and shouts, "You all of you." He then declares that he'll leave if he has to, but not without a final warning. He vows that Chen Bai will regret kicking him out of this cursed place. As Li Chen turns to leave, Chen steps through the barrier of guards and calmly tells him to wait. Li Chen, sensing a change, turns around laughing and asks if Chen is having second thoughts. But before he can finish his thought, Chen activates his ability, transforming his right hand into a massive claw. With swift, brutal precision, Chen tears through Li Chen's body, impaling him with the claw. The boy crumples to the ground, blood pouring out as Chen stands over him, coldly declaring that when someone harbors resentment against him and then boasts about it, they are indeed bound to regret it. Meanwhile, Luli announces that there's only 1 minute left on the countdown. The tension in the air is palpable, and one of the protesters, now drenched in sweat and trembling, drops to his knees, crying out. He pleads, saying that he's ready to abide by the rules of the settlement and is willing to accept the consequences for the trouble he caused. Desperation laces his voice as he begs for a second chance. Chen promptly withdraws his claw, leaving the man on the ground to catch his breath, now that he's had a very close encounter with a monstrous manicure. Chen, with a hint of amusement, acknowledges the man's quick thinking and tells him that with 5 copper coins, everything will be back to normal within a month. The man, clearly eager to avoid any more hands-on demonstrations, agrees enthusiastically, thanking Chen as if his life depends on it. Which, well, it kind of does. Seeing the first guy successfully negotiate his way out, the others quickly follow suit, dropping to their knees, bowing and offering up their own copper coins. It's a regular kneel and deal session, with everyone suddenly eager to be model citizens. Satisfied with their change of heart, Chen turns to Luli, handing off the rest of the work. He tells her it's in her hands now, and Luli, ever the cool and collected one, nods with confidence, assuring him that there's nothing to worry about. Chen can't help but think that if managing a post-apocalyptic settlement were this easy, he might just be tempted to start a franchise. As Chen walks away, his system alerts him to a new message from Meng Meng. Opening it, he reads that she's finding it tough to improve her skills in reality. Despite her high spiritual energy, she's got no offensive abilities, like having a state-of-the-art gaming console, but no games to play on it. Chen, taking on the role of mentor, advises her to be patient and take it slow. He promises to help her find some skill books that can enhance spiritual energy attacks. Meng Meng inquires Chen about his home, already planning a visit as soon as she can leave. Chen shares that he resides in Jiang. Meng Meng, feeling a bit like they've won a small lottery, notes that they're practically neighbors and she lives in Wucheng. Ken offers to meet up with Meng Meng, thinking it might be nice to break the monotony. Meng Meng, thrilled by the prospect, eagerly accepts the offer, practically ready to roll out the red carpet. However, Chen's mind drifts to thoughts of his previous life, where Wucheng had been the location of an S-grade professional mission he once completed. While it wasn't an SS-grade mission, it still held significant value, enough to trade for the materials or information he needs. With that in mind, Chen decides that Wucheng will be his first stop. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Jiangcheng, 2 men engage in a tense conversation. Jiang, looping, staring out the window with a concerned expression, asks the other man, Song Ji, about their remaining food supplies. Song Ji, with a concerned expression, responds that they don't have much left and with 10 people to feed, their rations will only last for 3 more days. Jiang looping mutters a curse under his breath, his frustration evident as he peers out the window. He's still fuming over that special zombie, the one that made quick work of 5 of their men as if it was all just a warm-up exercise. To make matters worse, this zombie seems to have senses sharper than a hawk on caffeine. Every time they attempt to move down to the 10th floor, the zombie seems to instantly become aware of their presence, making even the idea of escaping through the back door feel like a death wish. It's as if this zombie has a personal vendetta against their escape plans, turning what should be a simple getaway into a nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. The mutant causing all the trouble is a big red titan, a formidable opponent that has them cornered. Song-ji, resigned to their fate, mutters that they seem to be trapped. Just then, one of the girls with dark brown hair and wearing a red blouse rushes over to the window and points outside. She spotted something, or at least she thinks she has. Jiang looping squints, trying to make out what she's pointing at. All he can see is a faint blur moving swiftly across the rooftops of the nearby buildings. Puzzled and uneasy, he wonders if this could be a new type of zombie. Jiang looping, already halfway through pulling the curtains shut, warns that whatever this thing is, it can jump on walls, a clear sign of something extremely dangerous. He's not taking any chances, but before he can finish closing them, the girl stops him, her voice steady with an odd sense of calm. She insists there's no need to worry. She believes it's a human. Song-ji, clearly skeptical, steps closer and questions how that could even be possible. Jiang looping, not entirely convinced either, asks if she's sure she didn't make a mistake. The girl, Wei Shihu, meets their doubts with confidence, reminding them not to forget about her abilities. Beside Wei Shihu, her friend Zhang Yishui, with her black hair tied back and wearing a yellow crop top, stays silent, watching the scene unfold with cautious eyes. That is until Wei Shihu suddenly announces that someone, or something, is heading straight for them, leaping across the buildings with surprising agility. It turns out to be Chen, who's moving swiftly through the city, his keen senses picking up on the presence of the enormous red titan, ominously surrounded by a red cloud. Chen's eyes light up at the sight. This isn't just another obstacle, it's an unexpected reward. A tyrant, of all things, just when he happens to need tyrant bone for a weapon he's planning to craft. But Chen knows better than to be reckless. He contemplates the situation, deciding that his giant hammer, while powerful, might not be the best tool here. After all, using it could mess with the drop rate of that precious bone, and he's not willing to take that risk. Instead, he opts for a more precise approach, planning to decapitate the creature cleanly. With that thought, Chen activates his claw and leaps, free-falling with deadly intent toward the titan, ready to claim his prize. The group of young people huddles in the dim room, closing the curtains tightly to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. Song-ji, straining to catch a glimpse of what's happening outside, admits he can't see clearly and asks for an update on the situation. Jiang looping, already backing away from the window, advises against looking at all. Whatever's out there is far too dangerous. Despite his warning, the friends can't resist crowding around the curtain, their curiosity getting the better of them. Wei Shihu, keeping a keen eye on the unfolding scene, reports that the battle has already begun. She notes, almost in disbelief, at the man's hand and is transformed into claws. Jiang looping, less impressed and more alarmed, quickly retorts that this only proves his point, that man is a monster as no normal human has claws like that. Wei Shihu suddenly exclaims that the giant titan is dead, her voice tinged with both surprise and disbelief. But what catches her attention next is even more shocking. She notices that the man is somehow absorbing the essence of the defeated monster. And then with a gasp, she catches a glimpse of his face, the realization hitting her like a lightning bolt. Meanwhile, Chen stands triumphantly beside the fallen titan, his breath steady as the system feeds him the details of his victory. The reward is substantial. The system reports that he has slain a mutant zombie of the plague virus, an elite model with enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities, earning him a solid 2,000 experience points. The elite mutant's body has been absorbed, boosting his dark virus powers. The comprehensive plague zombie of the 3rd stage, with all dark virus abilities enhanced, has granted him 800 virus points and 500 special evolution points for the dark virus. The dark virus within Chen evolves, acquiring new forms, muscle augmentation, and a powerful shield. Suddenly, a surge of energy envelops his left arm in purple flames, and it gradually transforms into a large shield, while the muscles of his right arm are augmented with enormous strength. Chen then reads out the description of his new abilities. The muscle augmentation can boost any part of his body without the usual awkward side effects. No weird body shapes or uncomfortable changes. That's a relief considering he's not looking to turn into a muscle-bound giant with back pain. Then there's the shield, a magnificent defensive tool with a strength nearly double his base power. Chen can't help but feel a bit impressed with himself. This new power is definitely going to come in handy. Just then, Wei Shihu, full of excitement, pulls open the curtains and shouts Chen's name twice, Chen Bai, Chen Bai. Chen looks up puzzled as he sees the girl. For a moment, he wonders who she is and why she's so eager to get his attention. Chen Bai spots an open window on one of the upper floors of the building ahead. He scales the wall and slips through the window. He looks closer at the woman inside. Recognition flickers. She's a close friend of Miss Song Ji. So that's who it is, he thinks, relieved to finally put a name to the face that had been puzzling him. Wei Shu beams at him with a smile that could light up the darkest apocalypse. Her eyes gleam with anticipation as she eagerly asks if he knows how Song Ji is doing. Later, in a hotel in Jiangcheng, Chen Bai sits at a table surrounded by students. He calmly informs them that he has established a settlement in the Dongshan village area, now home to a few hundred people. He casually adds that Song Zikyong is helping manage the settlement, ensuring that Song Ji is very safe. Almost as if running a post-apocalyptic community is just another day at the office. Wei Shihu can't help but exclaim in amazement, genuinely impressed by the scale of Chen Bai's efforts. Beside her, Jiang Yishu stares at Chen with wide eyes, equally astonished, as if Chen just casually mentioned he's been juggling planets in his spare time. Meanwhile, Jiang Luping chimes in with a sarcastic remark, mocking the idea of Chen Bai establishing a settlement with hundreds of people. Not to be outdone, Song Ji adds with equal sarcasm that the so-called Queen of Jiangcheng is helping him manage it. They both sound like they're convinced Chen is spinning a wild tale for laughs. Chen, unfazed by their disbeliefs, simply crosses his legs casually and responds with a cool confidence, assuring them they'll understand once they see it for themselves. He points out that he wouldn't bother lying about something so easy to verify. Just then, the door swings open and a boy in a blue shirt bursts in, grinning from ear to ear as he calls out Chen Bai's name. Chen turns toward the door and recognizing the newcomer as Qi Zheng. Behind Kai Zheng were Lai Feng and Zhao Mu, his classmates whom he left at the hospital, appear, looking relieved to have found him. Qi Zheng, while looking at Chen, remarks that he knew he heard someone calling his name just now. Zhao Mu, wearing a bright red shirt that practically screams for attention, exclaims with a mix of surprise and relief that Chen Bai is really here, as if he half expected Chen to be some sort of mirage. Chen stands up, smiling at the sight of his old friends, and asks what they're doing here, genuinely curious about how they ended up in this strange reunion. As they approach, Kai Zheng casually drapes an arm over Chen's shoulder, explaining how, on the day everything went down, Brother Jiang Luping had rallied a group of students to support Wei Shihu at the script killing shop where she worked part-time. Zhao Mu then tells Chen that they were hoping to ask if he was available, but Lai Feng figured he'd probably be too busy saving the world to hang out. Ken smiles at the playful jab and asks if many of their classmates from Jiang University are around. He then casually invites them to join the settlement in the Dongshan village area, though he throws in a lighthearted challenge. There's a rule requiring everyone to hand over a copper coin each day. With a teasing grin, he asks if they think they can handle that, as if the real test of survival is whether they can keep up with the settlement's quirky economy. Kai Zheng's face lights up with excitement at the idea, while Jiang Luping, ever the realist, quips that if they hadn't been trapped here by that monster, they might have even stumbled upon gold coins by now. However, he adds that the path to the settlement is dangerous. He looks at Chen and asks if he could come along to ensure they don't end up as Monster Chow. Chen, with a casual gesture, declines, explaining that he has other matters to attend to, but he reassures them, mentioning that on his way from Dongshan, the only threat he encountered was a single tyrant. Jiang Luping, not exactly reassured, frowns and asks if that means it's not just an ordinary monster. He mutters that they are really unlucky then. Ken opens his inventory panel and, with the flair of a magician revealing a trick, places several translucent blue items on the table. He casually tells Qi Zheng, Zhao Mu, and Wei Shihu that these are just low-level items he doesn't need anymore, so they might as well take them off his hands like he's giving away old t-shirts instead of survival gear. In his usual hurry, Chen mentions that he needs to hit the road, the urgency in his voice making it sound like he's late for a coffee date rather than heading into a danger zone. Now that they know the settlement's location, he figures they can handle things from here. Before heading out, Chen gives Jiang Luping a friendly pat on the back, receiving a grateful nod in return. With a final wave that's more casual than it probably should be, Chen heads out the door, his friends calling after him to take care, like he's just off to run a few errands instead of facing the apocalypse. Chen leaves the building, effortlessly jumping between rooftops like a parkour pro in an action movie. Just as he's about to make another leap, a notification pops up in his field of vision, causing him to pause mid-air. It's Meng Meng starting a private chat because apparently even in the apocalypse, you can't escape instant messages. The next message flashes across the screen. Meng Meng informs him that Master King Han Wang is complaining in the group chat again. She thinks her new skill might be able to help him out, but before she can elaborate, Chen quickly sends a reply, cutting straight to the point. He tells her there are too many people in the group and she should just tell him directly what's going on. Chen wonders about King Han or perhaps Han Xiao, the name Meng Meng mentioned in passing. Meanwhile, back in the building, the students continue their conversation. Zhao Mu leans in closer to Jiang looping, his excitement barely contained, suggesting they head to the settlement. The idea of a safe haven, filled with more evolved people, clearly appeals to him. Jiang looping nods thoughtfully, recognizing the importance of such a place for their survival. However, he also knows they can't afford to rush into it. He points out that getting to Dongshan from Jiangsheng is almost like taking an inner-city road trip, except this one's filled with monsters and other hazards instead of traffic jams. They'll need to prepare well if they want to make it there in one piece. Li Feng adjusts his glasses, about to share a thought when suddenly Wei Shifu interrupts, her gaze shifting to the window. She blurts out in surprise, asking why Chen Bai has come back again, as if he's forgotten his keys or something equally mundane. Everyone's attention snaps to Chen, with Li Feng looking particularly irritated at the interruption, his moment of intellectual brilliance cut short yet again. Wei Shifu approaches Chen as he climbs back through the window, her concern evident. She asks if something's wrong, her curiosity piqued by his sudden return. Chen, with a casual shrug, admits that yes, he suddenly needs a room to take care of something. It seems like he's just looking for a quiet place to take a nap. Zhao Mu, ever the helpful one, quickly offers up his and Qi Zheng's room, inviting Chen to use it without hesitation. Chen drapes his arms around his friend's shoulders, pulling them in close as he casually mentions that he needs to be alone. They continue laughing, walking toward the room, with Qi Zheng reassuring him that it's no problem. Chen can use the room, and they'll hang out in the living room, keeping an eye on things from there. It's like they're making plans for a sleepover, not dealing with the aftermath of an apocalypse. Wei Shifu, however, stands still for a moment, deep in thought. Her silence is uncharacteristic, but it doesn't last long. Suddenly, the realization hits her, and she shouts after Chen, sprinting to catch up. She skids to a stop in front of him, leaning on her knees to catch her breath before blurting out her request. She just remembered she wants to add Sanji as a friend and needs her evolved identifier number. Without missing a beat, Chen quickly replies, rattling off the number -990,225. Qi Zheng turns to Chen, curiosity getting the better of him, and asks for his identifier number so he can add him and Zhao Mu as friends. Chen, with his usual deadpan delivery, simply answers 001. Qi Zheng stares at him in disbelief before bursting into laughter, joking that even though they've all evolved, Chen's dry humor clearly hasn't evolved a bit. It's just too absurd to be real, or so he thinks. Meanwhile, behind him, Zhao Mu silently opens the friend request window, a knowing smirk on his face. He taps Qi Zheng on the shoulder, hinting that he should go ahead and send the request, promising that he's in for a surprise. Still confused but curious, Qi Zheng sends the friend request. His eyes widen in shock when the response pops up. Evolved number 001 accepted your friend request. For a split second, the reality of what he just saw sinks in, and then he lets out a scream, completely freaked out. Ken, who's long since grown used to this kind of reaction, just smiles, amused by the whole situation. He then gives Qi Zheng a playful nudge, telling him not to just stand there in shock. There's no time to waste, and they need to catch up. 10 minutes later, the group gathers in the living room chatting away. Zhao Mu and Qi Zheng are sprawled lazily across the couch, looking like they're in no hurry to get up anytime soon, while Wei Shifu absent-mindedly fiddles with her communication window from the armchair, lost in her own thoughts. Qi Zheng, still marveling over the earlier discovery, leans back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling in disbelief. He comments aloud that Chen's identification number really is an absurdly good number. Seriously, 001 is almost too perfect. He adds that Chen casually mentioned it's the sequence for becoming an evolved one, revealing that he was the very first to undergo the transformation. Zhao Mu, resting his head in his hands, thinks back for a moment before quickly turning to Qi Zheng. With a playful smack to his friend's knee, he brings up a memory, asking if Qi remembers what Chen Bai posted in their dorm group. There was something about the school changing the date of the physical test to mid-June. Qi Zheng laughs, nodding as he recalls it clearly. He remembers how they ended up exercising for more than a week because of that announcement. But then a thought hits him, and he suddenly sits up, eyes wide with realization. He asks, a bit shocked, if that means Chen Bai somehow knew about the end of times even back then. Zhao Mu shrugs and says it might just be a coincidence, but either way, they definitely benefited from all that extra exercise. Jiang leans back on the sofa's arm, letting out a satisfied sigh as he reflects on how much they benefited from the information Chen Bai provided. He casually remarks on it, to which Zhao Mu quickly agrees, both of them acknowledging the unexpected advantage they gained. Just then, Jiang glances over and notices Wei Shihu hunched over her communication screen, her face noticeably flushed. With a teasing grin, he calls out to her, asking why her face is so red, half expecting an amusing story or a juicy secret. Wei Shihu quickly stands up, her face still flushed, and brushes off their concern, insisting it's nothing. She tells them she's heading back to her room, but not before reminding them of Chen Bai's instructions. Whatever they do, they absolutely shouldn't go into his room. The warning hangs in the air like a serious note in an otherwise casual conversation. Once outside the room, Wei Shihu pauses in the hallway, Chen's name echoing in her thoughts. Her mind drifts back to the messages she exchanged with Song Ji, replaying the conversation in her head. She recalls the moment she introduced herself. "It's me, Wei Shihu," she had said. Song Ji asked her how did she get her code, her tone laced with curiosity. "Chen Bai told me," Wei Shihu had replied. Song Ji replies, "I knew he'd get into trouble the moment he left." But then her tone shifted, taking on a more playful note as she added, "Aren't you my best friend? We are, aren't we?" Wei Shihu had immediately replied, of course, without hesitation, though she sensed something was coming. "Great," Song Ji continued with a mischievous edge. "From now on, when we're together, I won't be the only one calling him daddy." Wei Shihu's face instantly flushed, her hands flying to her cheeks as she stammered, asking what on earth Song Ji was talking about. Her mind raced, her thoughts spinning wildly. It can't be what I'm thinking, right? She wondered, her heart skipping a beat. The idea of Chen Bai, Song Ji, and herself all together was too outrageous to even consider, yet the thought stubbornly lingered, making her cheeks burn even more. Just as her imagination threatened to spiral completely out of control, a voice suddenly pulled her back to reality, snapping her out of her daydreams and forcing her to confront the here and now. "Listen to me, Brother Jiang looping, this isn't so simple," someone is saying, his tone dripping with seriousness like a detective in a cheesy noir film. Her curiosity instantly piqued. Wei Shihu stealthily moves closer, doing her best to channel her inner spy. She spots Li Feng and Jiang looping leaning against the wall, deep in a hushed conversation that looks more like a secret meeting than casual gossip. Li Feng, ever the skeptic, insists that Chen Bai is definitely lying to them. He lists the inconsistencies in Chen's story with the intensity of someone who just uncovered a major conspiracy theory. He might as well be wearing a tinfoil hat. Jiang looping, nodding along, admits that he also finds the whole situation fishy. The idea of Song Zikyong helping Chen manage a settlement feels off to him, like it's part of an elaborate show-off stunt. Meanwhile, Wei Shihu watches them in silence, her earlier embarrassment now swapped for a mix of unease and amusement. She keeps herself hidden, not wanting to blow her cover. Meanwhile, back in the dream space within the magical city at Hanshou's house, Chen Bai arrives via the pink butterfly totem, his entrance as surreal as ever. He casually greets the group, mentioning that he had to take care of some things in the real world, which explains why he's running a bit late. Glancing around, he realizes he's the last one to arrive. Par for the course, but it does add a bit of dramatic flair to his entrance. He surveys the room. Meng is comfortably seated on the sofa, her usual upbeat energy filling the space. Beside her is a boy in a hooded sweatshirt, his face partially obscured by the hood, giving off that classic mysterious loner vibe. Standing behind the sofa is another boy, this one in a green hood and sporting a gas mask that makes him look ready for either a toxic wasteland or an intense cosplay event. The boy on the sofa stands up, pulling back his hood to reveal himself. With a charming smile that could probably melt glaciers, he addresses Chen as Emperor Bai, introduces himself as Han Xiao, also known as King Han. He declares that he's finally found the legendary Emperor Bai. Then, with a playful grin, he adds that Chen Bai is even more handsome than he had imagined, 3 times more to be exact. It's the kind of compliment that might make anyone wonder if Han Xiao moonlights as a poet. Meng, however, isn't having any of it. She crosses her arms and places her hands on her hips, clearly annoyed by what she perceives as blatant flirting. She protests, her tone dripping with exasperation, that Han Xiao really knows how to lay it on thick. But Han Xiao, unfazed and still wearing that disarming smile, responds smoothly. He insists that he's not just complimenting. He's telling the truth, as if stating a simple fact. The boy in the gas mask finally breaks his silence, introducing himself as Crow. He explains that Meng mentioned she could bring one more friend to the group and he's here to round out the numbers. He then reveals that his talent is S-grade fear embodiment. Han Xiao, standing between Crow and Meng, suddenly feels like the odd one out. With Meng's SS-grade talent and Crow's S-grade ability, Han Xiao lowers his gaze, feeling a bit like the third wheel at a superhero convention. He sheepishly admits that his mental control talent is only grade S, making it the weakest in the room. The weakest in this crowd still means he's no slouch. Chen steps forward with a grin, noting that while Han Xiao's talent might be a bit rare, his luck is anything but. He points out that if this situation had happened just a couple of days earlier, Meng wouldn't have been able to help him, since back then, her ability was limited to bringing everyone into the dream world only from her own location. The recent upgrade allowing her to pull everyone to any location using her dream as the core is a new trick she learned just the day before yesterday. Han Xiao, taking it all in stride, smiles and sheepishly scratches the back of his neck. He admits that luck has always been on his side, as if it's just another day of things working out perfectly in his favor. Ken gives Han Xiao a quick look, reminding him that Meng doesn't have much time to keep the four of them in the dream world. He urges him to get to the point and explain why he was complaining in the group chat. Han Xiao doesn't waste any time. He reveals that it's a dungeon with a specific mission tailored for him. Promising to send a screenshot of the mission, he mentions that it's not nearby, so they'll have to talk while on the move. The mission description reads, Family Mystery. Exclusive mission grade S, it details how he found a medical record among his father's belongings from Red Star Psychiatric Hospital, bearing the name of an aunt he's never heard of. The record references a familial genetic disorder. Questions Squirrel. What is this genetic disorder? Why has his aunt never been mentioned? And more importantly, could his powerful mental talent be connected to this mysterious genetic condition? The Red Star Psychiatric Hospital seems to hold the key to unlocking these secrets. The group walks through the dream space, navigating its surreal landscape until they arrive at the specified location. Before them stands the entrance to Han Xiao's mission, a red portal pulsating with an ominous glow. It's unmistakable as the gateway to the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. Han Xiao steps forward, his expression a mix of determination and unease. He explains that when he first discovered the hospital, it had already transformed into a dungeon. He ventured in once, but quickly realized he was out of his depth. The monsters within, ranging from level 5 to 12 on the nightmare difficulty scale, were far more than he could handle at the time. The experience was so harrowing that he had to retreat, vowing to evolve and return stronger. But abandoning the dungeon came with a price. After he left the cosmos, a mysterious force that seems to govern these strange occurrences informed him that his presence had been noticed. Worse yet, someone else might now be aware of the dungeon's existence and could potentially take everything from it. Chen simply raises his hand, cutting through the tension with a calm, I understand, which catches everyone off guard. The system immediately prompts him, asking if he wants to lead the team into the dungeon of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. He confidently responds with a yes, and a strong light begins to emanate from beneath his feet. The group is then instantly transported into the dream space, now deep inside the eerie dungeon. They find themselves in the magical city, but this time it's twisted into the unsettling environment of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. The atmosphere is thick with tension, and the air feels heavy with the weight of unseen dangers. From a distance, Crow spots something moving. He squints and points out a little monster lurking in the shadows. Meng, usually so full of energy, hugs herself tightly as a shiver runs down her spine. She admits that she has a bad feeling about this place. Han Xiao reminds everyone that the monsters right at the beginning of this dungeon aren't to be underestimated. His warning is clear. They need to stay on their toes if they want to make it through this nightmare unscathed. Suddenly, a creature stumbles into view. A zombie woman dressed as a nurse, trembling with every step, awkwardly holding a syringe and groaning like she's got a bone to pick with gravity itself. This not-so-graceful figure is known as Monster Nurse. Crow strides forward, clearly unbothered by the nurse's lack of coordination. He gestures for everyone to stay back, determined to test this creature's strength. As if on cue, Monster Nurse hurls herself at Crow with the grace of a malfunctioning robot. But Crow is ready. He summons a massive scarecrow, radiating a green aura as he activates his signature move, Incorporation of Fear. The effect is instant. Monster Nurse freezes, her undead heart racing, eyes wide with terror as if she just remembered she left the oven on. Crow, not one to waste time, casually snaps his fingers and declares, Fear mode, right explosion. And just like that, Monster Nurse drops as if she'd seen her worst nightmare, a patient without insurance. The system informs Chen that a team member has just taken down a Monster Nurse, and the experience points are promptly shared among the group. Meng, observing from a safe distance, notes that this scene resembles the defeat of a classic villain boss. Han Xiao, momentarily stunned, silently marvels at the sheer power of the ability used. Chen crosses his arms, clearly satisfied, and gives a nod of approval. Just then, a translucent blue skill card gracefully floats down. The card reads, Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion, Level D active. It describes an ability that unleashes a mental attack through a sharp scream, causing mental damage within a certain range. Of course, the catch is that the sound is likely to attract every nearby monster, like announcing an all-you-can-eat buffet for the undead. Crow picks up the card, holding it up for everyone to see, and remarks on their good fortune in getting a skill drop. Chen, ever the leader, quickly decides that since both Han Xiao and Meng Meng have mental talents, they should determine who gets the skill. Han Xiao, with a casual shrug, steps back, indicating that he's not interested. He's more focused on gathering items for his exclusive mission, and besides, his talent already includes a similar ability. Meng Meng, not one to miss an opportunity, approaches Crow with a grin. She takes the card from his hand, clearly pleased, and thanks him without a second thought. Just as she embraces the card, her hair starts to dance in the air, charged with a strong pink and purple aura. The energy around her intensifies, and the system chimes in, confirming that the skill Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion has been successfully learned. It's like watching someone unlock a new level in a game, complete with flashy effects and all. Chen approaches Meng Meng and gently touches her arm, encouraging her to use the newly acquired skill. Meng Meng flinches slightly, explaining that while the skill's damage range isn't impressive, the sound it produces is widespread and could attract monsters from even the farthest rooms. Chen, unfazed, reassures her that this is exactly what they need. Searching room by room is far too tedious. He assures her that everything will be fine. Meng Meng, blushing slightly, agrees. She then levitates, gathering her energy, and releases a sharp scream that resonates through the air, followed by a powerful explosion of pink aura that spreads throughout the place. The sound does its job, pulling monsters from every corner like a dinner bell at a very chaotic banquet. Chen watches the approaching horde with satisfaction, noting that this monster-attracting effect is working even better than anticipated. Han Xiao, noticing the sheer number of monsters swarming the area, feels a wave of apprehension and remarks on the overwhelming presence. As the zombies begin to crowd around the group, Crow quickly reminds everyone to stay sharp and not lose focus. The team moves into formation, but Meng Meng, visibly anxious, turns to Chen with concern. She hesitantly asks if they can really handle such a large number of enemies. Chen, however, remains completely relaxed, his hands casually in his pockets as if he's just out for a stroll. With a confident smile, he assures her that there's no problem at all. In fact, he sees this as the perfect chance to put his newly updated abilities to the test. To top it off, he casually scratches his neck and stretches, looking more like someone preparing for a light workout than a battle against a horde of zombies. Han Xiao raises his hands, causing daggers to levitate around him, each one enveloped in a fierce purple energy. With a smirk, he acknowledges the group leader's confidence and feels reassured. Ready for action, he flings the daggers at the undead with all the enthusiasm of someone playing a high-stakes carnival game. Every blade hits its mark, perfectly lodging into the zombies' foreheads like a grotesque version of Pin the Tail on the Donkey. Crow, not one to be outdone in the theatrics department, expands a dark aura from his feet, muttering the ominous words, source of fear, strangulation. As if on cue, black tentacles shoot out from the aura, snaking their way toward the zombies and wrapping around them like a particularly aggressive set of garden vines. It's all very horror movie chic. Then, just as things start to look manageable, the entire battlefield erupts in a massive explosion. Dust, fire, and zombie bits fly through the air like confetti at the world's most terrifying parade. It turns out that Meng Meng, in a surprising twist, has conjured a bazooka out of thin air and used it to blast the zombies into oblivion. The group can't help but exclaim in shock, their eyes wide as they take in the aftermath of Meng Meng's explosive handiwork. Meng Meng, clearly pleased with herself, bites her tongue to stifle a grin and enthusiastically suggests they do it again, like she's just discovered the ultimate party trick. Han Xiao, still processing the fact that a bazooka just appeared out of thin air, turns to her with a mix of admiration and mild disbelief. He comments on the sheer power of her ability to create things in dreams, marveling at the possibilities. Half-joking, he wonders aloud if Miss Meng Meng might one day be able to build a full-fledged Gundam. Crow chimes in with a confident definitely, as if it's only a matter of time before they're piloting giant robots. But as the excitement simmers down, Crow turns his gaze toward Chen, curiosity creeping in. He can't help but wonder why the group leader hasn't made a move yet. Meanwhile, Chen, always the calm and collected one, has already activated his claws and waits patiently, thinking that the energy has finally reached its limit. He can't help but mentally sigh about the cooldown on this skill. It's like waiting for water to boil. Charging it during battle feels like trying to run a marathon with shoelaces tied together. But now, with a grin that suggests he's ready to steal the show, he decides it's time to unleash. Chen plunges his fists into the ground, and with a subtle command, the earth beneath them shatters into countless jagged pieces, Black energy spikes burst from below, shooting up like deadly thorns on a rosebush from a horror movie. The spikes impale the zombies with ruthless precision, sending them to their final resting place in a massive cloud of dust. When the dust clears, what's left behind is nothing short of a forest of menacing spikes, as if the ground itself decided it was fed up with the undead. The group, now staring in stunned silence, can't quite believe what they've just witnessed. Meng, still wide-eyed, remarks on how incredibly powerful their master is, though she's clearly trying to wrap her head around the sheer scale of destruction. Crow, usually composed, is left stammering, trying to fathom how a single skill could wipe out an entire horde of zombies in one go. Han Xiao, never one to miss a dramatic moment, exclaims in awe, declaring this is the White Emperor Bai. Two more nurse creatures shuffle closer to Chen, their eerie movements catching Han Xiao's attention. Without hesitation, Han Xiao shouts and rushes forward, determined to take care of the last remnants of the horde. But just as he's about to spring into action, Chen calmly signals for him to stop, mentioning that these two are mini-boss nurses he intentionally left for later. With a casual wave of his left hand, Chen manipulates his energy, summoning tentacles that rise up and immobilize the nurse creatures mid-air like they're caught in an invisible net. Han Xiao, now frozen in his tracks, can only watch in stunned disbelief. He stutters in amazement, realizing that Chen has just captured them effortlessly. Crow, sensing his friend's shock, silently places a hand on Han Xiao's shoulder in a subtle attempt to console him, though it's clear he's just as impressed. At that moment, the system pings Chen with a new message. The black light swallowing ability has evolved. Chen now has the option to view fragments of the memories from the targets he's consumed, with a low probability of acquiring one of their mastered skills. Chen, with a determined expression, declares his intent to read and absorb the memories of the captured nurse creatures. He can't help but reflect on how long it's been since he last used this particular ability. The memory reading and absorption skill had been tucked away, almost forgotten, ever since he first acquired it before the apocalypse turned the world upside down. Chen places his hands on top of the two nurse creatures' heads, their hands shackled by black ties as if they're part of some eerie puppet show. Strangely, their once disturbing nurse uniforms have vanished, replaced by ordinary clothing, as if they'd just come from a casual day out. If that day included being undead, of course. Chen delves deeper into their memories, and the scene shifts, and suddenly he's witnessing something far more unsettling. He sees a woman crawling on the floor, clad only in her underwear, her body marked with strange inscriptions like someone's twisted idea of body art. The atmosphere becomes even more disturbing as he notices other women trapped on crosses, their bellies etched with similar inscriptions and barbed wire cruelly restraining them. The memories pulse with fear and confusion. One of the women, trembling on the floor, tries desperately to drag herself away, her voice filled with terror as she pleads for something, anything, to stay away. Her words are frantic, echoing Chen's mind as she stammers, "Please, stay away." In the midst of this nightmarish scene, a man in a blood-stained lab coat stands in the center of the room, smiling with a calmness that feels completely out of place. He addresses one of the nurse creatures by name, Nurse Kang, and tries to soothe her, telling her to calm down as if this whole horrific setup is just another day at the office. Just then, another scream of horror pierces through Chen's mind as he is thrust into yet another disturbing memory. The same man, now wearing glasses, appears again. He's calmly fixing a nurse's hair. He scolds her, frustrated that her mental strength is so weak, almost as if he's disappointed that she's not meeting some twisted standard. His voice drips with cold detachment as he laments that he was planning to offer her to the master, but now he deems her only fit to be the sacrifice for the following month. The memory shifts again, and Chen finds himself in a different scene. A red-haired nurse stands near a counter, turning to address another nurse. With a tone that tries to be comforting, she tells Nurse Wang not to be so sad, explaining that everyone is avoiding her because of what happened with Nurse Kang. Nurse Wang, a black-haired woman, responds with quiet resignation. She acknowledges that she too, like Nurse Kang, her words heavy with an unspoken sadness. The memory takes another dark turn, and Chen suddenly sees Nurse Kang, now tied to a hospital bed, struggling desperately against her restraints. She's in a state of pure panic, repeating the number 16 over and over again like a broken record stuck on a single haunting note. The significance of the number is lost in the chaos, but it's clear that whatever it means, it's driving her deeper into madness. Meanwhile, Nurse Wang lamented at the tragic fate of Nurse Kang. She reflects on how such a good and beautiful person could spiral into madness so suddenly. Chen, still holding Nurse Kang by the head, pieces together the fragments of memory with a sharp mind. The number 16 stirs something in his recollections. He remembers a connection to his previous life as a demon hunter, a time when he heard whispers of a psychiatric hospital in the magical capital that was linked to demons. The place was notorious for being a site where demons could be summoned, but back then, Chen's power level was so far beyond the limits of this place that he barely paid attention, only glancing at a few posts about it on the Evolutionaries forum. Now, though those faint memories take on new significance. After absorbing what he can from the nurse's memories, Chen releases them, their bodies going limp as the dark energy dissipates. Turning to the group, he addresses them with a calm authority, signaling that it's time to move on. He reminds them that their primary objective is to find clues for Hanshou's exclusive mission. However, he also cautions everyone to stay alert and stick together. Half an hour later, the group is still combing through the hospital, determined to find something, anything, that might lead them closer to their goal. As they climb yet another staircase, Hanshou notes that the place should be cleared of monsters, considering they haven't run into any for a while. He mentions that they've already scored 3 floors without uncovering a single clue. The frustration is starting to creep in, but Meng, always the optimist, chimes in that they're not entirely without leads. Crow, moving a bit ahead, notes that the number 16 keeps popping up almost as if it's taunting them. But as they reach the next floor, his patience seems to wear thin. With a mix of annoyance and curiosity, Crow wonders out loud why the instance boss is still a no-show. He jokes that maybe the boss is quaking in fear, the thought of facing Emperor Bai, too scared to make an appearance. Just then, a powerful aura bursts forth, thick with murderous intent, and a menacing presence makes itself known. It directs its menacing focus on Crow and tells him that his arrogance has reached a dangerous peak. Instantly, everyone springs into action. Crow, without missing a beat, calls forth his trusty scarecrow companion. Hanshou, not one to be outdone, makes his daggers hover menacingly in the air while Meng casually conjures a pair of double swords as if it's just another Tuesday. Meanwhile, Chen begins to release a sliver of his energy, primed and ready for whatever comes next. A massive creature with bloodied paws slowly emerges from the shadows, revealing itself as a demon with long, twisted horns, glasses that somehow manage to stay perched on its nose, and an elongated chin that seems like it's trying too hard to be menacing. The creature, never one to miss an opportunity for theatrics, introduces itself as the director of the Red Star Mental Hospital, Zhao Changlin, and because why stop there, also claims to be an envoy of the 16th demon of the 72 Pillars of Solomon. Meng stays silent, her expression a storm of anger, while Hanshou's face morphs into pure shock, clearly wondering if this guy is actually a demon. Crow, still catching up, repeats the title like it's the punchline of a joke he hasn't quite understood yet. Envoy of the demon god, the demon. The director, relishing his moment in the spotlight, declares that pretending to stay calm is useless. He then delivers his grim proclamation. Their only destiny is to serve as sacrifices for his master. But in a twisted attempt at diplomacy, he adds that if the girl is willing to serve his master loyally and bear his children, he might just consider sparing her life. Meng immediately reacts, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she shouts, suggesting that he himself should go bear children for his master. Chen steps forward with a mocking smile, eyeing the low-level demon with disdain. This creature, once human, now dares to act arrogantly. Chen challenges it, taunting the demon if he has the courage, he should show it to his grandpa standing here instead of wasting time with empty threats to make them laugh. Chen then unleashes his claws, purple flames igniting along his arms, ready for some action. The creature, brimming with arrogance, declares that it will demonstrate the power bestowed upon it by its master, roaring with a ferocity that shakes the room. As it raises its arm, a massive and terrifying aura spreads, filling the space with an overwhelming presence. The sheer force of it is enough to make Hanshou, Crow, and Meng bow involuntarily, their bodies betraying them under the weight of the aura. Hanshou, clutching his head, wonders what this terrible feeling is, as if his very thoughts are being crushed by the oppressive energy. Meng, panic-stricken, covers her face. Chen adjusts his posture, his mind racing with anxiety. Of all the demons, it had to be the psychic type, the one that specializes in exerting continuous psychic pressure. It's like dealing with the most annoying telemarketer, except this one can crush you with its mind. Despite having decent psychic power, Chen knows he's at a disadvantage without any psychic abilities of his own. Prolonging the fight would only make things worse, so he decides to wrap this up quickly. Without wasting another second, Chen rushes toward the demon, his own aura clashing with the oppressive force around him. He buries his fist in the demon's abdomen, causing it to bend over with a reaction that's oddly appreciative, like it just got a compliment instead of a punch. But before Chen can feel too good about his strike, the creature exhales a black and red flame that rapidly spreads throughout the room, turning the place into a demonic sauna. Chen quickly activates his shield, blocking the flames as he steps back, realizing that this fight just got a whole lot hotter, literally. The demon, relishing its perceived advantage, taunts Chen, noting that while he might have some strength to endure, there's no way he'll break through the hellfire. If this drags on, the demon smugly declares Chen will collapse under the relentless psychic pressure. The demon, filled with hatred and fury, shouts that there's no way forward and no way back. It demands that Chen fight and scream in despair, urging him to entertain it with his suffering. It's like the demon is hosting its own twisted reality show, and it's waiting for the big dramatic breakdown. But then, out of nowhere, Han Xiao laughs, breaking the tension as he stands up and touches his temple. The psychic pressure that had been suffocating everyone suddenly vanishes, leaving the demon's plans deflated faster than a popped balloon. Crow, sensing the change, notes the disappearance of the pressure, while the blue energy radiates from Han Xiao, giving him an almost heroic glow. Meng, bewildered and a bit exasperated, asks Han Xiao why he didn't use this ability earlier. Han Xiao scratches his head, a shy smile spreading across his face. He admits somewhat sheepishly that he's not entirely sure what's going on, but it seems that by releasing a bit of his psychic power, he can resist the demon's pressure. It's like stumbling upon a cheat code in the middle of a boss fight, completely unplanned, but hey, who's complaining? Meanwhile, on the other side of the corridor, the demon director speaks up, revealing that it seems like Han Xiao is a descendant of the Han family, part of the master's bloodline. With a voice dripping with menace, it warns Han Xiao not to get too comfortable. Just because his bloodline is helping him resist the psychic pressure doesn't mean he's safe. The hellfire, after all, can still turn him to ashes. It's a classic villain move, reminding everyone that the situation is far from under control. But Han Xiao, now emboldened, steps forward with a mocking smile. He points out the irony, asking why the master's dog is trying to kill a descendant of the master's blood. He cheekily suggests that the demon might want to be careful, or the master could get pretty upset. Maybe even upset enough to take the demon out himself. The demon chuckles darkly, mocking Han Xiao, calling his family nothing more than traitors to the master. The demon adds with a twisted grin that killing him might even earn it a nice reward. With a dramatic flourish, the demon director declares that they will all turn to ashes in the hellfire. Leaning back, it begins to gather a menacing flame in its chest, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Sensing the danger, Han Xiao and Crow rush forward, determined to stop the demon before it can finish. Crow, in a moment of urgency, shouts that they can't let the demon start the fire and urges others to interrupt it. But just as they're about to reach the demon, it suddenly sneezes. Crow halts mid-stride, confusion plastered on his face. He blurts out, asking if the old man has caught a cold, while Han Xiao, equally bewildered, stops in his tracks and wonders aloud if this is some new technique. Chen, standing with his hands on his hips and a satisfied smile, chimes in. He notes that it took a bit longer than expected for the effect to kick in, but it seems the demon's constitution isn't so bad, at least for a lower demon. The demon starts coughing uncontrollably, clearly taken aback and bewildered. Between fits of coughs, it demands to know what's happening. Chen strolls over with a calm demeanor and gets uncomfortably close to the demon. He casually explains that the skill causing this commotion is designed to make enemies sneeze continuously. However, he adds with a hint of satisfaction that he's recently given it an upgrade, suggesting that the demon's current predicament is just the tip of the iceberg. This skill is called the flu and lung infection, and according to the system description, it evolves from the basic flu skill to a more advanced lung infection. When unleashed on a target, the effect depends on the target's constitution, taking anywhere from 1 second to 10 minutes to hit the first phase. In this initial phase, all attributes of the target gradually decrease as they suffer from 3 to 5 random disease-related debuffs. To make things even more delightful, any attack spells become prone to the sneeze effect, meaning they might fail, slow down, or just not work at all. And if a target's constitution drops below half, they enter the second phase, setting the stage for even more fun. The demon, now in a state of utter frustration, begins to curse and cough, exclaiming that it's impossible to have gotten sick. It's as if it can't believe its own misfortune, like catching a cold was the worst thing that could happen to a demon. Meanwhile, the system displays the next part of the description. Second phase, all recovery abilities drop to less than 90%, concentration becomes difficult, and 5 to 10 random disease-related debuffs start appearing. The demon's breathing ability also begins to fail. Chen, watching with a smirk, continues walking behind the demon, who is now struggling to move, leaning against the walls for support. The demon mutters in disbelief, lamenting its fate and questioning how it, a higher-level life form, could be brought down by such an affliction. The system then displays the final part of the description. Third phase, loss of the ability to breathe. The demon collapses, trembling and writhing in agony as it struggles for air. Chen, observing the scene with a sickly satisfaction, remarks on the effectiveness of the skill. He notes that it turns out even demons need to breathe. He reflects on the fact that the substantial amount of virus points he used was worth it. The system then chimes in with a notification, system alert, dungeon boss defeated. 30,000 experience points gained based on battle contribution. Chen shifts his focus to the group who are huddled together. With a curious tilt of his head, he wonders what on earth they're up to. The entire group jumps as if caught in the act, quickly covering their mouths and trying their best not to breathe. Han Xiao, in his usual dramatic flair, silently mouths that there is virus, while Meng Meng, with wide eyes, mentally adds that she really doesn't want to catch a cold. Crow stands by, looking worried as well, perhaps forgetting that he's already wearing a gas mask. Quite the fashion statement, really. Chen, with the calmness of someone who's been accused of worse, reassures his friends that they have nothing to fear. He's quick to remind them that as long as he doesn't release anything, there's no need to worry about catching any strange infections. Relieved, everyone exhales in unison, and Crow, feeling particularly brave, or maybe just a bit sheepish, finally removes his mask. Meng Meng, now sitting on the ground with an air of exaggerated admiration, dramatically throws her head back and declares that Master Bai's abilities are simply unmatched. Han Xiao, never one to miss an opportunity for some lighthearted flattery, gives a double thumbs up and gestures toward Chen with a wide grin. Chen, trying to keep his modesty intact, quickly waves off the praise. He points out that his skill is only effective against demons with weak physiques, adding with a hint of humor that there are still plenty of monsters out there who don't even need to breathe. Chen then turns to Han Xiao, mentioning that he's received the dungeon cleanup notice along with the notification to post a strategic video. He casually inquires about Han Xiao's progress on his task. Han Xiao, a bit perplexed, checks his notification window and is surprised to find that it's still not completed. Chen, ever the strategist, suggests that the mission hint must be hidden somewhere in the dungeon and urges Han Xiao to hurry up and find it. He then adds, almost as an afterthought, that he plans to release the dungeon cleanup video soon. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Chen asks if anyone wants to show their face and achieve instant fame. Crow, feeling the sudden pressure, promptly puts his mask back on and requests that their appearances be hidden in the video. Meng Meng also tells him to hide her face too. Han Xiao urges him to keep it down as well. He insists that they check out what the boss dropped first and then quickly help him locate the elusive mission clue. Not long after, a video was published with the grand title, The Emperor Bai takes team members Meng Meng, Han Xiao, and Crow to clear the Nightmare Dungeon. Red Star Psychiatric Hospital, levels 5 to 12. Quite the mouthful, but hey, marketing is everything. The dungeon strategy video, offered at the reasonable price of 5 copper coins, quickly gains attention. Song Zikyong and Luli are among the first to receive the notification, and they rush to watch it like it is the latest blockbuster. But it isn't just them. Soon, all the awakened ones on the internet are tuning in to witness the legendary feats of their ever-rising monarch, who seems to be racking up accomplishments faster than they could count. Fame has its perks, after all. Meanwhile, in Jiang, within the confines of a certain hotel room on the 15th floor, the group of Chen's classmates is glued to the newly uploaded video. Treachery, eyes narrowing in recognition, remarks that despite the face being hidden, those claws are unmistakable. The figure of the White Emperor in the video is undoubtedly Chen Bai. Seated comfortably on the sofa, Wei Shifu turns to Jiang Luping and Li Feng with a sly grin, taunting them for their silence. She can't resist a jab, reminding them that they were just analyzing how Chen Bai might be a fraud. Song Ji, a bit flustered, chimes in, pointing out that wasn't Chen Bai just at the hotel. He quickly adds, trying to save face, that even if this is Chen Bai in the video, it only proves his impressive combat skills. It doesn't necessarily validate the settlement he's been talking about. Jiang Luping rises from the sofa and remarks that this revelation makes things even more unsettling. With a serious tone, he asks the group if they consider the possibility that Chen Bai might be exploiting everyone drawn to his base to bolster his own strength. He questions how else could he have become so powerful. Wei Shihu, clearly not buying into the conspiracy theories, rolls her eyes and turns to Li Feng with a smirk. She points out that it's pretty obvious to everyone that he and Chen Bai don't exactly see eye to eye, especially since Chen didn't share any of that precious equipment with him. She then asks Jiang Luping why he's being so hard-headed and urges him to check out the video she just sent him, insisting that it might change his perspective. Jiang Luping reluctantly pulls up the video. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Yishui turns to Wei Shihu and asks what exactly she sent. Wei Shihu, now a bit more animated, explains that Song Ji just forwarded her this recording, and whatever it is, it's something they all need to see. The video's content reveals scenes from the mysterious settlement area. In it, Song Ji provides a guided tour, starting with a rather unsettling feature, the Wall of Flesh, which serves as a defense outside the settlement. As she showcases this eerie structure, she casually mentions to Wei Shihu that the wall only consumes corpses from outside, and with a teasing tone, she asks if Wei Shihu is feeling a bit spooked yet. The video continues with Songji offering a glimpse of the settlement itself. She inquires if Wei Shihu is curious to see more, noting that recording videos with cosmic will isn't exactly a budget-friendly activity. With a hint of pride, she explains that she only purchased 10 minutes of recording time, but assures her that it should be enough to capture everything, from the foot of the settlement all the way to the top of the mountain. She points out that the foot of the mountain is the most crowded area of the settlement. It's bustling with activity and anyone can enter for just 1 copper coin per day. However, she cautions that causing trouble there could easily cost someone their life, a stern reminder that while entry is cheap, safety isn't guaranteed for those who stir up chaos. As the video pans up the mountainside, Songji explains that this area is where many of their relatives live. She tells her that they have big plans to expand and add numerous recreational areas, making it a more comfortable place for everyone. Finally, Songji highlights the villa area at the top of the mountain. With a mix of pride and nostalgia, she mentions that she still lives in her home there, reminding Wei Shihu that she knows her place well. She notes that the top of the mountain isn't heavily populated, but it's absolutely secure. Only a select few can access it, making it an exclusive and safe haven for those who reside there. She playfully teases Wei Shihu, suggesting that she might end up living in the settlement sooner than she thinks once she arrives. With a mischievous grin, she mentions that while Chen Bai hasn't made a move on Wei Shihu yet, it's only a matter of time before that big pervert takes an interest. However, she abruptly stops mid-sentence, her cheeks turning a shade of pink as she blushes. Flustered, she urges Wei Shihu to hurry up and come over, hinting that she has a lot more to share in person. As the video wraps up, Songji sighs and says that she needs to go farm instances to improve her physique. After all, without proper training, even all of them together wouldn't be able to satisfy Chen Bai. Back in the hotel room, Jiang Yishui murmurs the word together, her mind clearly spinning with the implications. She then turns to Wei Shihu, who has turned as red as a ripe apple, and with a teasing grin, asks if she's inquired with Songji about just how many women Chen Bai has. With her head still down, Wei Shihu mutters that Jiang Yishui is completely missing the point, adding under her breath that she really should have given that video a good scrub before sending it out to everyone. The embarrassment is almost tangible, and she wonders if she could just sink into the floor right about now. Songji notes that things aren't as bad as they seem. He hadn't anticipated Chen Bai being this strong and starts to suggest a few ideas for discussion. But before he can finish, Jiang, looping, with all the flair of someone delivering a dramatic line from a soap opera, cuts in. He looks at Wei Shihu and makes it clear that she absolutely cannot become one of Chen Bai's women. Wei Shihu, still flustered, argues back, questioning what Jiang looping means by his bold statement. She insists that she never said she wanted to be Chen Bai's woman. Jiang looping, undeterred, claims that Chen Bai is too flirtatious and has way too many women. Definitely not something Wei Shihu would like. Then, in what he probably thinks is a smooth move, he tries to position himself as the better option, claiming that he's different because he only has eyes for her. Wei Shihu, now on the brink of rolling those eyes right out of her head, tells him to stop and for the love of all that's holy, not to come any closer. She firmly reminds him that whether he wants one woman or a whole harem is none of her business. She's rejected him countless times before the apocalypse. Did he think a few zombies would change her mind? To drive the point home, she once again makes it crystal clear that she has no feelings for him and does not like him. Meanwhile, in the dream space of Magic City, within the eerie confines of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital instance on the 4th floor, Chen stands victorious, holding the severed head of the director demon he just killed with his flu virus. The gruesome trophy still drips with dark energy as Chen surveys his work, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Just then, a notification pops up in his field of vision, delivering some unexpected news. It informs him that this particular organism contains special bloodline factors and he now faces a choice. He can either continue devouring the demon's essence or expel it. However, there's a catch. Absorbing these bloodline factors will have an impact on the blacklight virus within him as well as on himself. Chen decides to go for it and begins absorbing the bloodline factors, murmuring something about how even demons reward their minions with interesting perks. As he focuses on the process, several notification windows start popping up in rapid succession, each bringing more intriguing news. First, he learns that he's devoured a special species, earning himself a hefty 500 blacklight virus exclusive evolution points. Not bad for a day's work. But the notifications don't stop there. Next, he finds out that he's triggered the acquisition of the target's skill, gaining the Hellfire skill rated as Class A. Now that's something to write home about, or, at the very least, something to show off in the next battle. As the process completes, the bloodline factors are expelled and transformed into an item that suddenly materializes in his hand. He looks down to find a test tube containing a swirling dark liquid, blood, rich with the essence of the demon's lineage. He reads the description: Devil's Bloodline Essence, Class A item, potion type, a coagulation of the Devil's Bloodline. Can be devoured to gain a weak Devil's Bloodline. Usage requirements: mental power above 20, physique above 20. Grabbing the test tube in his hand, Chen examines it curiously, wondering if this is really the bloodline factor he just expelled. He reflects on how he expected it to simply vanish into thin air, but instead, it materialized into a tangible item. The unexpected bonus is both intriguing and slightly unsettling. After all, not everything that comes from a demon is something you want lying around in your inventory. Chen then turns his attention back to his group, casually asking how things went on their end and if the boss dropped anything worthwhile. Han Xiao, ever eager to share, proudly displays a scroll and a book announcing that they scored big this time. A Hell Messenger job scroll, Class A, and a Hellfire skill book, also Class A. Clearly, the loot gods were feeling generous today. Meng Meng, not to be outdone, holds up a piece of paper with a detailed design on it and adds that they also found a piece of armor design and a D-class piece of equipment. The armor design that Meng Meng holds up is titled Hell's Call, Shepherd's Horn Blueprint. It's an armor that ranges from C to S class depending on the materials used. The blueprint lists the required components: 1 pair of pure devil's horns, hellfire, and 1 dark crystal. There's also a note attached emphasizing that the final product's grade is determined by the quality of the materials. An S-class shepherd's horn is unique, meaning once someone crafts it, no one else can make another S-class version. Ken's mind immediately zeroes in on the pure demon's horns. He just so happens to know where to get those. With a thoughtful nod, he decides to keep the blueprint for himself. He then distributes the loot, suggesting that the Hell Messenger job scroll be left for Han Xiao, along with the demon bloodline item. The Hellfire skill book goes to Meng Meng, and since Crow also played his part in the battle, the D-class equipment is handed over to him. Crow gives Chen a sharp salute, expressing his gratitude with a respectful nod. Han Xiao, always the cheerleader, flashes a thumbs up and compliments Chen on the fair and reasonable distribution of loot, calling him awesome as usual. Then, with a playful grin, Han Xiao reminds the group that there's still one last task, helping him find the mission clues. He even throws in a cute puppy face, thanking everyone for their help in advance, a move that's hard to resist, even in a nightmare dungeon. The group presses on and eventually reaches the director's office, the likely spot where the mission clues are hidden. Han Xiao, ever the strategist, voices his suspicion that the clues must be here. Unless, of course, that sneaky demon director has another secret room stashed somewhere. He cautiously opens the door, only to find something far more disturbing than he expected. Inside the office stands a colossal statue of a demon, towering over them with an ominous presence. The statue isn't just a creepy decoration, it radiates a powerful aura that each of them can feel in their bones. The air in the room grows heavy, and it's clear that this statue is more than just a lifeless figure. Meng Meng, staring up the towering statue, can't help but comment on its overwhelming presence. She wonders aloud what kind of demon could project such power, even in statue form. Chen, ever the knowledgeable one, enlightens her, explaining that this is Ji, the 16th demon of Solomon's 72 demons, the very master that the director, Zhao Changlin, mentioned. Curiosity piqued, Chen moves closer to the statue, reaching out to touch it with his hand. He notes that the statue's intense presence isn't just for show, it's because Ji once entered this statue in some form, leaving behind a residue of its power. Finding this revelation more than a little fascinating, Chen starts to wonder if there might be a way to summon this demon god within the hospital. It is revealed that around 100 years ago, a woman from the Han family fell in love with the Ji Pei on the Blue Star. This fateful encounter set a strange and eerie legacy in motion. Ever since that time, every generation of the Han family has given birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. As the years pass, a disturbing tradition took root. Once the girls reached adulthood, they would be brought to this place, where they would remain forever, destined to become Ji Pei's brides. The boys, on the other hand, lived their lives in blissful ignorance of the family's dark secret. They would marry, start families, and continue this cycle, never knowing the true purpose behind the birth of their twin sisters. Meanwhile, Meng Meng stumbles upon an old diary and begins reading its chilling contents aloud. The diary reveals a dark chapter from more than a decade ago involving Han Xiao's father, Han Yang. It seems that Han Yang had uncovered the truth about the Han family's cursed inheritance, the twisted tradition that bound the daughters of the family to a lifetime of servitude to the demon Ji Pei within the confines of the mental hospital. Determined to escape this grim fate and desperate to protect his newborn daughter from such a life, Hanyang made a harrowing decision. He chose to kill his infant daughter to save her from being forced into this cruel destiny. However, Zhao Changlin, the director of the hospital, discovered Hanyang's plan just in time and intervened, stopping him from carrying out the act. Zhao Changlin then reported the incident to Jipei, the demon master. As punishment for his betrayal, Hanyang was stripped of his bloodline, a fate worse than death for someone of the Han lineage. To make matters worse, Han Xiu's sister, instead of being saved, was taken away by Jipei to be raised under the demon's influence. Zhao Changlin, for his loyalty and service, was rewarded with the demon's blood, further binding him to Jipei's dark power. Meng Meng, clearly frustrated, tosses the diary aside and informs the group that's all there is to the idiot director's scribbles. She explains that most of the diary is filled with Zhao Changlin's envy toward the Han bloodline and his endless cursing of Hanyang's supposed stupidity. There's also a lengthy section where Zhao Changlin goes on and on about his oath of allegiance to Jipei, boasting about how merit brings reward. But that's the gist of what she could piece together from the diary. As soon as Meng Meng finishes summarizing, Han Xiu chimes in, announcing that he's just received the next mission. He takes a moment to thank Meng Meng, admitting with a sheepish grin that he tends to get a headache whenever he sees big blocks of text, so her help was a lifesaver. Meng Meng, always eager for a bit of mystery, smiles and tells him that he's welcome. She enjoys piecing together clues like this, finding it oddly satisfying. Meng Meng notices that Chen is still intently observing the statue and can't help but ask if there's something off about it, given how he's been studying it so closely. Chen, with a knowing look, simply replies that of course there is. Without further explanation, he reaches up and pulls one of the horns on the statue. In the blink of an eye, a hidden passageway opens up right before them, revealing a secret hideout. The sudden reveal startles everyone. Crow, always curious, wonders aloud what they've just uncovered. Meng Meng questions whether it's some kind of hideout, while Han Xiu, wide-eyed, suggests it might be a secret room. Without missing a beat, Chen steps forward, leading the way into the newly discovered passage. The others quickly fall in line behind him, eager to see what lies ahead. Just as they enter, they find a narrow stairway descending into darkness. Chen Bai casually remarks that given the height they descended, they'd likely drop from the 4th floor straight down to the basement. Han Xiu, ever the precise one, confirms it, saying they're at least 2 or 3 floors below the surface. Because, of course, Han Xiu is secretly a human step counter. Chen, leading the way with calm confidence, explains that they must be getting close. If he's right, they're approaching the very place where Zhao Changlin communicates with the G sect and conducts his dark sacrifices. Finally, they reach a large, heavy double door. Chen pushes it open, and the sight that greets them is nothing short of unsettling. A circle of inverted crosses and arcane symbols etched across the floor. The room feels thick with an ominous energy, and the group moves cautiously forward. Crow, with his sharp senses, comments on the overwhelming smell of blood in the air. Chen Bai crouches in the center of the eerie circle, carefully picking up an object from the floor. Meng Meng, ever curious, can't help but ask what he's found. Chen, in his usual cryptic fashion, stands up without saying much and simply gestures for the group to check their screens. Suddenly, the image of a golden medallion flashes on their screens. It's labeled as the core of the Hell Teleportation Array, a special item. The description that follows is nothing short of grim. The circle, marked with a hellish symbol, can be used to activate the Red Star Mental Hospital Dungeon and summon the G sect. The requirements are just the usual: sacrifice 16 lives along with their souls and blood. There's also a small catch. The demon summoned by this handy medallion will be restricted to level 12, thanks to the dungeon's difficulty level. But here's where it gets worse. After the summoning, the dungeon's difficulty will spike to hell level. Astonished by the discovery, Han Xiu blurts out in disbelief at the idea of summoning a demon. Crow, equally shocked, widens his eyes and comments on the level restriction. Unlike the others, Meng Meng reacts with unexpected excitement. She smiles brightly, practically bouncing with energy, and suggests that if they summon the demon and defeat it, they'd practically hit the jackpot. Always the optimist, even when faced with imminent doom. Behind her, however, Crow shakes his head in silent disagreement. Because somebody has to be the voice of reason around here. Chen Bai, ever calm, turns to Meng Meng and asks a simple but cutting question. If I'm level 8, what level are you all? Meng Meng's excitement fizzles as her shoulders drop. She, along with the others, sheepishly replies that they're hovering around level 5 or 4, some not even at 4 yet. Chen makes a slicing gesture with his hand, bluntly pointing out the obvious. Summon that demon and they're all going to die instantly. With levels below 10, no profession, and no proper equipment, he wonders where they found the courage to even think about fighting a level 12 demon. Confidence is one thing, but this is just reckless optimism. Han Xiao tries to lighten the mood, grinning as he points out that Chen Bai, the emperor, is with them. But Chen Bai humbly places a guiding hand on his shoulders and explains even with him present, it's not possible. The gap between a regular demon and a weak-blooded demon is vast. It's like comparing a kitten to a lion. Sure, they both have claws, but one of them will eat you whole. He advises them to turn back, focus on leveling up, and gain professions before even considering facing something that powerful. Crow turns to Meng Meng with a grin and asks her to make sure he's included when they come back next time. Meng Meng winks at him playfully, promising that he'll be at the top of the list. The group returns to the statue room, feeling the tension ease slightly. Meng Meng, ever practical, asks if this dungeon adventure is officially over or if anyone has something else they want to do. Han Xiao scratches his head, looking a bit puzzled, and admits there's something that's been bothering him. He starts musing about how he is a descendant of a demon and also has a sister, and if these facts appeared out of nowhere when the apocalypse arrived. Chen Bai touches his shoulder and tells him that he is not sure if they came from nothing or if they always existed, but they definitely exist now. Chen then asks Han Xiao why he suddenly asked this, and if his father acted strange before the apocalypse. Han Xiao, still lost in thought, explains that the relationship between him and his father was not close, and to him, his father was just an ordinary man living a life without much significance, until of course he turned into a different kind of zombie than others. Crow, always quick to imagine the wildest possibilities, pictures a red zombie with horns and white hair. He excitedly asks Han Xiao if his father turned into a demon zombie and remarks how cool it is. But Han Xiao, with a tense expression, shakes his head. It has nothing to do with demons. His father didn't turn into some epic demon-zombie hybrid. Instead, he became something far more terrifying, a plague zombie. He describes the hideous purple and green fungal spots that covered his father's body, radiating a sense of danger so strong that he didn't dare touch him. Faced with this horror, Han Xiao was forced to quickly master telepathy with his psychic powers. He explains that this was his father's last lesson to him, a grim final connection. Chen Bai turns to Han Xiao, intrigued by the mention of a plague zombie. Han Xiao explains that it must have been due to the chemical plant where his father worked. He mentions how his father wasn't the only one affected. His neighbors had those same ominous spots as well. Chen pauses, deep in thought, piecing together what he knows. He realizes that this chemical plant might be connected to the SSS-level mission of the plague sect. Chen then turns back to Han Xiao, expressing a strong interest in the chemical plant related to this strange plague. He requests that when he gets to Shanghai, Han Xiao takes him there. The boy, without hesitation, agrees because who wouldn't want to take a trip to a chemical plant possibly filled with zombie fungus? Crow, never one to miss a chance, raises his hand and asks Chen Bai for advice about his abilities. Chen, ever the patient leader, smiles and opens the floor for everyone to discuss their questions or share information. Later, as he thinks back on the day's events, Chen reflects that today's harvest has been quite fruitful. Not only have they discovered some valuable items, but he's also managed to pick up a few clues about the Plague Lord's mission. Meanwhile, back in Jiangsheng, inside the hotel room 1503, Chen Bai is resting peacefully on the bed, drifting in and out of sleep. However, the sudden sound of coughing jolts him awake. Startled, he looks around and is shocked to see his friends sprawled out on the floor of his room, coughing and struggling. Confused, Chen asks what's wrong with them. One of them tries to respond, but his voice is weak, barely audible. Chen quickly jumps into action, helping two of them to their feet and guiding them outside the room. The hero's work never ends, even when woken up from a nap. Once outside, Chen asks what's going on and reminds them that he had specifically warned them not to enter his room. He had released several viruses around the space as a precautionary measure to prevent any accidents, because clearly nothing says safety like booby-trapping your own room with viruses. As he helps one of his friends to the couch, the poor guy coughs out that he now has 20 diseases, each linked to negative buffs. As if catching a cold wasn't bad enough. The other, looking just as miserable, adds that he's been hit with 30 diseases and all his attributes have dropped to 0. 0. Not a great look for surviving in this world. Desperate, they ask Chen Bai if he has any antidote. Chen gets up calmly and reassures them, saying he has already removed the viruses from their systems. Their abilities will recover soon. He tells them to rest while he goes to find Jiang looping. Just as he's about to leave, Wei Shidu approaches him with urgency in her voice. She warns him that Jiang looping is actually here to kill him. Ken's eyes widen in surprise as he asks for the reason behind it. Wei Shidu explains that it all started when Jiang didn't believe the settlement Chen had mentioned was real. To verify, she asked Songji to record a video and send it, but things went south quickly. She hesitates to continue, clearly uneasy about what happened next. Wei Shidu then adds that after she rejected Jiang Looping's romantic proposal, his anger shifted toward Chen. He stormed in, shouting that all their problems began when Chen arrived and the only solution is to kill Chen, claiming it would somehow fix everything. Solid logic from a man who's clearly had one too many bad ideas. Chen and Wei Shihu sit at a table in the room, glasses of water placed in front of them. Chen leans back in his chair, commenting on the absurdity of Jiang's reasoning, wondering aloud if he's just an idiot. Wei Shihu, agreeing wholeheartedly, calls Jiang looping an idiot as well. She shares how he used to threaten any girl he interacted with, including forcing her childhood friend to drop out of school. If it hadn't been for Songji protecting her, she's certain Jiang would try the same manipulation tactics on her. She confesses how horrible it is being trapped in the hotel with him, making every day feel as long as a year. Luckily, she adds, Jiang's talents aren't strong enough to actually control her. Wei Shihu then looks at Chen with a glimmer of relief, saying how happy she is to see how strong he has become and that Songji is still alive. It's the little victories in a world of plague zombies and bad decisions. After talking for a while, they hear Jiang looping, coughing violently in another room. Both Chen and Wei Shihu stand up, heading towards the door. Wei Shihu, turning to Chen, asks if Jiang has already died in the trap he's been caught in. Chen shakes his head, explaining that common viruses weaken quickly, so it will take a little longer for them to be fatal. He's not the kind to rush a good virus, apparently. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Wei Shihu says she has an idea. Chen, curious, asks what she has in mind. She leans in and admits she hates Jiang looping so much that she wants him to die with regrets. They open the door to see Jiang looping leaning against the bed, coughing hard, his eyes red and irritated. In a final act of defiance, the last thing Jiang sees is Chen and Wei Shihu sharing a kiss. Nothing like a little drama to seal the deal. Chen, always one to poke fun, asks Wei Shihu if a kiss is enough to irritate Jiang. She replies that it's more than enough, adding, "What else do you want to do? It's my first kiss, you know." 2 days later, Chen Bai finds himself moving swiftly through the watching mountainous forests just outside the city. He's leaping effortlessly between tree branches when his messaging window beeps. Song Zikyong is calling. As Chen answers, he asks what's up, his voice casual as ever. Sitting comfortably in an office chair, Song Zikyong reports the latest news. Their team has successfully picked up Wei Shihu and the others along the river road, and they're now on their way back. Chen Bai nods in approval, commending her for a job well done. Then, with a slight change in tone, Song Zikyong brings up something else. Apparently, there's a lot of buzz on the Evolved forum about a mysterious chat group full of experts. And the rumor mill is churning out the idea that Chen Bai is the owner of this group, because if anyone's running a secret club of apocalypse pioneers, it's definitely Chen Bai. The members, people say, are all individuals who awakened their abilities before the apocalypse even began. Sounds like quite the exclusive club. Chen, pausing on a branch, calmly responds, confirming the rumors. The chat group 001 is indeed his. He reminds Song about the post he asked her to promote, hinting that this was all part of a bigger plan. Typical Chen, always 10 steps ahead. Song Zikyong, clearly impressed, notes that this group of experts could be a major asset in the future. She also wonders how they should handle the growing posts discussing chat group 001 on the Evolved forum. Chen, ever thoughtful, jumps down from the branches, landing gracefully on the forest floor. He tells her not to worry for now. He'll check the posts himself before making any decisions. He just asks for the titles of the most discussed posts. Within moments, Song sends the list and the titles appear. One post claims that the so-called White Emperor already knew about the impending cosmic trial. Another post analyzes a video titled Bai, speculating that the experts are all members of the same chat group. Another curious title suggests that if there were monsters before the judgment, there may also be evolved beings. Yet another post from the owner of chat group 002 claims that chat group 001 was likely formed before the judgment. Looks like everyone's talking about it. Chen reads through them carefully, contemplating his next move. He thinks to himself that it's time to make chat group 001 famous. He then pulls up his messaging window, his mind already calculating the potential benefits of this sudden surge of attention. He knows that making chat group 001 famous won't just give them influence. They'll provide serious deterrent power. Because what's scarier than a group of elite pioneers? He says it will also foster a sense of unity among the members, making it a whole lot easier to recruit specialists in the future. Chen then continues walking through the forest. The vibrant, lush greenery around him slowly withers. The leaves crumple into brittle brown fragments and the trees twist into skeletal shapes. Before he knows it, the once lively forest is now a wasteland, completely desolate. The ground cracks beneath his feet and scattered skulls and skeletons litter the area like some macabre decoration. The sky above shifts into a blood-red hue, adding to the ominous vibe. And just when things couldn't get any more apocalyptic, a system message appears in front of him. You have entered the secret dungeon, village of the demon worshippers. Chen Bai smiles as he mutters to himself. He's finally found it, the secret dungeon where in his previous life he received the S-rank class transfer mission to become a demon hunter. It's always nice to return to a place filled with fond, murderous memories. As soon as he steps deeper into the cursed land, a task window appears before him. It outlines his objectives for the dungeon. First, he must interrupt the villagers' ritual to summon the demon. Task difficulty: C. Next, he's told to kill all the polluted villagers. Task difficulty: C. Then comes the kicker. His third task: to kill the demon summoned by the villagers and finish off any remaining polluted villagers. Task difficulty: S. Ah yes, because no dungeon is complete without a near impossible task at the end. Ken's mind drifts back to his previous life. He remembers a smiling young man named Chen Bai, who had roped him into this very dungeon before. Chen Bai had sold it as a simple job. Complete task 2, leave the secret dungeon and split the loot. He had even promised that anyone who didn't win gear would be compensated with gold coins, because nothing screams trustworthy like free money. In his previous life, Chen Bai fell for Brother Qiang's lies. He too joined the team driven by the lure of those shiny gold coins, but things didn't go as planned. Brother Qiang had intentionally made a mistake, allowing the villagers to summon the demon. Then, just as the chaos began, he led his team out of the combat area. His goal had been clear all along, to use their lives to weaken the demon. Chen vividly recalls the moment Qiang, with that same deceitful smile, hurled a spear at the remaining fighters, telling them that their only chance of survival was to weaken the demon enough to please him. By the time everyone realized they'd been trapped, it was too late. Brother Qiang had already set up the battlefield, completely surrounding them. And as the evolved ones tried to escape, he ruthlessly massacred them, ensuring no one made it out alive. Brother Qiang had managed to gather nearly 100 people, mostly solitary survivors or small teams, all just trying to scrape by in the area. It was the perfect set. With so many scattered and desperate individuals, no one was able to organize an effective resistance in time. When they finally realized there was no escape, the remaining survivors had no choice but to turn and face the demon. In their desperation, they clung to a non-existent hope, fighting with everything they had. Only when the last of them fell did Brother Qiang and his team finally swoop in to attack the already weakened demon. But what Qiang didn't expect was that Chen Bai was still alive. Chen knew that if he were discovered, he'd be silenced, so he did what any smart person would do. He bailed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen slipped away, making his way to the edge of the instance, where the mechanics would allow him to escape if he completed tasks 1 and 2. Just as he was about to make his escape, something unexpected happened. Qiang's team finally killed the demon and started rolling for loot like kids at a birthday party, only with more blood and betrayal. To Chen's surprise, a message panel appeared in front of him. Since he was still technically part of the group, he was eligible to roll for rewards, and in a stroke of pure irony, Chen won. The prize? The Demon Hunter Scroll, an S-rank item, the very thing Qiang had been scheming for all along. Talk about poetic justice. Qiang's team had rigged the rolling system to cheat everyone else, but in the end, it cost them the best reward. If that's not a case of what goes around comes around, I don't know what is. Later, after the dust settled, Qiang frantically searched for Chen, realizing too late that the scroll had slipped through his fingers. Knowing Qiang would stop at nothing to find him, Chen was forced to leave watching and seek out a new place to lay low. Back in the present, Chen Bai smiles to himself, thinking what a pity it is that he missed seeing Brother Qiang's face when the Demon Hunter Scroll slipped through his fingers. That reaction alone would have been worth the trouble. With a light chuckle, he continues walking, lost in his thoughts. But his footsteps slow as he notices something on the ground. An all-too-familiar sight. A corpse, clearly a dead, polluted villager. Someone else is here. Chen pauses, realizing that this could mean trouble. In his previous life, before Brother Qiang killed the demon and cleared the secret dungeon for the first time, there had still been about 2 months left. So no need to panic just yet, he tells himself. But it nags at him, who could have discovered this secret dungeon so early. Certainly not the neighborhood watch. Meanwhile, in the central square of the village, a group of people is busy stabbing zombies with spears, working together to complete Task 2. When a system notification appears, confirming that Task 2 is complete and rewarding them with experience points, they breathe a sigh of relief. One of the group stands up and declares that Zhanglong's brother was right. Completing Task 2 allows them to leave. He suggests they get out while the getting's good, promising to return later to deal with the boss. Nothing like saving the biggest nightmare for a future to-do list. However, one of them, looking more than a little nervous, turns to the group and announces with fear in his voice that someone else has entered the dungeon. That someone is, of course, Chen Bai, who calmly walks toward them, asking if they're leaving already. He casually offers to take on the boss if they don't mind. The young man who had been leading the group walks by Chen, and with barely a second glance, gives him the go-ahead. Chen watches him pass, silently noting that it's Brother Jiang himself. What a small, cruel world. He hadn't expected them to find the dungeon this early. Another member of the group, with a mix of concern and warning, tells Chen to be careful. The boss is a level 11 demon. Chen nods, thanking them for the warning, and bids them farewell. Level 11. Sounds like a Tuesday workout. As the group leaves, the large demon approaches, towering with muscles and horns exposed, roaring with arrogance. It sneers at Chen, taunting him about his fearlessness, wondering if he's quietly accepting his fate because he knows he's going to die. Chen, unbothered by the demon's theatrics, remains silent for a moment before replying that he's simply reminiscing. After all, it's been a long time since he faced a lesser demon alone. The demon, not liking Chen's tone one bit, declares him a despicable human and prepares to attack. But before it can make good on its threat, Chen moves with lightning speed, slicing the creature with a series of quick cuts. Neon bruises bloom across the demon's skin as it reels from the unexpected blows. Turns out, demons don't handle rapid-fire humiliation all that well. Calmly, he remarks how after decades as a demon hunter in his previous life, he's lost count of how many lesser demons he's slain. Every movement, every weakness, and even the direction of each muscle fiber, they're all as familiar to him as the back of his hand. A lifetime of demon hunting makes dissecting these creatures almost feel like muscle memory. As the demon lays vanquished, Chen stands over it, feeling a rush of familiarity. His skills haven't deteriorated one bit. Like riding a bike, except instead of pedals, it's a sword, and instead of a road, it's demons. In the distance, Brother Jiang's group erupts into excited chatter. One of them shouts that he's received the participation reward minus 5,000 experience and a lineage item. Instant kill. The group is left stunned, barely able to comprehend what just happened. It's as if the loot fairy just dropped a present in their laps. Curious, one of Jiang's men approaches the leader and asks if Chen absorbed the demon's body. Jiang, clearly intrigued, tells them to check it out. The group heads back toward Chen, who turns to greet them with a grin. Because who wouldn't be grinning after making the demon look like a piñata? Noticing their return, Chen smiles and teasingly asks if they're here for a cut of the loot. Jiang laughs, spreading his arms wide in a gesture of good-natured surrender, claiming it's just a misunderstanding. Yeah, sure it is. He tells Chen that he single-handedly defeated the demon boss, so how could he dare to take a share of the loot? Chen, however, isn't buying it. His expression remains serious as he thinks to himself how Jiang knows exactly how to play things, but he's already seen through the man's true intentions. Fool me once, Jiang. Playing along for now, Chen picks up some of the loot he's just acquired, holding up a few tantalizing items. He casually mentions that the demon dropped some pretty impressive stuff, including a B-level inferior demon lineage potion, an A-level lineage potion, and even an exclusive mission scroll for S-level demon hunters. He can't resist throwing in a little temptation, asking if they aren't even a little interested. One of Xian's subordinates, looking none too pleased, hands over a collection of vials filled with red liquid, acknowledging that these are the lineage potions everyone just received. Brother Jiang, facing Chen, admits that it would be a lie to say he isn't tempted by the rewards, but he adds with a diplomatic flair that they aren't irrational people. The rewards for completing the task rightfully belong to Chen. Chen accepts the vials, his expression calm but his thoughts sharp. He responds that it sounds good, but quickly cuts through the pleasantries, pointing out that Jiang didn't come back just to congratulate him. If there's something Jiang wants to say, he should just get to the point. Chen's not one to waste time on small talk, especially when there are potential hidden motives involved. Jiang, with his usual charm, gestures casually and claims it's nothing serious. He says he just wants to make friends and asks where Chen lives, mentioning that he's been clearing out the western suburbs of Wucheng recently. It would be unfortunate, Jiang adds, if he accidentally invaded Chen's territory. Chen, however, isn't fooled. With a serious expression, he thinks about what Jiang just said. The western suburbs, that's where Meng Meng lives near the sports complex. Jiang's being polite on the surface, but it's clear he's fishing for information, trying to figure out what I'm doing in his supposed territory. Without showing his hand, Chen replies smoothly, assuring Jiang that his settlement is in Jiangcheng, far from the western suburbs. As for that area, Chen says he only knows about the sports complex there. Let's see if Jiang bites, Chen thinks to himself. Time to find out what they're really up to near Meng Meng. Jiang, seemingly satisfied with the conversation, responds that his group recently took control of the sports complex in the western suburbs. They're now in the process of clearing the surrounding area. Jiang, still trying to smooth talk his way into Chen's good graces, suggests they could become friends and help each other out. He compliments Chen's strength, hinting that he must have quite a bit of influence in Jiang. Classic Jiang offering friendship while plotting something beneath the surface. But Chen Bai, still serious, isn't fooled for a second. The sports complex has already been cleared. He knows better. This so-called clearing is nothing more than a thinly veiled excuse for conquering territory and wiping out anyone in their way. Suddenly, it all makes sense. No one was there to help Meng Meng in his previous life because these very people probably cleared her too. It's all coming together, and it's not looking good for Khan. Just as Chen is processing this realization, a notification pops up. It's from Meng Meng. Chen quickly opens the message, which states that many evolved have suddenly arrived in her neighborhood. They're searching house by house, and she thinks they will find her soon. Chen responds that they're there to clear out zombies as well as the evolveds. He instructs her to keep them out of her house. He promises to be there soon. Trouble is brewing and there's no time to waste. Chen sighs, looking back at Jiang. He mutters, "You really?" His patience clearly wearing thin. Without another word, he slowly releases his tentacles. The sight makes Jiang tremble, stepping back in fear, his voice cracking as he stammers out a question. What is he going to do? Spoiler alert. Nothing good for Kang. Before Jiang can react, Chen curses under his breath, launching his tentacles at the young man. The attack is swift and merciless, capturing Jiang in an instant. Chen activates his evolution devour and memory reading abilities, wrapping Kang's body in a small cocoon. As the cocoon closes around him, Chen closes his eyes, focusing on the fragmented memories he's pulling from Kang's mind. Unfortunately, memory reading isn't as neat as a YouTube tutorial. The fragments are jumbled, and Chen can't pinpoint the exact location of the sports complex or any details about Meng Meng's attackers. With Jiang fully consumed, Chen opens his eyes and turns to the rest of Kang's group. They're cowering in fear, their bravado long gone. Looks like Chen isn't the only one with strong survival instincts. Chen coolly announces that he'll need one of them alive to show him the way. He remembers the one who had warned him to be careful about the boss. It seemed like that guy knew a lot more than he was letting on. Time to do a little more digging, literally if necessary. Meanwhile, in Wucheng's western suburbs inside Building 16, Meng Meng clutches a baseball bat with all the strength she can muster. The sound of pounding on her door fills the room as someone shouts from the other side, demanding she open up. Because nothing says welcome like a countdown to invasion. Trembling, Meng Meng manages to shout back, telling them they're not welcome and to leave, warning that if they break in, she won't hesitate to defend herself. Outside, the man laughs and turns to his companions, amused by her defiance, because naturally, laughing off threats always goes well in horror movies. His two accomplices join in, mocking her, egging her on, and teasing her about what she could possibly do. They tell her to get ready because the brothers are coming in. These guys are really leaning to the whole creepy villain vibe. But Meng Meng, showing more strength than they expect, raises her voice in a fierce shout, demanding they leave. Her voice isn't just loud. It's powerful, pulsing with energy. The sound hits the intruders like a sonic wave, drilling straight into their ears. They scream in agony as blood flows from their ears, while Meng Meng, overwhelmed by the exertion, collapses to the ground, dropping the bat. She coughs, touching her forehead, her body trembling from the strain. A small trickle of blood runs from her mouth as she struggles to breathe. Not exactly a victory lap moment. She thinks to herself how this ability still demands a level of physical endurance that she doesn't quite have yet. It lasted just over a second, but it was enough to leave her throat ruined and most of her energy drained. However, there's now silence outside. She figures, with her mental strength, they must all be unconscious by now. Well, unconscious or in desperate need of an ear doctor. Outside, her guess is spot on. The three men lie unconscious in a pool of their own blood, except for one who, with the last of his strength before blacking out, manages to call for reinforcements. He sends out a message, warning his brothers that there's a girl on the 12th floor with powerful mental attack abilities. His team is all but dead, and they need to act fast. He's confident she won't be able to use her ability again for a while, giving them a window to take her down. Good luck with that. 10 minutes later, the banging on the door resumes. Meng Meng, still breathing heavily and feeling weaker by the second, realizes they're back. Her eyes darkening with exhaustion. Looks like she'll have to fight again. The door slams open and several men burst into the room, their twisted grins making her stomach turn. One of them makes a disgusting comment about how she's a beautiful girl, mocking her sweat and exhaustion, because nothing screams bad guy like being creepy and gross. As they taunt her, calling her sister and making vile comments about teaching her how to scream properly, Meng Meng struggles to crawl along the wall. Her mind races, and she realizes she has just enough strength left to invoke her Hellfire ability one more time. It's all or nothing. Summoning the last of her energy, she unleashes the purple flames of Hellfire, consuming the men in an inferno of destruction. Their mocking quickly turns to screams of agony as they are enveloped in the flames. But as the fire dies down, so does Meng Meng. She collapses onto the floor, gasping for breath, utterly spent. Her body feels like it's given out completely. She reflects on something her master once told her, that the 4 attributes complement each other, and having one too high without balancing the others is dangerous. Well, lesson learned the hard way. Just when she thinks it might be over, another group of men enters the room. They quickly size her up, and one of them mockingly announces that she's completely done for, because apparently bad guys never run out of reinforcements. They taunt her, telling her to kneel and beg or face death. Even in her weakened state, Meng Meng refuses to give in. She drags herself across the floor, every movement feeling like agony. Her head spins and she fights the urge to faint, her thoughts growing foggy. No, don't let them take you. Fight. But they don't care. They approach her without a shred of hesitation. One of them snidely remarks that she's already chosen death and orders the others to restrain her. They move in, grabbing her by the hair and arm, yanking her roughly. One of them sneers, commenting on how tough she is as she struggles. Meng Meng's mind spirals into a desperate plea for help. Help, someone please help me. She feels herself slipping, hopelessness settling in. But then, just when everything seems lost, a savior appears. Chen Bai bursts through the window of her room, landing with a force that sends shards of glass flying. Without missing a beat, he buries a powerful kick into the face of one of the thugs. 2 more follow, and Chen takes them down effortlessly, pulling Meng Meng away from her attackers and tossing the men aside as if they were nothing. Talk about making an entrance. Meng Meng looks up at him, her voice weak but filled with relief. She struggles to speak, apologizing, saying she didn't do very well, that she almost failed. But Chen Bai cuts her off with reassurance, telling her that she did great. He lays her gently on the sofa, telling her to rest now and that anyone who dares to trouble his disciple today will never leave this place alive. Not exactly a subtle warning, but definitely effective. More armed thugs appear, and one of them sneers at Chen, assuming the girl is called in reinforcements. They don't care. They shout, urging each other to attack, confident they can take him down. Oh, how wrong they are. Chen Bai leaps into action, striking with both claw and hammer, taking down the men as though they were mere practice targets. He stands by the door, asking if anyone else has left, his voice cold and steady. It's like watching a teacher take attendance at a school of thugs. Suddenly, from the sofa, Meng Meng's trembling voice cuts through the room. She's sweating, barely able to stay conscious, mumbling that she's struggling. Chen kneels beside her, recognizing the signs. Fatigue and the pressure of her mental strain are causing hallucinations. Poor girl, she's given it everything she's got. She stretches out her hand, blindly searching for him, and whispers, asking where he is. Chen takes her hand, gently assuring her that he's right there, telling her to hang on. Stroking her head, he tries to calm her. Because if anyone can bring comfort in the middle of chaos, it's Chen Bai. As he's tending to Meng Meng, a new thug bursts in, axe raised, ready to strike. Without even flinching, Chen Bai impales him with a tentacle, lifting the man to the ceiling. He reassures Meng Meng once again, telling her not to be afraid, that he will protect her. Because nothing says calming like impaling attackers left and right while offering gentle words of reassurance. Chen focuses his energy, planting his claw into the ground. Every time a new thug dares to enter the room, they're immediately impaled by another tentacle, as if the room itself has turned against them. All the while, Chen stays close to Meng Meng, his thoughts crystal clear. No one will hurt her. Not while her is there. An hour passes, and now Meng Meng rests with her head in Chen Bai's lap. He watches her, his expression softened as he thinks she looks much better now. The room around them is filled with the bodies of the fallen thugs, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. As Chen reflects, he senses someone approaching the door. A young man enters cautiously, hands raised in a gesture of surrender, quickly identifying himself as an ally. It's me, Mr. Bai," he announces, his voice trembling slightly. Chen, ever calm, continues to gently stroke Meng Meng's hair as he responds, acknowledging the young man's arrival. He asks if this means all of Chen Yikong's forces have been wiped out. The young man kneels before Chen, confirming that per Chen's instructions, he had devised a plan to lure Kang's forces here and eliminate them. Now, all of Chen Yikong's trusted followers and core members are dead. Mission accomplished, though it's not exactly a cause for celebration, considering the bloodbath involved. Chen then asks if the only ones left now are the young man's own followers and core members. The man's eyes widen, shaking his head fervently. He quickly explains that he doesn't have any trusted followers or core members, just a wife and children. He had been forced to join Chen Yikong because of his unique talent for detection called True Vision, because apparently being too talented can get you into some serious trouble. Jiang had used his family as leverage, threatening to violate and murder them if he didn't comply, just like what had happened to his neighbors and friends. Chen listened, his expression unreadable but calm. He tells the young man he understands. He recognizes the value of his talent and appreciates the warning he had given about being cautious of the boss earlier. It's always nice when someone's paranoia pays off. Chen then asks if the young man would be willing to follow him to Jiang, offering him a new path. The young man, clearly conflicted, stammers, uncertain. Chen smiles gently, sensing the hesitation, and reassures him. It's okay if he doesn't want to come. Chen isn't a man who believes in ruling by fear or forcing anyone to follow him. He calls him by name, Jiang, and tells him that he respects his choice and won't pressure him. After all, there's nothing quite as refreshing as a leader who doesn't threaten your family to get your loyalty. The young man gestures eagerly, finally replying that he's willing to follow Chen Bai. His hesitation wasn't about loyalty, but about the many people still enslaved by Chen Yichang and his fortress, just like his own family. Seems like saving one family just scratched the surface of a much larger problem. Chen, ever the strategist, opens the window of his warehouse and considers the situation. He tells the young man that he's willing to take them all, but if the number of people is too large, it won't be easy to bring them directly to Jiang. With that in mind, he suggests a plan. Jiang should stay in Wucheng for now and work to stabilize the situation. As a gesture of support, Chen hands him a potion to enhance his strength. Because in this world, a little extra power can make all the difference. Chen also sends Jiang a friend request, the modern touch in a post-apocalyptic world. He instructs Jiang to contact him once things have settled. At that point, Jiang can decide whether to remain in Wucheng and develop the area or join Chen in Jiangcheng, depending on how things unfold. Flexibility is key when rebuilding civilization. Jiang smiles, relieved and grateful, as he takes the potion, thanking Chen repeatedly. After Jiang leaves, Meng continues to sleep peacefully on the sofa, her breathing finally calm. Chen Bai remains seated beside her, keeping watch as the room grows quiet once more. With the girl resting, Chen shifts his attention to his warehouse. He orders it open, and as he sifts through the items inside, his eyes fall on a mask. His expression turns disappointed. This thing wasn't like this when he placed it here. He remembers that when he got the potion for Jiang earlier, the items in the warehouse hadn't mutated yet, but now the profession transfer mission scroll and the demonic bloodlines he had placed inside seemed to have changed. Frowning, Chen starts sifting through the warehouse, muttering to himself. Looks like it's time to figure out what's going on with this mess. He decides to try moving the items around, his mind already racing with possibilities. Chen Bai's eyes narrow as he realizes what's going on. The mask seems to be fixated on the demonic bloodline potion. He holds a handful of potions and a thought hits him. Could it be that this mask wants to consume these? He reflects that these inferior bloodline potions are of no use to him, so why not feed them to the mask and see what happens? Holding the mask in his hands, he thinks about the value of this treasure. Even Lido wants to get his hands on this thing. Maybe feeding it will unlock some hidden function. Worth a shot. With a decisive nod, he pours the potions into the mask's mouth, which eagerly swallows them all with a glowing smile. 5 minutes later, the mask opens its mouth wide and lets out a burp. Chen, staring at it in disbelief, feels the disappointment sink in. He wonders if that is it. He sacrificed all those potions just for a burp. He mutters, annoyed that such high-level treasures amounted to nothing more than this. Great a treasure with table manners. But before he can fully process his frustration, the mask suddenly vomits a strange purple goo onto the floor. Chen looks down at the mess, bewildered. This thing uses the same mouth to eat and puke? Fantastic. As he kneels to inspect it, annoyance still bubbling under the surface, he picks up the small spherical blob of goo. Immediately, he realizes it's not just dirt. His eyes widen as a description message appears before him, confirming his suspicions. Ordinary demonic bloodline essence. Item type, potion. A purified essence of demonic bloodline with stronger effects but higher usage requirements. Carefully holding the small, strange substance with a cloth, Chen's disappointment melts away into a grin. It can really purify demonic bloodlines, he thinks to himself. And combined with another item that can cultivate demonic bloodlines, this could mean one thing, an endless supply of high-level demonic bloodline essence. Ken's grin widens. Looks like that burp was worth the wait after all. Later, Chen Bai sits beside Meng, holding the red scroll in his hands. His thoughts are racing as he reflects on the situation. He was so focused on helping Meng that he hasn't even started the Demon Hunter job mission yet. He opens the scroll and reads the description. Job transfer mission scroll for Demon Hunter, level S, a special and unique scroll that can only be unlocked after killing the first pure demonic creature. Of course, nothing is ever simple in this world of chaos. The mission details are laid out clearly. Completing the task will transform the scroll into the Demon Hunter Job Scroll. The requirements are straightforward. Use the scroll to enter the first level of the Abyss, where you must kill 100 lesser demons and 100 fallen demons to complete the mission and leave. Just your average demon hunting task list. Kill a bunch of demons and try not to die in the process. Chen calmly says to himself that he'll enter the Abyss, but this time he won't rush the job or take unnecessary risks. The Abyss, after all, is filled with dangers and opportunities. It's a demon-infested buffet with a side of chaos. Meng Meng, still lying on the bed with her head resting in Chen's lap, begins to stir. She slowly opens her eyes, rubbing them with tired hands. Her gaze finds Chen, and with traces of tears in her eyes, she whispers his name before launching herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Chen smiles gently, reassuring her that everything's okay now. As she sits up, Meng Meng looks determined despite her weakness. She confesses to Chen that she wants to double her skill training, feeling like she's still far too weak in the real world. Her resolve is stronger than her current level. Chen pats her head with a knowing smile, telling her that while training is important, there won't be much improvement without real experience. The key to getting stronger is leveling up and mastering her skills through action, because no one becomes powerful by just running drills. Meng Meng props herself up and argues that the experience she's had so far has been crucial. However, she points out that in her dream world, she's already eliminated most of the nearby monsters and only a few remain. She doesn't have the ability to search for more, let alone find a dungeon on her own. It's a bit hard to level up when the local monsters are all extinct. Ken smiles and proposes a plan, suggesting Meng Meng accompany him to Jiang, where he can help her level up. After all, the city is filled with dungeons just waiting to be conquered. Meng Meng's face lights up with excitement, and she eagerly crawls out of bed, declaring that she feels great and they should head to Jiang right away. Looks like she's ready to jump right into the action, no time to waste. But just as she starts to move, Chen gently grabs her by the wrist and tells her to wait. He chuckles, pointing out that even if they ran non-stop, they wouldn't reach Jiang before next month. Without another word, he scoots her up in his arms, and Meng Meng blushes at the sudden gesture. Not exactly the usual travel method, but it works. Ken leaps out of the building's window with Meng Meng in his arms. He tells her to hold on tight and not to open her eyes, warning her that if she feels any pressure, it's just the wind. Because flying through the air while jumping between buildings is perfectly normal, just your average commute. As they soar across the city, Chen moves with incredible speed, leaping from wall to wall with ease. Soon, they are bounding through the trees in the mountainous area outside Wucheng. Eventually, they arrive at the entrance to a secret realm village. Chen places Meng Meng gently on the ground, and she marvels at how the scenery around them has changed so suddenly. So this is what a secret realm looks like, she muses in awe. Chen, always the teacher, explains that one key difference between a secret realm and a dungeon is the entrance. Only secret realms that have been cleared will have entry prompts. For evolved beings, venturing into an uncleared secret realm is extremely dangerous. A small reminder that this place is more than just pretty scenery. Meng Meng, with her usual enthusiasm, smiles and comments on how much her master knows. She then offers to attract the monsters if needed. But Chen turns to her, reminding her that this isn't a dream world. Every skill she uses is critical. It's much safer for her to stay near the entrance. No need to rush into danger just yet. With that, he jumps into action, disappearing into the horizon while Meng Meng watches quietly. As Chen moves swiftly through the secret realm, kicking and striking down zombies in his path, his mind is racing. The mission has shifted. It's no longer just about killing demons. Now he has to eliminate all the demon followers and dark priests, and there are no more lineage potions as rewards. Guess this won't be a shopping trip for potions after all. But before he can worry too much about that, Chen refocuses. First things first, he decides to take down the boss. Upon reaching the central square of the village, Chen Bai spots a group of demon worshippers gathered around their sect leader, who is cloaked and holding a scepter with an ominous aura. The leader's voice rings out, calling Chen an intruder and declaring that he will be sacrificed to the demon god. Because nothing says warm welcome like an invitation to become a sacrifice. Without hesitation, Chen disappears from his high vantage point, moving with lightning speed. He envelops the sect leader with his tentacles, devouring and absorbing him in a matter of seconds. No time for pleasantries, just straight to the main course. As the remaining henchmen charge at him with swords, Chen blocks their attacks with his purple shield. He mutters to himself, pleased that he can still use the evolution Devour for the demon blood in this realm, and in that case, he decides not to hold back. Chen leaps into action, tentacles flying, impaling the remaining demon worshippers with precision. As he grazes one of their bodies in the air, he notes with satisfaction that bosses indeed can separate blood potions of high quality. Elite monsters can also separate blood potions, but normal monsters not so much. Well, can't win them all. Methodically, he walks through the square, absorbing the fallen bodies one by one, and once the area is clear, he heads back to the entrance of the village. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Meng Meng sits quietly, her head resting on her hand, lost in thought. She wonders if her master has already defeated the boss. There are so many normal and elite monsters around, and she can't help but feel a little left out. She wonders if the master forgot about her. She reflects on the fact that she hasn't done anything yet, and her experience hasn't increased. Even if she just get to help fight the boss, that would be enough. Suddenly, Chen Bai appears, running toward her. He shouts for her to prepare her deadliest powers, reassuring her that she'll be fine with her mental strength, even if she's not at her maximum potential. Meng Meng, surprised but ready, quickly responds. Still sitting, she unleashes a supersonic scream, the force of her ability hitting the demon worshippers who had followed Chen back. No one can say she doesn't know how to make an entrance, even while sitting. Just then, the notifications of experience points flood her vision. Meng Meng's face lights up with excitement. She exclaims with joy that she has reached level 6.5, earning a lot of attribute points. Chen, standing confidently with his hand on his waist, smiles and adds that he's also hit level 9. Looks like it's a leveling up kind of day. Overcome with happiness, Meng Meng jumps up and hugs Chen around the neck, thanking him for eliminating the monsters and gushing her love for her master. Suddenly, a notification catches Chen Bai's attention, a video call from Song Zikyong. He accepts it, his instincts immediately telling him something is off. Something's definitely not right. Song Zikyong appears on the screen, but her usual calm and collected demeanor is replaced by visible unease. Chen, always quick to notice these things, asks what's wrong, his voice filled with concern. He notes that she doesn't look well and presses her to explain what happened. Song Zikyong, clearly troubled, responds that they need his help immediately. A goblin claiming to be the god of trading has arrived at the settlement. The words echo in Chen's mind, triggering recognition. Lido, the god of trading. He quickly asks how this goblin, Lido, ended up at the settlement. Song Zikyong, clearly shaken by the situation, hesitates before questioning if he knows him. Song Zikyong takes a deep breath and tells Chen Bai that she'll keep it brief. After staying in the settlement for just a day, Lido, the self-proclaimed god of trading, sought her out. He's willing to offer an A-class city-building order as an investment, a rare and valuable resource. However, the condition is that once the city is built, the best location must be reserved for the Goblin Merchant Guild, with a lifetime exemption from taxes. Classic Goblin making deals that sound too good to be true. Shen pauses for a moment, reflecting on the situation. A high-level city-building order. He knows how rare these are. City-states recognized by the will of the universe come with numerous functional advantages. This kind of investment brings nothing but benefits. No downsides, really. A goblin with an offer too good to pass up. Song Zikyong agrees with him, but quickly brings up the issue. There's still one problem. The city-building order can't just be used whenever they feel like it. It must be used immediately. This urgency presents a serious dilemma. Chen acknowledges the problem. He knows that the monster siege triggered by an A-class city-building order would be difficult, maybe impossible, for their current settlement to withstand. But he reassures Song Zikyong not to worry. He can return to the settlement within a day. Sometimes, you just have to jump into the chaos. Song Zikyong, still a bit uneasy, asks if she should delay Lido for a day or if Chen is ready to accept the investment. Chen, confident and calm, tells her that this is her investment and she can proceed. He's already accepted other investments on his end. Oh, and one more thing, he adds, give Lido some extra praise while you're at it, and feel free to mention my name too. Because when dealing with a god of commerce, a little flattery and name-dropping never hurt anyone. With that, Song Zikyong nods in understanding, assuring Chen that she'll handle everything and that you shouldn't worry. Chen Bai opens his warehouse, calling Meng Meng to his side. She rushes over immediately, eager to see what he has in store. Displaying an impressive lot of equipment, Chen gestures toward it and explains that it all enhances physical fitness. He instructs her to find what fits and boosts her physical capabilities as high as possible, because when the world is falling apart, a little extra muscle doesn't hurt. Meng Meng nods excitedly and says, "Okay, master." But curiosity gets the better of her, and she asks what this is all about. Chen explains there's an urgent matter in the settlement, and he's worried that if he travels at full speed, she won't be able to keep up. Speed's great, but not if you lose your sidekick along the way. Understanding the urgency, Meng Meng responds with an all right, and starts putting on all the gear that fits her. After a few minutes, she's decked out in equipment, looking more like a small armored tank. She proudly tells Chen that her physical fitness is now over 30, and she's got a solid amount of defense as well. Ready for anything, or at least ready to keep up. Chen gives her a nod of approval, stating that's enough. Time to move. Meanwhile, back at the Jiangxing settlement, Song Zikyong enters the reception room where the god of commerce, Lido, is waiting. The room feels tense with anticipation. She apologizes for keeping him waiting and informs him that they've decided to accept his investment. Big moves require careful steps, but Song knows how to handle negotiations. Lido, ever the smooth operator, compliments Song Zikyong on her capability and decisiveness. He remarks that it's no wonder she was able to establish such a large settlement at the very beginning of the apocalypse. What's even more impressive to him is her ability to manage thousands of evolvers in such an orderly fashion, a rare feat indeed, especially in a world overrun by chaos. Song Zikyong thanks Lido graciously for his praise, adding that her management and operational abilities, in her opinion, aren't even 1/10,000th of his skills as the god of trading. She humbly expresses that being chosen and invested in by him is an immense honor for their entire settlement. Flattery with a touch of truth never hurt a negotiation. Lido chuckles, calling her a modest little girl, but he seems more convinced than ever. He comments that with her abilities, he's becoming more and more certain she can turn their settlement into the best city-state for evolvers. He reminds her to take special care of the Goblin Merchant Guild once it's established in their city, because goblins need a prime spot too, obviously. Sitting on the sofa near Lido, Song Zikyong agrees, promising to take care of the guild when the time comes. Then, with a playful smile, she adds that there's someone in their settlement's management who's admired Lido for a long time. When this person heard that the Goblin Merchant Guild would be set up in the city, they immediately gave up their current expedition and are rushing back at full speed. Nothing like a little hero worship to get someone's attention. Surprised, Lido raises an eyebrow and asks who this could possibly be. He points out that not many evolvers are aware of his connection with the Goblin Merchant Guild, which makes this even more interesting. Song Zikyong drops the name with a slight grin, Chen Bai. She explains that Chen has also received investments from Lido before. Lido's expression shifts as he realizes who she's talking about. He murmurs to himself, shuffling through his deck of cards as if searching for something. After a moment, his demeanor changes again. He suddenly seems more calculating. He hands a card to Song Zikyong and tells her that if Chen Bai is involved, this situation requires a different approach. Because when Chen Bai enters the equation, things get a little more intense. Song Zikyong looks down at the card in her hand and is astonished. It's not just any card, it's the Golden City Building Order. Lido confirms it's indeed the S-Class Golden City Building Order, a far more valuable and challenging resource. He explains that given Chen Bai's involvement, the A-Class City Building Order might be too easy for him. An S-Class task might actually make him break a sweat. Lido then adds that if Chen Bai can make it back in time, their entire settlement could have a chance at something far greater. They might even be able to take down the monster siege triggered by the S-Class order. Just as Song Zikyong holds the card in her hand, a notification screen pops up in front of her, bringing with it a new layer of urgency. Lido has sent you a mission investment, S-Class Golden City Building Order. The mission description is simple yet daunting. After a one-day preparation period, all surrounding monsters will be strengthened and launch a relentless assault on the location of the city building order. The settlement must withstand the siege for 5 days to complete the mission. If successful, the area within a 10-kilometer radius from the city building order's location will be recognized as a city by the will of the universe, and they'll receive a golden grade city building reward. Talk about high stakes. The notification prompts Song Zikyong to either accept or decline. She glances at the map, noting that this S-Class city will be much larger than the A-Class city they were initially preparing for. More land, more power, more danger. Lido, watching her closely, comments that with the increased size comes increased danger as expected. He asks her with a mischievous smile if she still dares to accept the investment. Because who doesn't love a little challenge, right? Without hesitation, Song Zikyong replies with confidence, clutching the card in her hand. She's willing to accept, noting that with Chen Bai around, there's nothing she wouldn't dare to face. When you have a walking powerhouse on your side, the sky's the limit. One day later, Chen Bai finally reaches the grand terrace of the villa, carrying Meng Meng in his arms. The long journey shows on his face, but he remains composed as always. Song Zikyong stands on the terrace, waiting for his arrival with a mixture of relief and anticipation. As Chen lands, he remarks that it took longer to get back than he expected. The monsters have already started gathering, and he had to clear part of the road on his way. No trip is ever without a bit of chaos when monsters are involved. Song Zikyong rushes toward him, visibly relieved that he's made it back. She's just glad he's returned safely. Chen nods, saying he'll go and put Meng Meng in the bedroom to rest, and then instructs Song Zikyong to brief him on the current situation. Time is of the essence, but first, priorities. Song Zikyong, already prepared, tells him they have less than 20 minutes before the siege begins. In the meantime, they set up 3 defensive lines according to the terrain. The area facing Jiang has become their primary defensive zone, and Song Zikyong explains that they've already prepared some defensive measures there. With only minutes to spare before the siege begins, every detail counts. A short while later, Chen Bai gently places Meng Meng on the bed, still fast asleep, her exhaustion evident. As he steps back, Song Zikyong approaches him, holding a sleek black briefcase in her hand. She tells him this is all they could prepare for now. Chen looks at her with appreciation, acknowledging that she's done well under pressure. In a siege situation, it's all about being prepared for the worst. Handing him the briefcase, Song Zikyong adds that in the past few days, they've been grinding the sewer dungeon and have finally completed the plague set. Nothing like dungeon crawling to get ready for a monster invasion. Chen takes the briefcase with a nod of gratitude, pulling Song Zikyong into his lap in a rare moment of affection. He thanks her, telling her that choosing her as part of his team was one of the best decisions he's ever made, because behind every great leader is someone who grinds dungeons like a pro. Blushing slightly, Song Zikyong replies that being chosen by him is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to her. Flattery, but with sincerity. She admits she's a bit nervous about the upcoming siege, but jokes that seeing Chen still has time to carry a girl back with him puts her at ease. Because when you're calm enough to multitask even during a crisis, that's saying something. Chen smiles and clarifies that Meng Meng isn't just any girl, she's his disciple. He explains that her talent is no weaker than his own, making her vital to their defense. He instructs Song Zikyong to bring Song Ji over to take care of Meng Meng and notify him the moment she wakes up. Meng Meng is the key to defending the settlement, and Chen makes it clear she shouldn't be neglected. Because in a fight like this, everyone's talents matter. Song Zikyong, taking the seriousness of the moment in stride, nods and says she understands. Sometime later, Chen Bai leaves the room with Song Zikyong at his side. His expression is steady as he declares it's time to face the horde of monsters attacking the city. Together, they make their way toward the base of the mountain, where the city walls of the Dongshan settlement loom tall and imposing. And as they approach, the grim reality of the siege becomes clear. Rotten zombies are scattered across the ground, their decayed flesh clinging to brittle bones, exposing teeth that look ready to snap at anything. The air is thick with a stench that even the mountain breeze can't carry away. If there were a competition for the worst-smelling invasion, these monsters would win hands down. Now clad in a striking red trench coat, Chen Bai surveys the scene with a calm but critical eye. Resting one foot on the city wall, he considers the scale of this siege. A Class S city construction order, it's a challenge unlike anything he's faced before. He reflects on his past life, remembering the time he built the city of Beatty. That was only a Class B project, and comparing the number of monsters now to back then feels like comparing a drizzle to a hurricane. The countdown to the monster siege continues. Citizens of the Dongshan settlement gather near the inner walls. Meanwhile, Song Zikyong kneels beside a young girl, gently guiding her as she amplifies her voice through a special ability. The girl's clear tone echoes across the settlement, delivering a powerful message to boost morale. She reassures the people that despite the 5-day siege ahead, there's no reason to panic. The settlement boasts the strongest walls, vast resources, and a skilled defense force. Hundreds of team members possess Class B talents, nearly 10 specialists rank as Class A or S, and the settlement even has 2 of the rare and powerful Class SS talents. She promises that once the city is defended, everyone will enjoy all the modern conveniences the new territory offers, complete with discounts. Finally, with a dramatic flair, she announces there's just 1 minute left until the battle begins. It's time to collect not just victory, but also money and experience. The crowd erupts in celebration, fists raised high as people jump and smile, their spirits lifted by the speech. It's like a festival, except instead of fireworks, there are zombies lurking nearby. The mix of tension and excitement is almost surreal. Chen Bai turns to Song Zikyong, offering her a well-deserved compliment for her inspiring speech. She smiles warmly in return. She acknowledges his role and the little girl's in boosting morale. Shifting his attention, Chen Bai focuses on the young girl beside Song Zikyong. Her ability to transmit sound across the settlement is impressive, and he acknowledges her contribution with a nod of approval. Then, always the strategist, he instructs her to escort the girl to a safe place. After all of her job is done, and she doesn't need to be near the battlefield when the chaos begins. Next, Chen Bai directs his attention to Lu Lai, the tech genius of the team. He inquires about the live broadcast preparations. Lu Lai, ever efficient, steps forward with a confident smile. She explains that everything is ready, including a state-of-the-art controllable transmission camera gifted by none other than the will of the universe. Talk about VIP perks. Satisfied, Chen Bai glances toward the growing pile of zombies outside the walls. With the preparations complete, he signals for the broadcast to begin. Lule gives a sharp nod, and the announcement goes live on the forum, where it quickly garners attention. The notification announcing a live broadcast of the Jiang class as Golden City construction order sends ripples through the forum. Comments flood in almost instantly, ranging from skeptical to awestruck. Some accuse the post of being clickbait, grumbling about the gold coin fee to watch. Others lament their own struggles, sharing stories of settlements that only managed to achieve Class D construction orders. But then, awe takes over as viewers take in the sea of zombie monsters on the screen. Questions pour into the chat, with many wondering where this epic battle is taking place. Some even express a desire to relocate to the new city if the project succeeds. Of course, not all comments are constructive. One viewer injects a cultural stereotype, questioning why always East Asians are the ones getting such opportunities. Even in the middle of a zombie siege, cultural stereotypes can't take a day off. Chen Bai's team stays focused. The countdown continues, and the defenders of Dongshan's settlement brace themselves for the fight of their lives. One thing is certain, that this is going to be a battle worth watching, gold coin fee or not. The final countdown ticks away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the battle begins. Chen Bai, always composed, signals that it's time to face the monstrous horde. The beasts outside the city walls grow larger, stronger, and far more aggressive as the siege officially kicks off. The timer for the challenge displays a daunting 271 hours and 59 minutes. Lu Lai, standing behind Song Zikyong, observes the sudden increase in the monster's strength with surprise. She regrets not taking down some of the weaker zombies earlier while they were still manageable. But Song Zikyong, unfazed, already expects this development. She finds the silver lining. Stronger monsters mean better rewards. With their attributes now tripled, these creatures are worth triple the coins and experience. It's a high-risk, high-reward situation, and she seems perfectly fine with it. Chen Bai wastes no time and leaps into action, landing on the battlefield with precision. The impact of his landing sends stones flying into the air, each glowing with a faint purple light. With a practiced motion, he channels a play into one of the zombies, infusing its veins with a vivid purple hue. The plague's effects are immediate. It weakens the infected creature's resistance and has a cooldown of 5 hours. Chen Bai then uses the zombie itself as a weapon, hurling it toward others. The infected creature crashes into its kin, spreading the plague like a viral domino effect. The chorus of damage begins to eat away at the monsters, weakening their attributes with every passing second. The chaos spreads rapidly, creating a chain reaction that puts the horde at a disadvantage. From a distance, Chen Bai observes the results with a critical eye. While the ability doesn't deal high damage outright, its power lies in the infection and the weakening effect it spreads. He recognizes its potential to make the city's defense far more manageable. For now, it's a promising start to what will undoubtedly be a grueling siege. However, just then, a strange movement among the zombies catches his attention. Something feels off. The infected zombies start clustering together, while the uninfected ones keep their distance. A realization dawns on him. This isn't random chaos. There's a mental fluctuation, a signal of sorts, guiding these creatures. It becomes clear to him that there's a lord controlling this horde. That explains why the zombies are advancing in an organized way instead of trampling over each other in mindless aggression. With this new insight, Chen Bai attacks with renewed focus, using his claws to pierce through the ranks of the undead. As he fights, his thoughts race. Finding the zombie lord would be a game-changer. Without their leader, the horde would lose its coordination and become much easier to manage. But there's a problem. The leader's exact location is unknown, and searching for it will take precious time. The dilemma is clear. If he leaves the front line to hunt the leader, the number of zombies he can kill will drop drastically. Worse, if the Lord decides to launch a large-scale attack while he's gone, it could lead to casualties among the defenders. On the other hand, if he doesn't act now, the situation could become even more dire. Zombies from other directions might threaten Jiang, forcing defenders to spread thin. Hunting the leader in such chaos would be nearly impossible. Weighing his options, Chen Bai realizes that to handle this situation effectively, he'll need Meng Meng's help. It's a tough call, but one that might turn the tide of this battle. Chen Bai sends a mental message to Meng Meng, urging her to wake up quickly and assist. In the villa, Meng Meng stirs after some time, slowly regaining consciousness. Tears stream down her face as she opens her eyes, clearly overwhelmed. Sitting up in bed, she notices Songji standing nearby, holding a thermos of coffee. Songji turns around, surprised but smiling warmly at seeing Meng Meng awake. Meng Meng, blushing slightly, starts asking questions in rapid succession, where she is, who Songji is, and most importantly, about her master. Songji patiently explains the situation and updates Chen Bai, who feels a wave of relief knowing Meng Meng is awake. Meng Meng, still processing everything, sends a message to Chen Bai, apologizing for fainting earlier. She explains that his incredible speed had caused her to succumb to the wind pressure and exhaustion. Now that she's aware of the situation, she promises to use her dream ability to help find and eliminate the zombie threats. Chen Bai responds calmly, asking her not to rush and instead focus on finding a specific type of zombie using her ability. He quickly provides a description: a human-sized creature with shoulders protruding like shoulder pads, a massive head encased in an exoskeleton resembling fine mesh and tentacles extending from its shoulders. Its mental power is notably strong, a clear sign of the zombie lord. Meng takes the instructions seriously. She carefully reads the description, closes her eyes, and announces her intent to enter the dream state to locate the target. Turning to Song-ji, she politely asks for protection while she dreams. Song agrees, though she's clearly baffled at how Meng manages to fall asleep so quickly. Even as she stands guard, she can't help but wonder aloud about the mystery of someone dozing off on command, especially in the middle of a crisis. Meng enters the dream space and manifests within the Dongshan settlement at the base of the city wall. Leaning over, she observes the dense clusters of zombies below. She is astonished by their sheer number. Taking a deep breath, she raises her hand, summoning bright pink ribbons that shimmer in the dreamlike environment. Her ability, Dream Weaver, springs to life, creating small pebbles that float around her and drop onto the zombies below. The pebbles crush several of them, prompting a triumphant smile. The surreal nature of the space reassures her is still her dream, a place where she has control. Encouraged by the success, she reminds herself to focus on the task at hand, finding the zombie lord as Chen Bai instructed. There's no time to waste. With determination, she manifests glowing pink butterfly wings and soars high above the zombie horde, scanning for any sign of the Lord controlling them. As dusk settles on the first day of defending the city, Chen Bai returns to the top of the wall where Song Zikyong waits with a bottle of water. She hands it to him along with a towel, and he takes a moment to catch his breath. Her report is optimistic. Thanks to his relentless attacks on the front lines, there have been no casualties among the defenders. Injuries have been minor, and the city wall has sustained only minimal damage. She even suggests he take a break and let others handle the defense for a while. Chen Bai takes a long sip of water, though his expression remains serious. He knows the situation is far from ideal. He shares his observations with Song Zikyong, explaining that only regular and strong zombies have shown up so far, with just a handful of special ones. This isn't a coincidence, it feels deliberate. He suspects the zombie lord is biding time, gathering strength, and preparing for a large-scale assault. Song Zikyong listens closely, her concern growing. The calm before the storm is unnerving, and the thought of what's to come looms heavy over their preparations. Just then, at the entrance of the mansion, Song-ji and Meng appear together, both urgently calling for Chen Bai. Meng, full of energy, rushes down the stairs, shouting for her master, while Song-ji trails behind, trying to persuade her to slow down. Chen Bai and Song Zikyong notice the commotion. Song Zikyong raises an eyebrow at her daughter's behavior, which seems oddly out of character, almost as if she's taken on a caretaker role. Without hesitation, Chen Bai instructs Song Zikyong to contact Lu Lai and interrupt the live broadcast. Song Zikyong quickly complies and informs Chen Bai that Lu Lai has already removed all the live broadcast drones provided by the will of the universe. Chen Bai nods with approval but remains serious as he emphasizes the importance of keeping Meng's unique abilities hidden. Her dream-weaving powers are unique and must not be exposed to others. Meng finally catches up with them, out of breath and leaning on her knees. Behind her, Song-ji carries a map, looking less winded but slightly exasperated. Chen Bai looks at Meng, curious about why she is in such a rush. He wonders if she has already located the zombie lord. Meng, still panting, explains that while she felt mental fluctuations a few times, they were fleeting and didn't provide a clear target. She could only confirm a general direction, but tracking or pursuing isn't within her abilities. She apologizes for the lack of results, looking visibly upset. Chen Bai responds with understanding. He lightly pats her head. He acknowledges her effort and reminds her not to apologize unnecessarily. Her dedication to the search is evident. Meng straightens up, a spark of determination lighting her eyes, and announces that she hasn't returned empty-handed. She quickly asks Song-ji for the map. Song-ji, always prepared, opens it beside her. Meng points at various spots on the map and begins explaining her findings. While she didn't locate the zombie lord, she discovered several suspicious areas heavily populated with special zombies. She highlights different zones near the Jiang farmer's market. There are 200 to 300 red-eyed fatties, each towering over 2 meters tall. At Jiang Square, strange zombies without arms and jaws seem to be clustering. Meanwhile, the Riverside TV tower is swarming with fast zombies, and Reincarnated Commercial Street is packed end-to-end with brutish zombies sporting thick, powerful arms. Chen Bai listens carefully, stroking his chin as he processes the information. He recognizes that these are all second-stage evolved zombies, making them far more dangerous than the standard ones. Song Zikyong, her expression filled with concern, turns to Chen Bai for clarity. She questions whether the zombies might truly launch a coordinated attack and how dangerous these second-stage evolved zombies could be. Chen Bai, remaining calm yet serious, considers the situation. Based on Meng Meng's findings, he estimates there are likely over 1,000 of these evolved creatures. While he could handle them if they attacked him directly, he recognizes the real threat lies in their strategy. Under the zombie lord's command, they won't focus on him but will instead aim to destroy the city. The odds, he calculates grimly, are daunting. If the defenders are overwhelmed, survival rates could plummet to less than 10%. The girls are visibly shocked by Chen Bai's grim statement, their eyes wide with alarm. Song Zixiang is the first to take action. Determined, she turns to focus on a plan and decides that the zombie lord must be dealt with before the situation escalates further. She resolves to search the city for anyone with talents in monster hunting or tracking mental fluctuations. Chen Bai, seeing her initiative, calmly reassures her. He already has someone in mind for the task. Opening his chat interface, he contacts Han Xiao and asks about his ability to track mental fluctuations. Han Xiao responds enthusiastically, reminding Chen Bai that his talent is mental control, making him naturally sensitive to such energies. Chen Bai explains the situation and requests Han Xiao's help. Han Xiao, intrigued, agrees to assist. By the second day of defending the city, Han Xiao arrives within the dream space of the Dongshan settlement. As he walks through the villa area, he takes a moment to admire his surroundings, noting how different it looks compared to what the live broadcast showed beyond the city walls. The size of the settlement surprises him. With a sly smile, he teases the idea of claiming a villa for himself if he were to move there. Chen Bai offers a straightforward response, assuring him that there are plenty of vacant villas on the mountain and he is free to choose any one of them. Han Xiao beams with enthusiasm, his face slightly flushed, clearly flattered by the opportunity. With renewed energy, he declares his readiness to begin, determined to give his best effort in the mission ahead. Meng Meng wonders what type of special zombies they will target first, and Chen Bai decides they'll head for the ones at the Riverside TV tower. Upon arriving, the scene is chaotic. Zombies are climbing the building in a relentless wave, stacking themselves like living ladders. Observing from a distance, Chen Bai points out that these hunters are a major threat since they can bypass city walls entirely. He knows the zombie lord won't let them eliminate these creatures without a fight, and that is when they will need Han Xiao's abilities. Han Xiao tells Chen Bai to leave it to him. Chen Bai then instructs Meng Meng to follow him. He leaps toward the zombies while Meng Meng, using her butterfly wings, follows him into the fray. This leaves Han Xiao momentarily baffled, wondering if it's time to start learning how to control objects with his mental energy. After all, being able to fly seems incredibly handy right now. High above, Meng Meng hovers near the tower, letting out a powerful shrill attack. The resulting shockwave throws zombies off the building like leaves in a gust of wind. She bursts into laughter, clearly impressed with her own strength in the dream space. Her celebration is short-lived, though, as she notices something strange below. The zombies start climbing again, this time faster and more determined. Startled by their speed, Meng Meng freezes, unable to react as the creatures rapidly close in on her. Just as the situation seems dire, Chen Bai appears, taking charge. Using his skill, Hellfire Engulfment, he launches a devastating attack. The zombies are consumed by infernal flames that drain their mental energy and inflict both physical and mental burns. The zombies collapse, impaled by purple stakes, while the infernal fire continues to ravage them. Chen Bai leaps again, delivering a punch to each one, while Meng Meng uses her sound abilities to make the zombies tremble and perish. Soon even the last of them falls. Chen Bai absorbs the final elite monster using his skill, Evolution Devour. As the tentacles restrain the corpse, a surge of power flows through him. The system displays a message. Gain 200 virus points, 50 exclusive Blacklight virus evolution points. The multiple devourers adjust the yield, but it's clear the results are still impressive, even with a slight reduction. Meng Meng, flapping her butterfly wings in the air, looks at the pile of defeated zombies and remarks that it's only the second day of the siege, yet so many elite evolved zombies have already gathered. Chen Bai, glancing at her briefly, and turns toward the city. He explains that speed-type zombies gather quickly, and these are likely the strongest ones from Jiangsheng and nearby cities. More will probably appear, but without the Lord's leadership, they'll scatter and become less dangerous. By then, he expects the Lord to be dealt with. Meng Meng positions herself beside him and asks if they should clear out another gathering point. Just as Chen Bai is about to respond, he notices something strange. A dagger suddenly flies in his direction, but he easily stops it between his fingers. Attached to the dagger is a small, rolled-up piece of paper. Opening it with a smile, Chen Bai reads the message. It's from Han Xiao, who has successfully located the Lord's position in the northeastern mountainous area of the settlement. It seems their next move is already set. There's no need to waste any time. During the day, everyone gathers and Han Xiao points toward the mountains, indicating the source of the mental energy fluctuations. It's coming from a mountain pass up ahead. Chen Bai realizes that the source is directly behind them and comments that the zombie lord must have some high intelligence, even how strategically it has positioned itself. Han Xiao, eager to jump into action, suggests they head straight for the boss, but Chen Bai shakes his head. He explains he needs to return to the real world to fight this lord. When Han Xiao asks why, Chen Bai explains that streaming the fight against the lord is a golden opportunity for fame. He tells Han Xiao that he has helped a lot, and if anything drops that suits him, he'll lead it for him. Turning to Meng Meng, Chen Bai gives her a task. He asks her to take Han Xiao and clear out some second-stage elite zombies, specifically the Screamers. These zombies don't engage in close combat, but have evolved mental abilities that make their screams a real threat, especially to enhanced zombies. Meng Meng and Han Xiao agree to the mission and head off to deal with the threat. Meanwhile, Chen Bai, now awakes, stands on the edge of a cliff in the northeastern mountainous area of the Jiangxing settlement. He senses the presence of high-level evolved virus energy and knows the enemy is close. Suddenly, a figure emerges from behind him, leaping at him with deadly speed. The creature's hands are replaced by blades. Chen Bai dodges the creature's strike, spinning in the air as it slashes toward him. He observes the creature's movements closely, realizing it's a hunter, a speed-evolved zombie. However, this one is even more advanced. It's likely one of the Lord's bodyguards. These zombies are quick and prefer hit-and-run tactics, making them almost as fast as Chen Bai himself. The creature leaps at Chen Bai again, its movements fast and fierce. Chen Bai raises his shield and claws, protecting himself while thinking about his next move. He knows he has to pretend to be weaker to trick the creature into attacking. If he doesn't, they'll keep using hit-and-run tactics, and that could drag on forever. The worst part about it is if the Lord escapes during all this, everything will fall apart. Just as he's preparing his next move, he sees another creature charging toward him. In a split second, he spins his current opponent around, making them collide with the new one. A loud crack of breaking bones rings out as the two creatures fall. Chen Bai wastes no time and crushes their heads, ending their threat. He then stretches out his arms, which turn into long, writhing tentacles, absorbing the creatures into his body. A message from the system appears, telling him that he has just devoured a fourth-stage, speed-type hunter zombie. His blacklight virus abilities are now stronger, and he gains some virus points as a bonus. Chen Bai raises his arm, which now takes the shape of a massive scythe. He feels the power coursing through him, but just as he's getting comfortable, something shifts. There's a sudden weight in the air, a mental shock that makes him stop. His attention shifts to a dark figure hiding in a tree nearby. He doesn't feel surprised, though. He knew the Lord wouldn't miss an opportunity like this. But this Lord is different. It's a zombie with a mushroom-shaped head and strange tentacles growing from its shoulders. It stares at him silently, as if waiting for something, or maybe just sizing him up. Without wasting any time, Chen Bai charges toward the creature, slicing it effortlessly in half with his scythe. He lands smoothly on the ground, thinking to himself that this boss was surprisingly easy to defeat. Before he can fully process the victory, Song Zikyong suddenly appears, throwing herself into his arms. She thanks him for taking down the Lord, explaining that the siege has become much easier without the leadership of the boss. Chen Bai, surprised by her sudden appearance, asks what she and the others are doing here. He looks around and notices the other girls from the villa, all gathered around with passionate expressions and flushed faces. They praise him, calling him a great villain and a reliable master. The scene seems too much even for him. The girls kneel at his feet, caressing him. Chen Bai chuckles, reflecting they've targeted his weakness. But without hesitation, he opens his arms and slices through them, cutting them apart, dispelling the illusion. Just as the illusion fades, he slowly turns and calmly tells the zombie lord that it's better not to display such weak illusions. They only end up embarrassing the creator. He adds with a slight smirk that even though the illusion was impressive, it didn't affect his judgment. He taunts zombie lord, saying that it seems that its mental energy is not as strong as his own. The broadcast chat fills with comments as Chen Bai faces off with the boss. Some viewers quickly realize what's happening. They begin to understand that there were illusions at play, explaining why Bai appeared to attack empty air twice. A few viewers expressed their disappointment, wishing they could have seen the illusions in the live stream. They had thought there was an invisible monster at first. As the broadcast continues, some viewers grow unimpressed by the so-called advanced zombies. They begin to argue that these zombies don't seem all that strong. Other viewers challenge them to face these monsters themselves and see if they are strong or not. A few mention their own experiences with such enemies. One recounts the destruction caused by zealot zombies that wiped out an entire A-ranked team of 5, all highly skilled. Amid the discussion, someone questions Chen Bai's earlier comment about mental evolution not being as powerful as it seemed. The chat fills with more skepticism, and a few viewers start to suggest that the entire siege might be a trap set by some strange forces from a distant place. Just then, a notice on the broadcast screen tells everyone to switch to stream room number 3, stating that the frontal assault is starting. Outside the settlement wall, a massive, fat, and furious zombie is on the charge, and as expected, the zombie is both huge and angry, and is throwing smaller zombies over the walls in an attempt to breach the city. Zikyong acts swiftly, shouting commands to those on the wall to stay alert and take down any zombies that get through. Inside the city, 2 evolved individuals work together. One with B-level talent fires arrows, while the other with C-level talent guides them. Their teamwork is efficient, taking down zombies one by one, but it's clear that no plan is foolproof. A screamer breaks through the defenses, and its loud, piercing sound creates panic. Defenders, unable to handle the noise, flee in all directions. The situation escalates quickly, and a new message emerges. The 4th section of the wall has been breached. The situation is chaotic. The battle is now happening on multiple fronts, and the pressure on the defenders is mounting. In the 4th section of the wall, zombies begin pouring in as they are thrown over the defenses. Zikyong reacts immediately, springing into action. With swift movements, she leaps for the screamer. Her amethyst spear cuts through the air, striking the creature directly and silencing its deafening cries. Meanwhile, Lu Lai continues her relentless assault, taking down a significant number of zombies with her weapon. She moves like a whirlwind, thinning the horde with every swing, her sheer determination making it impossible for anything to slow her down. The fat and furious zombie roars with a deafening intensity, bearing jagged teeth that could make even the bravest flinch. The ground seems to shake from the sound, but Zikyong is unfazed. Calm and composed, she conjures an amethyst blade with the ease of someone who has done this 1,000 times. With a quick flick of her hand, the glowing blade cuts through the air, striking the zombie squarely in the chest. The impact is nothing short of spectacular. The blade triggers a powerful explosion that sends shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. The towering zombie collapses, its reign of terror brought to an abrupt end. Dust and debris settle, and the battlefield grows a little quieter, the defenders momentarily stunned by the display of power. Zikyong doesn't stop to celebrate. Instead, she turns to the defenders, rallying them with her unwavering confidence. Her commanding presence inspires the group, who are now recharged with determination. With renewed energy, they push back against the zombie horde, their defense holding stronger than ever. Meanwhile, the broadcast chat is in a frenzy. Viewers can't contain their excitement and admiration for Zikyong. Her strength and leadership have captivated the audience, some of whom are now fantasizing about joining the fight just to stand by her side. Others are simply awestruck, flooding the chat with praise and encouragement. The energy is electric as many shift their focus to Chen Bai, wanting to see how he fares against the zombie boss. Back in the midst of the action, Chen Bai is now exchanging blows with the tyrant tracker. The broadcast chat buzzes with reactions as the situation escalates. Viewers debate the identities of the zombies on screen. Some recognize the mutant evolution as a strength-type turret called a tracker, while others are clearly new to the battle, expressing surprise and curiosity. One chimes in to explain that Chen Bai himself names these creatures. One of them explains it for the newcomers to the stream that Chen Bai only started acting after the zombie lord called for the reinforcements. Critics in the chat call his approach arrogant, speculating that his delay could backfire. Others taunt them, saying they cannot just stand Chen Bai being better than them. Meanwhile, a massive attack from Chen Bai strikes the ground, causing a fiery explosion. From the flames, a new challenger emerges, a zombie known as the heretic. It charges directly at Chen Bai, ignoring everything else. The chat erupts again, with viewers identifying the heretic on the same level as the zombie lord. Some wonder if it's an offensive type, speculating why Chen Bai seems to be ignoring it. Others point out the importance of targeting the lord first in chaotic battles like this, where illusions could interfere with strategy. Chen Bai wastes no time. He completely ignores the heretic and moves on, encountering another elite zombie. This one is a grotesque, chubby mutant with hands growing out of his body in all directions. The chat lights up again with commentary, identifying it as a strength-type mutant meat zombie. One viewer even compares it to a massive sludge creature that reportedly swallowed an entire city, recalling its terrifying scale. Without hesitation, Chen Bai transforms his arms into deadly claws and scythes, leaping toward the massive creature. Purple flames swirl around him as he attacks, striking the zombie with precision and cutting its arm with his sharp scythe. Meanwhile, the zombie lord who is hiding behind this meat zombie attempts to retreat, but Chen Bai is already one step ahead. In a matter of seconds, he uses his scythe and slices the zombie lord in two halves. He taunts the zombie lord that it is too late to run now. The broadcast chat buzzes with activity, with viewers speculating about the lord's fate. Some question if the lord is truly dead, while others rush to check the front lines for signs. Reports confirm the chaos among the zombies. They're trampling each other, their movements uncoordinated and erratic. Without the lord's leadership, even the massive zombies have stopped their calculated actions, leaving the defenders with an easier fight. Suddenly, a gigantic hand flies toward Chen Bai. He notices just in time, dodging the attack with a swift jump. The blow lands on the ground, causing an explosion. From the dust emerges the gigantic meat zombie. It picks up the remains of the previous zombie lord and begins swallowing them. Chen Bai wastes no time. He leaps onto the creature's arm and sprints toward its torso. He asks the meat zombie who allowed it to eat his stuff. Then, with precision, he slices the creature cleanly in half once again, putting an end to its grotesque feast. The chat fiddles with questions about why Chen Bai isn't absorbing the monsters as he fights. Some speculate that it might be inconvenient during an intense battle, while others debate the differences between the weaker enemies he absorbed earlier and the formidable opponents he's now facing. Meanwhile, the tyrant tracker reaches there and launches a renewed attack. Chen Bai counters effortlessly with his scythe. Observing closely, he notices the creature's strength has diminished. The weakening effect of the infectious plague he had applied earlier is working as planned. Letting the tyrant approach, Chen Bai allows it to place its hand on him. He notes its resistance to the effects of the will of the wisp soul and decides to make use of this opportunity. Meanwhile, the heretic zombie also reappears, unleashing purple flames in every direction. Chen Bai, already prepared, swings the tyrant tracker into the flames, using it as his shield. Then, with a final decisive move, Chen Bai slices through both the heretic and the tyrant tracker with his scythe. Chen Bai retrieves his clothes and surveys the battlefield, where his enemies lie defeated. Above their remains, drops hover, glowing faintly. He gathers the loot, examining each item carefully. With a thoughtful expression, he notes to himself that the materials are unexpectedly good, better than he had anticipated. It seems the pieces he had been planning for so long have finally come together, and the quality exceeds his requirements. This haul could lead to the creation of something exceptional. Chen Bai then retrieves a blueprint from his inventory, the biochemical disaster, a Class C production blueprint for a gauntlet. The description outlines the required materials: the muscle of the flesh mountain, the bone of a tyrant, the heart of a heretic, and the brain of a lord. To his surprise, the loot he collected matches the requirements perfectly: a brain, a heart, a bone, and a muscle, each radiating a unique energy. Alongside these, Chen Bai brings out a Class E zombie claw, preparing to upgrade it into the gauntlet using the materials and the blueprint scroll. The broadcast chat buzzes with excitement and speculation. Viewers are amazed by the process of crafting equipment from zombie parts, with some admitting they can barely grasp the complexity of it. Others eagerly demand to see the gauntlet's attributes, though some doubt Chen Bai will share such details openly. The result of his efforts appears: a Class D zombie claw gauntlet. It increases all attributes by 35, but Chen Bai's expression reveals his dissatisfaction. He stares silently at the gauntlet, clearly unimpressed. The chat picks up on his reaction, with viewers guessing at his thoughts. Some comment that he must be evaluating the attributes, while others speculate why he seems unhappy. Doubts grow as more people notice the mismatch between the materials and the result. A Class C rating feels underwhelming for such high-quality components. The materials used to forge the gauntlet each hold extraordinary powers, now infused into the equipment. Their unique attributes are as follows. The high-level Lord Brain grants the ability to permanently control 3 creatures with lower mental power than the user. The mutated Tyrant Tracker Bone increases agility and strength by 30% and accelerates attack speed by 50%. However, the bonus decreases over time, lasting 50 minutes with a cooldown of 3 hours. The Strength-type mutated Flesh Muscle activates a recovery state upon killing an enemy, restoring special energy, mental power, health, and stamina. Additionally, it increases all basic attributes except mental power by 1 for each kill, with no limit on accumulation. This state lasts 20 minutes, and the phosphorescent Heretic Heart releases a mental magnetic field that provides both offensive and defensive capabilities. It defends against mental attacks while releasing mental suppression. When Chen Bai puts on the gauntlet, a notification surprises him. The equipment triggers a rare forging effect, gaining the ability Disastrous Evolution. This unique trait allows the gauntlet to evolve into a growth-type soul weapon after killing 100,000 biochemical mutants and 100 high-level mutated enemies while equipped. The gauntlet glows faintly, signaling its potential. Chen Bai contemplates its immense power, noting its transformation into a growth-type soul weapon. Although the creatures used as materials have lost some key parts, their remaining energy still holds significant value. He wonders if this gauntlet could further enhance his blacklight virus, pushing his evolution to new heights. Extending his arms, Chen Bai unleashes his tentacles to absorb the defeated mutants around him. A series of notifications flood in as he gains thousands of virus points. His blacklight virus gains a new form called Whip in Hand, along with the abilities Heat Tracking and Virus Tracking. Additionally, his hammer form evolves, acquiring the powerful ability Earth-Shattering Smash. He examines his newly acquired whip form, watching as the weapon extends fluidly from his hand. Intrigued by its potential, he activates the Awakening panel to review the full abilities of his blacklight virus. Carefully analyzing his skill tree, Chen Bai decides to invest all his evolution points into further enhancing the virus. With this investment, the gauntlet now has the potential to evolve into a growth-type soul weapon with multiple new abilities. The anticipation of testing its full power excites him, and he clenches his fists, brimming with energy. Deciding to return to the walled city, Chen Bai activates his aerial dash ability. This skill propels him into the air, allowing him to leap effortlessly without needing any surface for support. By consuming stamina, he gains the agility to dodge or change direction midair with precision. Each consecutive use increases the stamina cost, but the ability highlights his exceptional mobility and control. With graceful, calculated movements, he maneuvers through the air, covering ground quickly and efficiently. Meanwhile, inside a villa room in the Jiangxing city settlement, Lu Lei coordinates the situation. Surrounded by screens, she monitors the battlefield while maintaining communication with Song Zikyong. Lu Lei notes that Chen Bai has completed his tasks and is now heading toward the city walls. To ensure every detail is captured, she adjusts the live cameras of the Cosmic Will to focus on the front line, ready to broadcast the next phase of the battle. Inside the medical tents behind the walls of the Jiangxing city settlement, Song Zikyong is receiving treatment from Suk-sin while listening to updates from Lu Lei. After confirming the information, she turns her attention to the nurse Suk-sin, who has been tirelessly working since the siege began. Song acknowledges her efforts and urges her to rest once the current wave of attacks subsides. Suk-sin, however, insists that she can keep going, pointing out that many were injured in the last major assault and need her attention. Song firmly reminds her that she isn't the only one with healing talents and that overworking herself could backfire. If she collapses, Baidi would undoubtedly be upset, and without her skills during the post-siege celebration, the sisters would struggle to recover fully. Hearing Song Zikyong's words, Suk-sin's face flushes with embarrassment and she stammers a response. Before they can continue, a striking lady bursts into the room. It's the settlement's lawyer, and her expressions are filled with despair. She explains that although the zombie lord is dead and the main attack command has lost its influence, the danger is far from over. The zombies beyond a kilometer from the walls have slowed their advance, but those closer to the settlement are attacking with a ferocity fueled by hatred. To make matters worse, the high-level mutated zombies gathered by the lord, despite being without leadership, continue to cluster together, posing a formidable threat. She explains that according to Shiwai's complete observation, 3 sections of the walls are on the verge of being breached, with the most critical threat being a group of tanks gathering near sections 6 to 8 of the west wall. The settlement's firepower is insufficient to stop them. Song Zikyong immediately contacts Shui, stationed at the observation point within the walls, to assess the situation. Shui, despite her strained voice, quickly reports that Section 6 of the west wall is in critical condition. According to her analysis, it will only hold for another 3 minutes. The flesh wall being used to reinforce it is degrading faster than it can regenerate. Shui's eyes, glowing a vivid cyan, are bloodshot and bleeding from the intense use of her Class A ability, Omniscient Eye. This powerful skill allows her to enlarge, mark, and focus on any target within her field of vision, consuming mental power to consolidate tactical information rapidly. The lawyer, glancing at the image of Shui on the screen, notes her pivotal role. Since the start of the main attack, Shui has been using her ability to monitor the entire battlefield, providing essential tactical adjustments. However, it's clear that the toll on her is immense, and she's nearing her limit. Song Zikyong, despite the gravity of the situation, allows a mischievous smile to cross her face. She reflects on how her daughter has a talent for choosing both loyal friends and strong allies. Snapping back to the moment, she declares her intention to head to the front lines to provide support. She also orders the team to bring Shui off the walls for rest before she completely exhausts herself. The situation outside continues to unravel in chaos. Reinforcements arrive just in time, led by Song Ji and a group of determined fighters. Song Ji, full of energy, shouts out that they come to support Sister Leng Shuang. Leng Shuang motions for Song Ji to stay back, warning her not to advance. She emphasizes that the zombies are too fast for her group to handle effectively. Leng Shuang then continues her fierce battle, cutting down zombies one by one and throwing their remains into the air. Song-ji, worried for her ally, calls out again, but Lang Shuang is already in full attack mode. She bellows for everyone in her group to charge forward with her. The boys in the group follow her command, sprinting toward the mutants with determination. Suddenly, Chen Bai's voice cuts through the chaos, stopping Lang Shuang in her tracks. He warns her that advancing further would only worsen the situation. Song-ji is startled by his sudden appearance. Others also watch as Chen Bai moves through the battlefield with precision, slicing through the zombies with his zombie claw. Chen Bai directs Song-ji to take her group and spread the news that the zombie lord has been defeated. He assures them that he will handle the rest. The weight of his words sinks in, and Song-ji, momentarily stunned, repeats the news aloud. The lord is dead, the White Emperor has returned, and victory is within their grasp. A massive explosion lights up the background, and Song-ji breaks into a wide smile. Chen Bai, wielding his whip, cuts through the remaining zombies with ease. Around him, the defenders rally, shouting with renewed vigor. The battlefield echoes with their cries. Fight with all your strength. The lord is dead. The White Emperor returns. Victory is guaranteed. Chen Bai activates his virus and heat tracking ability, pinpointing the locations of the remaining zombies. With precision, he summons his black charging spikes, piercing each target and forcing them into visibility. Beside him, Song Zikyong lends her support, launching amethyst blades that streak through the air with deadly accuracy. The crowd cheers enthusiastically, their morale bolstered as the battlefield lights up with purple rays, fiery explosions, and bursts of flames. 4 days later, the area is shrouded in dust and littered with countless zombie bodies. Chen Bai surveys the aftermath, acknowledging the heavy toll the siege has taken. The defense had been more costly than he had anticipated. Song Zikyong approaches him, agreeing with his sentiment. She notes the near destruction of the city walls and reflects on the 5 days of relentless battle. The defenders' resilience had been overestimated, while the intensity of the siege had been underestimated. Without Chen Bai and Meng Meng, she admits the settlement would not have survived. Their conversation is interrupted by the sudden appearance of Leto, the god of tricks. Wearing his signature mischievous smile, Leto remarks that they should be celebrating. Despite the battlefield's grim appearance, the death toll is remarkably low. He congratulates them on perfectly completing the mission and reminds them that it's time to build their city-state, the first of its kind since the descent of the Judgment. Just then, a notification appears above Song Zikyong's head. Cosmic Will Investment. The construction order for the S-level Golden City has been completed, and the task rewards have been distributed. Song Zikyong, confused by the message, wonders aloud if there's anything more to do. Leto, ever enigmatic, reassures her that their work is far from over. Chen Bai steps forward, gently taking Song Zikyong's hand, and invites her to accompany him to the location where she first activated the city construction order. Together, they descend to the foot of the mountain, where a brilliant Cheyenne core radiates an otherworldly glow. The sight draws the attention of the people, who gather around in awe and curiosity. The crowd murmurs, unsure of what they're seeing. Some speculate about its purpose, while others urge caution. When the core is touched, a message appears, identifying it as the heart of the city and declaring that it belongs to Lady Song Zikyong. The realization dawns on everyone: this core is the foundation of their new city-state, a symbol of their survival and future. The Emperor Chen Bai and Queen Song Zikyong arrive at the site together, their presence commanding attention. Chen Bai approaches with her hand in his, noting with curiosity that she had chosen this location for the city-state. Song, calm and composed, explains that she consulted a professional before making the decision. She points out the site's strategic advantages: a mix of mountainous terrain and a plain surrounded by mountains, ideal for key buildings and resources. Additionally, the city of Jiang contains a large open plain and a river running through the settlement, perfect for transportation. Chen Bai, placing a hand on her shoulder, smiles warmly and acknowledges her meticulous planning. He encourages her to proceed with establishing the city-state. However, Song Zikyong hesitates and turns toward Leto, the god of tricks. She addresses him respectfully, expressing her wish for Chen Bai to become the lord of the city, despite the heart of city being her investment. Leto, ever casual, touches his hat with a mischievous smile and reassures her that her decision is her own. He reminds her of their agreement to establish the Goblin Trade Association in the city's central area. Satisfied, he gestures toward the glowing Cheyenne core and grants Chen Bai the authority to proceed. Chen Bai steps forward, extending his hand to touch the core. The light intensifies and a notification appears, asking if he wishes to activate the Heart of City. Without hesitation, he agrees. The core's glow expands, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling light. Another notification emerges, prompting Chen Bai to name the first S-ranked city-state, He pauses for a moment, reflecting on the weight of this decision and the history behind it. After a brief silence, his expression turns serious. He declares the name, Baida City, a symbol of his past and his ambitions for the future. The naming of Baida City is successful. Then a brilliant glow emanates from the core before it merges seamlessly into the chest of Chen Bai. With this integration, the city's management panel unlocks, confirming his role as the lord of the city. The status of the city is revealed. The notifications list the following effects. The bearer of the heart of city is the lord of the city. Experience gain and drop rate are increased by 20% within the boundaries of Baida City. All attributes of the lord are increased by 100%. Hostile units within Baida City have their attributes reduced by 50%. Simultaneously, a notification appears for Song Zikyong. It declares that she has been granted the highest level of management authority by the lord of the city, Bai Di. Alongside this, her attributes receive an 80% boost within Baida City. The achievement is announced to all evolved beings, with Chen Bai gaining 10 prestige points. Within the city, the population erupts into celebration as another notification appears. It announces that all residents have been rewarded with 3 free attribute points based on their contributions during the siege. Cheers fill the air, with many shouting, "Long live Emperor Chen Bai! Long live the Queen!" Not everyone is entirely satisfied, though. Some mutter regretfully, lamenting that they could have earned more if they had worked harder or taken down more enemies. Still, the mood remains jubilant overall. Leto, the god of tricks, claps his hands with a wide grin, his laughter echoing through the crowd. He repeats his approval, clearly delighted by the outcome. Song Zikyong turns to him, curious if he has any news to share, but the god of tricks simply gestures with his usual enigmatic smile. He comments that with Chen Bai as the lord of the city and Song Zikyong holding the highest level of management authority, everything has gone exactly as planned. With a satisfied tone, Leto proclaims that this has been a perfect transaction. Everyone has received what they wanted, and his investment has reached a successful conclusion. Pleased with the outcome, Leto smiles and announces his departure. Before leaving, he reminds Chen Bai to complete the investment tasks he assigned as soon as possible. Chen Bai, aware of the immense difficulty of these tasks, remarks on their complexity. Leto only laughs, expressing his confidence in Chen Bai's abilities before disappearing on his next journey. After Leto's departure, Chen Bai hands Song Zikyong several scrolls, explaining that they are the rewards for completing the S-level Golden City construction. He asks if she has started any preliminary planning and suggests she arrange the construction projects in suitable locations. Song examines the construction plans and is immediately amazed by the scale and potential of what lies ahead. Chen Bai gently places a hand on her back, reassuring her. He explains that the vehicles, firearms, and other items produced through these plans can be tested and used to further the settlement's development. He expresses confidence that these resources will place Baida City far ahead of other settlements. Song, initially happy, soon looks worried. She hesitates, attempting to explain her concerns about firearms and their limited use in the current era. However, Chen Bai interrupts her, clarifying that these firearms are entirely different from those used before the apocalypse. He explains that the weapons produced by this new production line come with unique attributes, making them far superior. He encourages her to abandon pre-apocalypse assumptions and look forward to what the city-state can achieve. He gestures toward the city-state management system and tells her that it looks bare now, but as unique construction projects are implemented, it will dazzle her. Chen Bai explains the incredible potential of the newly unlocked S-level construction projects. For example, the biological backup center can clone the user's body, effectively granting them a second life. The anti-gravity base, on the other hand, enables the creation of a city in the sky. These cutting-edge advancements are exclusive to S-level city-states, showcasing the immense power Baida City can wield. Hearing this, Song Zikyong smiles, holding the scrolls tightly. Confidence shines in her eyes as she acknowledges the city-state's bright future. She firmly believes Baida City will become the strongest among all settlements. Their conversation is interrupted by Mang's enthusiastic voice. She excitedly announces that her time in the dream world was incredibly productive as she managed to unlock 3 new skills. Sharing the skill descriptions with Chen Bai, she eagerly awaits his reaction. The first skill, Enhancement of the Dream Totem. White noise allows the dream totem to emit various sounds that attract people into dreams. The second enhancement, Increased Sleepiness, greatly strengthens the dream totem's hypnotic ability. It now includes a mental suggestion, making people more relaxed and distracted. Chen Bai reviews the skills carefully, smiling as he praises her choices. He notes how the dream totem has evolved into a versatile tool, capable of drawing people into dreams without the need for direct observation. He also points out its growing effectiveness in real-world battles. Blushing slightly, Meng Meng responds with pride, reminding him that this combination was based on his earlier advice after analyzing her skill tree. Then, with even more excitement, she reveals her third self-selected skill, Enhancement of Entry and Awakening Skills in Dreams, Dream Visitor. This ability allows her to return to reality from any effective dream totem and to send others back to reality through the same method. Chen Bai is impressed by this teleportation ability. She enthusiastically explains how it works. By pulling someone like Han Xiao into the dream, she can use the dream totem he is connected to and teleport him directly to her side. Alternatively, she can choose to send someone else like Chen Bai to his location instead. Chen Bai smiles, praising her skill development and jokingly remarking that her progress in skill selection is graduate level. However, he teases that she still has much to learn in other areas before she can truly graduate. Meng Meng, blushing, leans in and asks if he has time to help her study the effects of her new abilities. Chen Bai agrees and tells her to meet him at the training field halfway up the mountain, where he will join her shortly. As Meng Meng bounces away, Chen Bai turns to Song Zikyong and requests her help in gathering people with varying levels of mental strength to test Meng Meng's abilities in a real combat setting. Song readily agrees, promising to find them and send them to the training field. She then leans in closer, her hands gliding over Chen Bai's shoulders, and playfully reminds him not to train too late. She hints that the lord of the city deserves a proper reward later in the evening. Chen Bai acknowledges her words with a smile. Song Zikyong adds that she heard Song Ji is preparing a surprise gift for him. Meanwhile, in Song Zikyong's room at the villa, the girls are busy preparing for the evening. Dressed in luxurious outfits and delicate lingerie, they inspect themselves in the mirror, commenting on their confidence in subduing Chen Bai during the night's battle. The lawyer, with her sharp elegance, joins in, reminding everyone to stay focused. As the girls stretch and prepare, the lawyer turns to Song Ji, teasing her about last time, when she fainted before things could even begin. Song Ji's face turns red with embarrassment as she shouts her determination not to repeat that mistake. She proudly announces that she has allocated all her free attribute points to physical strength, ensuring she can keep up this time. Later in the bedroom, Chen Bai casually asks Song Zikyong why Meng Meng was looking for her earlier. Song Zikyong explains that Meng Meng had asked if there were any nearby dungeons, as she wanted to gain some experience points. Chen Bai nods and instructs Song Zikyong to tell Meng Meng to come see him after she finishes the dungeon, as he has something to discuss with her. Song Zikyong, however, replies that she has already passed along the message. As the conversation continues, Song Zikyong moves closer to Chen Bai and mentions that everyone is eager for his guidance on combat techniques and skill selection. Before Chen Bai can respond, Song Ji suddenly pops out from under the blanket, eagerly chiming in that they all genuinely want his help. Chen Bai looks at Song Ji and teases her, pointing out that her C-level skill tree is so simple and straightforward that it barely has any branches. He jokingly asks what she could possibly need guidance for. Song Ji's cheeks flush red, and she insists that she still wants his advice. Smiling, Chen Bai agrees and instructs her to send screenshots of all her skill trees. Before he can finish, the other women in the room, lounging in their elegant lingerie, get up one by one. They all ask for Chen Bai's guidance on skill selection, their enthusiasm evident. Chen Bai, seeing their determination, begins guiding them one by one, starting with Song Zikyong. For her, he recommends choosing the S-level skill Amethyst Eye with its 3 evolution paths. Curious, Song Zikyong demands an explanation. Chen Bai patiently explains that her leveling priority should focus primarily on upgrading Amethyst evolution, with mental fortification as a secondary focus. He describes the benefits of Amethyst Gaze, emphasizing its boundless depth and noble aura. These abilities allow her to understand her opponent on a deeper level and come with control mechanisms that perfectly suit her strategic and commanding style. Song Zikyong takes a moment to reflect on Chen Bai's guidance. She realizes that choosing the Amethyst Eye skill set will grant her incredible control over her opponents. Anyone who makes eye contact with her could enter a dazed state, losing their sense of direction and focus. She recognizes how much this ability would enhance her effectiveness, especially in tactical situations. Chen Bai then calls on Shui, who blushes as she approaches him. Reviewing her skill set, Chen Bai observes that she has only 2 skill trees. He reassures her that having fewer skill trees isn't a disadvantage and can even lead to more focused growth. For Shui, Chen Bai recommends unlocking Threat Vision, a skill that highlights all targets within her view that pose a threat. He also advises her to invest in See What I See, an ability that allows her to share her highlighted vision with teammates. Chen Bai explains that these skills will position her as a god-level support in the future, someone indispensable in both battle and strategy. He adds that her base-level capabilities are already impressive, and these skills will only amplify her potential. Next, Chen Bai turns to Lu Lai, offering his guidance with her skill set. He begins by addressing her illusory image ability, revealing that it harbors a hidden game-changing skill. Intrigued, Lu Lai listens as Chen Bai explains the power of perceived illusion as reality. This unique skill has a fascinating effect. If an enemy fails to see through the illusion, it becomes real to them. For example, if they believe a nuclear bomb in the illusion is real, they will experience its effects as if it were an actual explosion. The skill lacks a conventional damage description because its potential is limitless. Anything imagined can manifest as reality for the target. Lu Lai is stunned by the revelation, struggling to believe the depth of this ability. Chen Bai reassures her, emphasizing the skill's unparalleled potential. With proper mastery, she could create scenarios so convincing that they alter the battlefield entirely. Next, it's Suxin's turn. Chen Bai reviews her abilities and advises her to distribute her points evenly across stamina, flesh, and mind recovery abilities. He explains that all of her skills primarily take effect on herself, enhancing her recovery capabilities before extending to others when actively used. While her abilities may seem straightforward, Chen Bai praises their practicality and effectiveness, noting that he has yet to see a better medical talent. As Suxin steps back, Songji suddenly hugs Chen Bai from behind, asking if it's finally her turn. Chen Bai teases her, remarking that the C-level underdog speaks last. Turning to the next person, he announces that Ling Yu, with her B-level focus concentration ability, is up next. Ling Yu blushes and timidly thanks him for the attention. Chen Bai examines her skill, pointing out that while it seems to only speed up thinking, it's actually a god-level talent for duels. He explains that her ability allows her to set a target, accelerating her thought process while filtering out irrelevant information. This makes it incredibly effective for quick decision-making and precision in one-on-one battles. Chen Bai advises Ling Yu to select skills that enhance her ability to make judgments in combat and to dedicate herself to practicing against opponents with diverse talents. This, he emphasizes, will unlock the full potential of her ability. Ling Yu, overwhelmed with gratitude, kneels before him and playfully offers to show her appreciation for his guidance through action. Chen Bai snaps, cutting her off, and sternly reminds her to remain sane. He instructs her that she must learn to control when and on whom she focuses her ability. Without proper discipline, such a talent could easily backfire, becoming a liability instead of an asset. Finally, it's Song Jae's turn. She steps forward eagerly, declaring that she's ready for her guidance. Chen Bai reviews her abilities and advises her not to miss any skill she can upgrade. He explains that once she is fully leveled, her abilities will grant her 10 times the comprehension, 10 times the learning speed, and 10 times the technique refinement. Her growth will outpace that of an ordinary person by a factor of 10. Playfully, Chen Bai teases her, saying that while her physical strength will never surpass his in this lifetime, she might just conquer him one day with her refined techniques. Song Jae's cheeks flush bright red as she curses him for always teasing her. With a pout, she warns him that she'll bite him for bullying her. Amused by the exchange, Song Zikyong stands up and addresses the group. She reminds everyone that now, with Chen Bai's guidance for their future growth, they must work hard to ensure that any new members of Bai de Palace won't look down on them. The group responds enthusiastically, pledging to give their best efforts. Chen Bai finds himself teleported to the Magic City, landing in Han Xiao's house, all thanks to Meng Meng's new skill. Han Xiao is visibly startled to see him there, clearly impressed that Meng Meng actually managed to pull this off. It's not every day you see someone casually teleport another person across vast distances. Meanwhile, Meng Meng sends Chen Bai a message letting him know that the teleportation was exhausting. The distance was much farther than she expected, and now she feels dizzy. Chen Bai reassures her, explaining that this is the result of her mental energy being drained too quickly. He advises her to take a break and rest up. After all, no one wants their teleportation expert fainting mid-task. Han Xiao, now recovering from his surprise, shifts the conversation to Chen Bai's progress. He asks how things are going with Beide City. Chen Bai shares that all the necessary planning and arrangements are complete, and everyone involved is working hard to make the city a shining success. It's a team effort, and the results are beginning to show. Then Chen Bai, always curious, turns the focus back on Han Xiao. He inquires about the rewards from the city-building process, specifically how many attribute points Han Xiao earned. After all, both Han Xiao and Meng Meng had fought several special zombies in the dream world, which should have yielded some valuable gains. Han Xiao, however, has a rather underwhelming answer, just 1 attribute point. He goes on to explain what happened during the zombie battles in the dream space. While they were fighting a group of screaming zombies, something unexpected occurred. All the zombies screamed together, creating a powerful mental shock. Han Xiao, who had been flying with mental power, lost control from the disturbance and ended up falling to his death. Chen Bai advises Han Xiao to avoid mentioning that he is from the 001 chat group. He jokes that he simply cannot handle the secondhand embarrassment if others were to find out. Han Xiao, however, isn't having it. He pleads his case, pointing out that only he and Meng Meng know about this, so there's no real risk of anyone else finding out. Besides, he's about to take Chen Bai to see the chemical plant, which is hardly an embarrassing outing. Chen Bai chuckles and waves it off, saying he was only joking. He tells Han Xiao to get ready so they can leave. Han Xiao laughs in return and agrees, lightening the mood. As they prepare, Chen Bai notices his hand glowing faintly with a purple aura shaped like a butterfly. His thoughts shift to the SSS-level mission, Plague Mark, which has been sending him warnings ever since his teleportation. It feels significant, and he can't shake the feeling that it has something to do with the chemical plant Han Xiao mentioned, the one supposedly infested with plague zombies. Meanwhile, Han Xiao stands by the window and signals for Chen Bai to take off from there. Later, as they make their way toward the chemical plant, Chen Bai's mind races. He reflects on how quickly he rushed to the Magic City as soon as order was restored in Beatty City. His curiosity grows, wondering what kind of incredible reward an SSS-level mission might bring. Chen Bai takes out the mysterious mask he acquired some time ago. As he looks at it, he recalls how, back in Jiangshang, he had been too afraid to inspect it. The fear of the god of tricks, Ligo, discovering that he had secretly hidden it, kept him cautious. Now he marvels at its true potential. The mask has the ability to refine bloodline potions into an S-class essence, and its greatest advantage. It comes with no usage requirements. It's a rare find that could tip the scales in his favor. Meanwhile, Han Xiao points ahead, directing Chen Bai's attention to a factory shrouded in an eerie green mist. That's the chemical plant, he explains. It's unmistakable with its ominous glow and foreboding atmosphere. Curious, Chen Bai asks if Han Xiao knows anything about the factory's interior. Han Xiao reveals that he had some knowledge of it before the apocalypse. Without hesitation, Chen Bai suggests they begin their exploration. However, Han Xiao looks puzzled, asking if he really has to go in as well. He hesitates, sharing his unease about the green mist and the fumble patches that make the area feel extremely hazardous. Chen Bai reassures him with a confident smirk, explaining that as long as Han Xiao stays within 10 meters of him, he will be perfectly safe. To sweeten the deal, Chen Bai adds that he'll also take Han Xiao to visit the place where his father worked. There's a good chance it might trigger one of Han Xiao's quests. Sighing, Han Xiao reluctantly agrees and pulls out a mask to cover his face. Even with his reluctance, he can't help but feel slightly intrigued by the unfolding adventure. As they step closer to the plant, Chen Bai's hand begins to radiate an intense purple aura, brighter and stronger than before. Suddenly, a notification flashes in front of him. The Plague Mark mission is officially triggered, initiating a follow-up task called Plague Factory, Class A. The message explains that the factory has become a breeding ground for viruses and plagues due to a special data mutation. The objective is clear: find the source of the plague mutation. The rewards are tempting: 10,000 experience points and access to a powerful skill tree for bacterial cultivation at Class A level. Chen Bai reflects on his recent progress. Since reaching level 10, his talents have significantly improved. Although the details are vague, his ability to control viruses feels sharper and more potent. Chen Bai starts absorbing and refreshing himself in the green mist, looking surprisingly at ease. Meanwhile, Han Xiao can barely contain his disgust, covering his mouth with his hands as if the air itself might poison him. Chen Bai, on the other hand, feels great. He knows that all the microorganisms and viruses within 10 meters are now under his complete control, and it's almost refreshing, like a toxic spot treatment. Han Xiao watches him in disbelief, marveling at how Chen Bai can actually enjoy himself in such a terrifying environment. Chen Bai jokes about the comment, wondering aloud if Han Xiao means he's a bit twisted for liking this. Before Han Xiao can respond, he notices something, his eyes darting to a massive mosquito lurking nearby. He points it out to Chen Bai, clearly alarmed. Chen Bai barely spares it and glances before transforming his arm into a scythe. With incredible speed, he dashes forward and slices the mosquito in one swift motion. It falls to the ground, lifeless. Chen Bai mutters something about hating mosquitoes, as if that weren't obvious from the sheer efficiency of his attack. As they move closer, Han Xiao spots a peculiar green mushroom nearby. He points out that the mosquito had been guarding it and suggests it might be some sort of valuable dungeon material. Chen Bai, however, quickly warns Han Xiao not to go near it. He adds with a dark sense of humor that if Han Xiao insists on lying down next to it, inhaling its spores would likely start the poisoning process from his lungs, which might be less painful than having it begin from his hands. Han Xiao jumps back from the poisonous mushroom, clearly shaken. Chen Bai steps forward and carefully plucks the mushroom, examining it closely. He identifies it as a fusion of plague viruses and bacteria, something rare and potentially dangerous. To Hanshou's absolute horror, Chen Bai starts eating the mushroom like it's a casual snack. Hanshou's jaw drops. He can't believe what he's witnessing. Chen Bai calmly reassures him, explaining that he's immune to such toxins. As if to confirm this, a notification pops up in front of Chen Bai. It announces that he has absorbed the lethal fungus virus fusion and gained 150 virus points. Chen Bai seems pleased. He notes that the virus content in just one bite of this mushroom is equal to taking out several elite zombies. Without hesitation, he eats the rest of it. Another notification appears, showing that he's gained an additional 350 virus points. Chen Bai suggests they head to Hanshou's father's factory to explore. Hanshou nods in agreement and follows. The two soon arrive at the dormitory of the plague factory employees in Magic City. Hanshou takes his time checking all the areas where his father used to work, but comes back disappointed. He reports to Chen Bai that there doesn't seem to be any follow-up clues for his quest here. Chen Bai listens and then suggests that they move on to investigate the source of the plague together. However, he sternly warns Hanshou that if he tells him to run, he must leave immediately, without hesitation. Hanshou agrees, assuring Chen Bai that he won't hold him back and will follow instructions to the letter. His expression shows determination, though a hint of nervousness lingers, reasonable, considering the ominous environment. Chen Bai points to a spot ahead, noting that the concentration of the plague and viruses is highest in that area. He asks Hanshou if he knows anything about the place. Hanshou identifies it as the sewage treatment pond, where wastewater from the chemical plant is collected. He explains that there are two massive, deep pools inside and admits that he's only been there once before. The air there is so toxic it makes people dizzy, even with minimal exposure. With this information, they decide to press forward and enter the sewage treatment pond of the plague factory. The scene inside is surreal. The area is overrun with fluorescent mushrooms and other strange, alien-looking plants that seem to pulse with an unnatural glow. It's both mesmerizing and unsettling, as if they stepped into a realm that belongs to another world entirely. Chen Bai takes control of the situation and instructs Hanshou to shield himself using mental energy to avoid being eroded by the plague if he wanders too far from him. Hanshou nods, visibly bracing himself for what's to come. While he might not be as fearless as Chen Bai, he trusts him enough to follow closely, even in this bizarre and dangerous environment. As they move deeper into the eerie surroundings, a mysterious figure draped in a black robe suddenly emerges. The figure exudes an unsettling presence and begins to chant in a powerful voice, calling out to the children of the plague, the servants of the virus, and the disciples of the sect. Before the figure can complete his ritual, Chen Bai acts quickly. He dashes forward with incredible speed, his scythe arm slashing straight into the man's gut. To Chen Bai's surprise, the attack does absolutely nothing. The robed figure stands firm, unshaken. Chen Bai reflects on this shocking turn of events. His blade, his most powerful form of attack, barely left a scratch. He wonders if the defense of an A-class difficulty boss could really be this strong. The thought is unsettling. If this is what an early-stage boss is capable of, what lies ahead? But then something completely unexpected happens. The robed figure kneels before Chen Bai, bowing his head as though in reverence. He begins speaking in solemn tones, declaring his devotion and offering prayers to what he calls their destined god. He wishes for this god to ignite the divine fire and spread the blessings of the plague across the world. Chen Bai is utterly bewildered, and so is Hanshou, who watches the scene with his mouth agape. Hanshou can't resist asking if the robed figure is actually kneeling to Chen Bai. Chen Bai hesitates but admits that it seems possible, though even he isn't sure. The robed figure quickly clears up the confusion, confirming that he is indeed kneeling before Chen Bai. With great reverence, he declares Chen Bai to be the destined great god. He introduces himself as Plague Bishop Pukashumi Israel, level 71, and pledges to offer anything, his life, his soul, or whatever is needed for Chen Bai. Chen Bai is stunned. A level 71 third transformation saint is kneeling before him. This is beyond anything he expected. In his previous life, Chen Bai only managed to reach level 79 himself, and he knows how powerful someone at this level is. To encounter such a figure at the early stages of the trial is almost unthinkable. He reflects on the gap in power and the mental perception he gained when Meng Meng became his master. Back then, his mental perception was merely D-class. Yet here he is, standing in front of someone vastly more powerful, able to perceive their name and rank. He realizes how unprepared he truly is for this level of interaction. Chen Bai looks at Pukashumi and asks if he is truly the god destined for him. Pukashumi confirms this without hesitation. He explains that the high priest sacrificed his life to guide Chen Bai's emergence for the sect. Since Chen Bai received the mark of plague at the very beginning of the trial, it is undeniable he is the god of plague they have been waiting for. Hearing this, Chen Bai reflects on what this means. In previous lives, he often heard that the most valuable aspect of high-level talents was their exclusive opportunities, unique chances that only they could access. It seems this is his own exclusive opportunity as the Virus King. The title God of Plague feels far more powerful and significant than anything Hanshio's bloodline story could offer. Curious, Chen Bai asks Pukushumi what the sect can do to assist him. Pukushumi explains that they paid a great price to enter the trial early, all for the purpose of aiding him. He considers it a great fortune to have met Chen Bai so soon. He reveals that every member of the plague sect who enters this realm brings a treasure corresponding to their strength, specifically to support Chen Bai. However, there's a catch. Pukushima apologizes, explaining that they cannot simply hand over all the treasures at once. This is due to the cosmic will, an invisible force that could detect and interfere if they make things too easy for Chen Bai. Hearing this, Chen Bai nods in understanding. He doesn't seem too bothered by the restriction, knowing that these opportunities are still in his favor. Pukushumi expresses gratitude for Chen Bai's understanding and then asks what type of treasure he desires. Chen Bai doesn't hesitate. He asks if Pukushumi has any job transfer scrolls. Pukushumi looks surprised when Chen Bai asks for a job transfer scroll. He quickly assures him that he does have them. He opens his hands and 2 scrolls appear out of thin air. The first scroll is marked S-Class Plague Knight, while the second is S-Class Insect Master. Before Chen Bai can respond, a 3rd scroll appears above Pukushumi, glowing with a radiant red light. Pukushumi introduces this scroll with great reverence, calling it the sect's most precious treasure, an SS-class profession, Son of Doom. Hanshio's eyes widen in shock at the mention of an SS-class profession. He knows how rare such opportunities are, but Chen Bai remains calm and unbothered. Chen Bai glances at Pukushumi and asks if this is truly all he has to offer. Pukushumi, visibly flustered, tries to explain. He says that at the beginning of the trial, reaching SS-class professions is almost impossible. He reminds Chen Bai that even many gods ascended from S-class, A-class, or even B-class professions. Chen Bai listens but doesn't seem impressed. He calmly replies that he already knows all of this. He states clearly that he is only interested in an SS-class change scroll. Hanshio breaks into a cold sweat, stunned by Chen Bai's response. Pukushumi, now also sweating profusely, mutters in disbelief about this request. Still kneeling, he suddenly raises his hands high and declares in a loud voice that Chen Bai is truly the god of their future. He proclaims that with Chen Bai, the revival of the plague sect is finally within reach. Chen Bai calmly tells Pukushumi that if an SS-class scroll isn't available, he will simply explore other options. Pukushumi suddenly laughs and informs Chen Bai that there is one possible way to obtain an SS-class scroll. Chen Bai immediately focuses on the word possible and presses him for details. Pukushumi admits that it's not guaranteed and explains that Chen Bai would need to retrieve the scroll himself. Curious, Chen Bai asks how it can be done. Pukushumi explains that he can open a special secret space connected to the greatest plague event in the history of Blue Star. Within this space, Chen Bai will find plague seeds embedded in history. By collecting them, he can attempt to forge a class change scroll, and it might result in an SS-class scroll. Chen Bai thinks it over for a moment before deciding. He says that if there is even a chance, he has to try. Pukushumi prepares himself and begins chanting. He declares that he will sacrifice his life, power, and soul to create a path for his god. His eyes start glowing green, and a strange green aura surrounds him. As he continues chanting, the glow intensifies and the energy begins to radiate outward. With a final shout, Pukushumi commands the space to open. His entire body shines with a vivid green light before the energy suddenly dissipates, leaving nothing behind. Pukushumi vanishes completely and his staff falls to the ground where he had stood. A notification appears in front of Chen Bai. It reads, "Would you like to enter the exclusive secret instance? The Whales of 8 million souls. Instance entrance remaining time, 2 minutes, 56 seconds, 13. Chen Bai looks at Han Xiao and tells him that this is an exclusive instance, so he won't be bringing him along. Han Xiao, still shaken by everything that just happened, forces a nervous laugh. He assures Chen Bai that he understands completely. He comments on how powerful Pukushumi was and how much he sacrificed to open the instance. Han Xiao admits he wouldn't dare enter something so dangerous. Chen Bai reminds him that the portal's opening time is limited. He decides to send Han Xiao away from the plague factory before entering. He warns Han Xiao to leave quickly, explaining that if the bugs don't get him, the plague will. After dropping Han Xiao off in the middle of Magic City, near the plague factory, Chen Bai wastes no time and rushes back toward the portal, aware that every second is precious. Hanxiu watches Chen Bai disappear into the distance and takes a moment to think about everything that just happened. The events replay in his mind, and he feels a mix of awe and relief. Spotting a nearby bench, he sits down to catch his breath. Deciding that others in Group 00 will need to hear about this, he prepares to share the story with them. Hanxiu logs into the group chat and starts sharing his experience with the others. He is eager to tell the story, but also enjoys building some suspense. He begins by mentioning that he is in Magic City and has just parted ways with the White Emperor. His tone suggests that what he has been through is beyond anyone's imagination. Yizi immediately demands to know what happened, showing clear excitement and curiosity about the White Emperor's actions. A group member with the name I'm Really Not Sword Immortal chimes in, asking Hanxiu to check with the White Emperor and Manga, helping him clear an instance. Hanxiu, however, dismisses the idea, hinting that the White Emperor is now far too busy to assist with such tasks. Overlord grows impatient and warns Hanxiu to stop teasing, joking about taking action if he doesn't share the details. Hanxiu, sensing the humor, but not wanting to push his luck, quickly agrees to tell the story. He explains that an incredibly powerful NPC knelt before the White Emperor to deliver a class change scroll. However, the White Emperor rejected the offerings, saying they weren't good enough. This piques everyone's curiosity, and Overlord demands to know just how strong this NPC was. Hanxiu describes the NPC as wearing a robe and so powerful that even the White Emperor's strongest attack couldn't break through his defenses. This revelation leaves the group stunned, with Overlord doubting that such a thing is even possible. Crow asks about the class change scrolls. Hanxiu reveals that there were 2 S-class scrolls and 1 S-class scroll. The group reacts with disbelief, wondering why the White Emperor would turn down such a rare opportunity. Hanxiu explains that the White Emperor declared that only an SS-class scroll was worth considering. This revelation leaves everyone speechless. Hanxiu continues, telling them how the NPC sacrificed himself to open an exclusive instance for the White Emperor to acquire an SS-class change scroll. Yizi is shocked to hear about the NPC's sacrifice, while another member, Lightning Whip's successor, reflects that the gap between the White Emperor and them is probably even greater than the gap between them and ordinary evolvers. Overlord admits that every time he hears news about the White Emperor, especially after events like this, it makes him feel small in comparison. Hanxiu advises the group not to compare themselves to the White Emperor, suggesting instead that they take pride in being in the same group, especially Group 001. Yizi agrees, but expresses a desire to turn the tables and become strong enough to stand on equal ground with the White Emperor someday. Chen Bai steps into the instance called the Whales of 8 Million Souls. Around his neck, he notices a new necklace with an hourglass pendant. He pauses to examine it, confused about how it appeared there. After a moment, he tucks it under his shirt, deciding it's best to keep it hidden for now. Ahead of him stands a Roman-style stone gate, weathered but majestic. He wonders if this secret realm is modeled after Florence. Walking forward, he observes the surroundings and starts piecing things together. The architecture, the layout, all screams medieval Florence, the city known as a cradle of art. The streets are empty, and unsettling stillness hangs in the air. He feels a growing sense of unease, questioning why there are no people in a place that should be bustling with life. Moving further, he spots a figure in a black robe sitting alone in a narrow street. Curiosity piqued, Chen Bai approaches. Before he gets too close, the man in the robe lifts a hand, warning him to stay away. His voice is weak, and he coughs violently, explaining that he is gravely ill and cursed by the gods. Chen Bai, ignoring the warning, steps closer anyway. He places a hand on his head, his expression one of calm authority. He asks if the man wants to live, but his question feels more rhetorical than anything else. Without waiting for a response, Chen Bai begins absorbing the virus. A notification suddenly appears in front of him. It informs him that he has absorbed the Black Death virus, earning 3 virus points. Chen Bai straightens, reflecting on the revelation. So it's the Black Death, he thinks. Another notification appears before Chen Bai, delivering new information. It announces that coming into contact with the Black Death has unlocked the Plague Sect's hidden side quest, Seeds of Plague, the Whales of 8 Million Souls. The quest description explains the historical impact of the Black Death, which caused at least 80 million deaths. It states that the Plague Sect has both the duty and the power to collect the seeds of the plague left behind by this devastation. The objective is simple but daunting: collect the plague seeds. The reward promises to transform the collected seeds into plague-related class change scrolls upon completing the quest. Chen Bai reads the notification carefully and reflects on it. He wonders what exactly plague seeds are and how he is supposed to collect them. The quest seems valuable, but first, he needs to understand its mechanics. While he contemplates this, the person in the black robe begins to move. The robe falls away, revealing a girl with striking pink hair. She looks at Chen Bai with gratitude and humility. She thanks him repeatedly, calling him a messenger of the gods and praising him for driving out the plague from her body. She declares her willingness to follow and serve him. Chen Bai, ever practical, retrieves a strange mask from his belongings. He considers her offer and acknowledges that having followers and building renown could make it easier to gather information and resources. Without hesitation, he puts on the mask, its design adding an air of mystery to his presence. He then corrects the woman, telling her not to confuse him with a messenger of the god she might be thinking of. The woman, curious and slightly nervous, asks then which god he serves. Chen Bai delivers his answer with quiet authority, revealing he is not a messenger. He is the god of plague. He instructs her to spread the word. He tells her to inform everyone that he has the power to eliminate their plague and that they should come to Lord's Square to find him. She nods eagerly, ready to carry out his command, her loyalty now firmly rooted in awe and belief. The girl rushes into the streets, her voice ringing out with urgency and excitement. She calls out to anyone suffering from the plague, urging them to listen. She announces that the god of plague has descended and is now waiting at Lord's Square. Her words are bold and confident, promising that he can cure their disease. She moves through the narrow streets, repeating her message. Her shouts echo off the stone walls, drawing attention from the sick and weary. Some of the plague-stricken, curious about her claims, begin to follow her. They stumble out of their homes, their eyes filled with a faint glimmer of hope despite their suffering. In one house, a woman watches the scene unfold from her window. She hears the girl's persistent cries and recognizes her voice. Her husband, lying sick in bed beside their sleeping children, asks who is shouting outside. The woman shakes her head, pity evident in her voice. She explains that it's Alina, the poor girl who must have lost her mind from illness. Outside, Alina shows no sign of stopping. She turns to the gathering crowd and tries to convince them further. She reminds them of her identity, shouting that she is the daughter of Henry, the wealthy merchant who once gave his entire fortune to the church. She insists that she has been completely healed, urging them to come and see the truth for themselves. Her passion and determination are contagious. More people start leaving their homes, drawn by her conviction. Skepticism lingers in the air, but so does a spark of curiosity. Could it be true? Could there really be someone who can cure the plague? For the first time in a long while, the streets are alive with whispers of hope. An elderly couple peeks out from their small home, their pale faces marked by exhaustion and fear. They call out to Alina, asking if she is truly cured. Alina stands tall and urges them to see for themselves. She points out that they have heard her shouting in the streets for so long without hearing a single cough from her. The sick, drawn by her bold claims, begin to gather around her. Slowly but steadily, they emerge from their homes, their curiosity outweighing their despair. Alina stands at the center of the growing crowd and confidently declares that the god of plague has healed her. She emphasizes that they don't need donations, bloodletting, or prayers anymore. All they have to do is go to Lord's Square. A brown-haired woman steps closer to Alina, her eyes wide with cautious hope. She reaches out and places a trembling hand on Alina's forehead. Relief washes over her as she realizes that Alina has no fever, no signs of coughing or illness. Tears stream down her face as she whispers, barely able to contain her emotions, wondering if her own children might also be saved. Meanwhile, at Lord's Square, Chen Bai stands amidst the historical remnants of medieval Florence. He observes the desolate environment and reflects on the state of the city. Based on the level of suffering and lack of resources, he concludes that this must be the 14th century. He recalls the staggering impact of the Black Death during this time, a plague that claimed 25 million lives in Europe alone and 80 million globally. He wonders if the plague sea he is tasked with collecting could be here. If not, he must search the entire globe. Just then, he hears Alina calling out to him, referring to him as the merciful god of plague. Turning toward the sound, he sees a crowd forming behind her. Dozens of plague-stricken people are following her, their desperation evident on their faces. Alina, breathless from her efforts, approaches Chen Bai. She apologizes for not knowing the proper way to address him, but assures him that she has followed his instructions and brought as many people as she could. Chen Bai tells the crowd to step closer. He raises his hands, his voice calm but firm, assuring them there is no need to fear. He promises to free them from the agony of their sickness. The woman from earlier approaches with her family. They kneel before Chen Bai, their faces a mixture of hope and desperation. Chen Bai places his hand over them and begins to draw the virus from their bodies. His calm demeanor doesn't waver. Moments later, he floats into the air, defying both gravity and the collective expectations of everyone watching. Without breaking a sweat, he absorbs the virus from every person gathered in the square. It's dramatic, effective, and just flashy enough to silence any doubters in the crowd. The change is immediate. The woman hugs her youngest son, her tears flowing freely. Her husband stands, visibly emotional, while staring at their eldest child, who now looks as healthy as any kid playing in a field. The little boy, noticing his mother's tears, asks her to stop crying. He points out that he feels fine now, which is true. He then asks her mother if she is feeling pain. The mother smiles and assures him everything is fine. She admits she no longer feels any pain, her voice cracking with relief. The crowd starts buzzing. A man announces that he feels lighter, though the size of his belly suggests it might take more than divine intervention to fix everything. Another person marvels at the disappearance of their fever and cough, while someone else celebrates their newfound energy like they've just downed a double espresso. One man, clearly eager to sound important, calls Chen Bai the great lord of the Church of Light. His moment of misdirected reverence is swiftly crushed when a woman next to him calls him a fool. She scolds him for insulting the great god of plague. The man, visibly embarrassed, retreats into silence. The crowd, overwhelmed with emotion, begins kneeling before Chen Bai. Tears stream down their faces as gratitude pours from their hearts. One man loudly thanks the great god for saving them from the plague, his voice trembling with sincerity. Another person vows to worship the god of plague forever, their words echoing through the square. Chen Bai raises his hands and speaks with authority, telling them to rise. He calmly explains that while they are free from the plague, they may still feel some discomfort. The damage left behind by the disease needs time to heal. He instructs them to leave the square, rest for a few days, and allow their bodies to recover fully. He reminds them that their kneeling is not what he desires. His only wish is to see them free from the torment of sickness. His words resonate deeply, and the crowd listens in respectful silence. An elderly woman, her voice shaking with emotion, declares her amazement at his compassion. She calls him noble and great, marveling at how much he cares for those she calls sinners. Her tears fall freely, her gratitude uncontainable. Alina steps forward and raises her hand to address the crowd. She urges those who are healed to follow her across the Arno River Bridge. She encourages them to spread the god's mercy throughout Florence, ensuring that no one remains unaware of his power. Just then, a group of knights arrives at the square. The sight of them sends panic through the crowd. A young girl screams that the church's knights have come, and chaos erupts. People scatter in fear, their earlier relief replaced by terror. Chen Bai remains calm, watching the scene unfold. The lead knight steps forward, his tone sharp and commanding. He announces that someone has reported heretical beliefs being spread in the square. Another knight, his voice harsh, orders all unrelated persons to leave immediately. Just as the knights advance toward Chen Bai, the one in the middle, clearly furious, confronts him directly. He demands to know if Chen Bai is the one spreading heretical teachings and claiming to be the god of plague. Not waiting for an answer, a knight draws his sword and charges at him, shouting about divine punishment. He insists that the plague is sent by God and mocks the idea of a god of plague, calling it foolishness. Chen Bai watches the knight's movements and lets out a soft chuckle. He recognizes this confrontation as an opportunity, a moment to fully establish himself as a god. The knight's actions, though hostile, present the perfect chance to solidify his divine image in the eyes of the crowd. The captain of the knights lunges forward, driving his sword into the gut of Chen Bai. Two other knights follow suit, stabbing him without hesitation. Chen Bai remains eerily still, his expression unreadable. One knight, seemingly satisfied, raises his sword into the air and shouts to the crowd. He calls the gathered people sinners, demanding they repent for their mistakes. He accuses them of being deceived by a heretic, blaming their faith in Chen Bai for their suffering under the plague. His voice booms across the square, filled with righteous fury, as he commands the people to kneel and confess. The crowd, frozen in fear, looks on in disbelief. One of the knights suddenly points out to the captain that the man claiming to be a god is completely unharmed. The captain's confidence falters, and he curses under his breath, unable to understand how their swords had no effect. Chen Bai calmly removes his mask, revealing his face to the knights in the crowd. Before anything else can happen, Elena rushes toward the knights with a large stone in her hands. Her voice trembles with anger as she berates them for daring to attack Chen Bai. Just as she lifts the stone to throw it, Chen Bai raises his hand, stopping her in her tracks. He tells her that he is unharmed, his voice steady and reassuring. Alina, her face still flushed with fury, responds passionately. She proclaims that she understands now. The great god of plague, being divine, cannot be harmed by their weapons, but she cannot forgive them for their audacity. She urges Chen Bai to punish the knights for their ignorance, calling for divine retribution. The knights, their earlier bravado fading quickly, begin trembling. Their hands shake and fear is evident in their eyes. Chen Bai, however, remains calm and speaks firmly. He tells Alina that she is wrong. He explains that he does not hold a grudge against the knights and will not punish them. He assures her and the crowd that their swords cannot harm him, and no matter how many times they strike, he will continue to free people from the suffering of the plague. His words carry a quiet power, resonating with both the crowd and the knights. The crowd, moved by his mercy and strength, begins chanting in unison. They call him the true God, a merciful and compassionate Lord. Their voices grow louder as they vow to follow him forever. The knights, now completely puzzled and overwhelmed, stand frozen. They realize that nothing they do will change the tide of faith turning against them. Meanwhile, at the Holy See of Light Cathedral, Bishop Jiang and Bishop Haken are standing at the grand staircase. Bishop Haken, his frustration barely contained, vents his anger. He rages about how, in just 3 days, the heretic has managed to convert 90% of the city into his followers. He points out that it is Sunday, yet only 7 people have shown up at the cathedral for worship. His voice rises as he blames Bishop Jiang for stopping him from ordering the knights to kill a heretic at the square. Now nearly everyone has abandoned the cathedral's teachings, and they are left with only 5 knights, barely enough to guard the building, let alone maintain their authority. Bishop Jiang, however, remains calm despite the accusations. He defends his decision, pointing to what they have witnessed over the last 3 days. He reminds Bishop Haken of the heretic's sudden appearance and his undeniable ability to cure the plague. Within those 3 days, the man cured nearly the entire city, turning despair into hope. John continues, describing how the heretic has done more than perform miracles. He has taught his followers practical methods to prevent and control the spread of the disease. He led them in efforts to fight the plague and personally cared for those who had not yet recovered. The bishop shakes his head, acknowledging that the doctrines preached by the heretic are unlike anything they have encountered. The teachings focus on strange concepts, microorganisms, hygiene, and bacteria, terms that even John admits he doesn't fully understand. Yet none of it involves imposing restrictions on the followers or demanding contributions. It's this lack of burden, coupled with tangible results, that has made the people flock to him. Bishop Jiang continues speaking, his tone thoughtful and steady. He recalls how the heretic told the people that a kind God would never force kind-hearted believers to fight each other over differing faiths. If they had killed the man in the square that day, John admits it would have solidified in the eyes of the people who was the demon and who was the true God. Bishop Haken's fury boils over. He accuses John of sounding like one of the plague God's followers. He raises his voice and questions whether John even cares about the Holy See of Light or their Lord. John, still composed, replies firmly. He reminds Haken that their Lord is the almighty true God and does not need their protection. What they should worry about, he says, is themselves and their declining influence. John reveals that he has already sent a letter to the Pope detailing everything that has transpired in Florence. Meanwhile, in a grand royal chamber, Chen Bai sits in silence, examining the seed of plague resting in his palm. Its eerie glow reflects his thoughts. He considers how it was created from the viruses he absorbed throughout Florence. While he feels relief knowing the method to obtain a seed of plague, his progress feels discouragingly slow. Opening the system interface, a notification appears before him. It reveals the current state of the seed of plague, Black Death, concentration progress, 0.001. It also informs him of a newly obtained ability, Pillar of Plague. This ability allows him to set up a pillar where believers can pray to transfer their diseases into it. The diseases stored within the pillar will then be converted into progress for the seed of plague. Chen Bai reflects on the notification, realizing that completing the seed will require far more effort than he initially thought. The slow progress means he will likely have to travel across the entire world, collecting more diseases and uniting more followers under his cause. Just then, Elena enters the royal room, her expression calm yet full of purpose. She informs Chen Bai that his loyal believers are gathered and waiting for him. Chen Bai nods, rising from his seat, and follows her outside. As he steps out, he is greeted by a massive crowd stretching as far as the eye can see. The sea of people chants his name and voices their reverence, their devotion unmistakable. Chen Bai observes them for a moment before addressing them with authority. He declares that the plague in Florence has been completely eradicated. However, he explains that his work is not finished, and that he must move on to other places to continue his mission. Before leaving, he promises to leave something behind for them. Raising his hand, he summons a glowing purple pillar of plague. The pillar materializes before the crowd, radiating a vibrant purple aura that fills the air with a sense of hope and awe. Chen Bai explains that the pillar has the power to cure any disease for those who pray before it. The crowd erupts in tears and cheers, overwhelmed by the miracle. The woman from earlier falls to her knees, calling it a divine blessing. Chen Bai silences them gently but firmly. He warns them not to become overly reliant on the pillar, explaining that its power will fade once he leaves this world. He reminds them to follow the methods he has taught for preventing and controlling diseases. His tone carries both encouragement and a sense of responsibility. He reassures them not to fear, emphasizing that diseases and living beings can coexist if handled wisely. With proper understanding and use, even harmful things can become tools for progress. Lastly, he instructs them to always remember the doctrines of the plague sect, leaving them with a legacy of knowledge and faith. Alina, her voice filled with emotion, assures Chen Bai that they will always remember his teachings and the doctrines of the plague sect. She declares their intention to build a cathedral in Florence to honor his deeds and spread the story of what he has done for them. Chen Bai smiles faintly and taps her head in a gesture of encouragement. He thanks her and entrusts the future to her and the people, saying it will be up to them to carry on his legacy. Turning back to the crowd, he wishes them a life free from the suffering of disease and bids them farewell with a calm yet commanding presence. As he walks away from Florence, the sound of the people's chants follows him, echoing even beyond the city walls. Chen Bai pauses for a moment, reflecting on the devotion of the people. He finds them amusing and pragmatic at the same time. The people of this era, so deeply tied to religion, are easy to sway when presented with miracles. This fanaticism, he realizes, works in his favor. Their belief will make it far easier to gather the seed of plague. The thought brings a quiet satisfaction as he continues on his path. Soon, Chen Bai ascends, breaking free of Earth's atmosphere. Hovering above, he gazes down at the planet below, its vast surface a reminder of how much work lies ahead. He reflects that the fame of being perceived as a god will naturally attract people to him. This attention will streamline his efforts to collect this seed of plague, reducing the time it would otherwise take. He acknowledges that without this method, gathering and concentrating the seed could have taken a decade or more. By using the influence of his divine identity, he can save an immense amount of time. Looking ahead, Chen Bai resolves to fully embrace this role. If being a god is what it takes to clear this dungeon and complete his mission, then that is exactly the path he will take. Days later, within the grand halls of San Pietro Cathedral in Vatican City, a young man kneels before the Pope. His head bowed respectfully, he asks why he has been summoned. The Pope, seated on his ornate chair, addresses him with a heavy tone. He speaks of the failure of the Eastern expedition, a defeat that he claims has disappointed the gods. He describes how the demon rode on the chance and released a plague to harm the people. Then, at such a crucial moment, a heretic used the plague and snatched away their believers. The young man stands up and asks if the Pope is talking about the guy who proclaims to be the god of plague. He is none other than Sauron, the leader of the Knights Templar. His face twists in disdain as he comments on the weak faith of those who abandoned the Holy See. He openly mocks them, questioning whether they even possess the intelligence to see through what he calls the lies of the so-called god of plague. The Pope rises from his chair, his expression grave. He corrects Sauron, pointing out that after the heretic appeared in Florence, the plague was indeed cured. Sauron, startled by this revelation, hesitates. The thought of someone truly curing the plague stirs doubt in his mind, and he begins to question the situation. Before Sauron can voice his thoughts, the Pope cuts him off. He declares with certainty that the heretic is no savior but a demon. He explains that the demon released the plague and then withdrew it to make it appear like a miraculous cure. By doing so, the demon scammed the believers of the Holy See, leading them astray and using their suffering to prevent them from reaching heaven. Sauron listens, his initial arrogance now replaced by contemplation. Sauron grits his teeth, his anger barely contained. He curses the cunning demon, furious that it would dare to use such deceptive tactics to manipulate the people. The Pope continues with a commanding tone, informing Sauron that the heretic has now arrived in Vatican City. He reveals that he has already ordered the man to be brought to the plaza and has instructed the public to gather there as well. The Pope emphasizes the importance of making an example of the heretic in front of everyone. He orders Sauron to take the Spear of Longinus and eliminate the so-called demon in plain view. With zeal in his voice, he urges Sauron to act for their Lord and the faithful, declaring it their duty to cleanse the world of evil. Sauron bows respectfully, his voice steady despite his fury. He proclaims his readiness to carry out the task, promising to kill the demon and reveal the truth to all. He invokes the protection of God as he prepares to fulfill the Pope's command. Meanwhile, a child leads Chen Bai to the Vatican Plaza. The child points to the expansive square and explains that it is the largest plaza in the Vatican. With an excited tone, the child adds that he will run ahead to tell everyone about the arrival of the plague god, mentioning how much the people have been waiting for him. Chen Bai thanks the child with a nod and encourages him to hurry. Standing there, Chen Bai reflects he finds the situation almost laughable, as after leaving Florence, every city under the control of Holy See had either blocked its gates or prevented him from entering. Yet here, in Vatican City, a perfectly healthy child had come to greet him and lead him to the plaza. The simplicity of the tactic strikes him as foolishly transparent. He walks up to the grand sculpture of the Holy Sea of Light and observes his surroundings with calculated calm. He senses the confrontation brewing. The plaza, the gathering crowd, the center of the church's power, it all points to one thing. They intend to kill him here. right at their home base. But this, too, is something he anticipated. A smile forms as he considers the opportunity presented. If they want to strike him down, this will be the perfect chance to deal with the Holy See once and for all. His confidence unshaken, he waits, eager to see the next move in this game. People start to whisper among themselves. One girl points out that the church is about to judge the heretic who is said to have cured the plague. She asks her friends if they believe he really can cure it. One woman standing nearby responds, saying it must be a lie. If the cure were true, the church would not judge him. Just then, the Pope and Soren arrive at the plaza. The Pope yells at Chen Bai, calling him a demon. He declares that the Lord has commanded that the heretic be destroyed here and now. Soren, holding the spear of Longinus, stands beside the Pope. He warns Chen Bai that there is no escape for him. Chen Bai looks around calmly, noticing that the Pope and the Templar Knights are present. He realizes they have planned everything, even setting up a stage for this moment. Chen Bai steps forward and addresses the crowd. He tells them that he has come to remove the plague from the world. He challenges the church, saying they are wrong to call him a demon and to blame him for the plague. The Pope responds strongly, claiming that the Lord has shown him the truth. He accuses Chen Bai of being a demon from the abyss who has used evil tricks to destroy people's faith in God. The Pope says that Chen Bai caused the plague to harm people, and that made it seem like a miracle when he cured it, leading them away from the true faith. In the crowd, a woman asks if Chen Bai really can cure the plague. A man nearby answers, saying he saw it happen himself on his way from Florence. Another woman, holding a baby in her arms, speaks out. She asks why the church does not let the heretic cure the plague before punishing him. She says her child is dying and hopes the heretic can save him. The Pope listens to the murmurs of the crowd. He realizes that the fear from the plague has shaken people's faith. He shouts at Chen Bai, saying that if he had only taken away the plague, the Lord might have spared him. But Chen Bai's true crime is that he secretly corrupts people's souls. The Pope says those souls will be condemned to hell forever. A man in the crowd hears the Pope and says that this is the truth. A woman beside him comments, calling Chen Bai a vile demon. The crowd begins to shout louder, demanding judgment and calling for Chen Bai's death. Soren, seeing the anger of the crowd, rushes at Chen Bai with the spear of Longinus in his hand. He yells that the followers of God are calling for justice and charges at Chen Bai, ready to strike. But Chen Bai stops the spear with just the tip of his finger. Soren is stunned by this and cannot believe what he sees. Chen Bai tells Soren to give up. He warns him that the spear has already made one mistake by harming the Lord's son. It will not make the same mistake again, so Soren should stop using it. Soren stands frozen, his mind racing. He wonders how it is possible for Chen Bai to stop the spear like that. Chen Bai looks around at the crowd, then turns to the Pope. He shouts that he has been wandering from Florence to this place why the church kept stopping him from ending the plague. Now, seeing the Pope's true nature, he understands. The Pope laughs loudly, mocking Chen Bai for suggesting that he is the demon. Nearby, a couple in the crowd whispers to each other, asking how it is possible that the Pope could be a demon. Chen Bai clenches his fist and says that whether the Pope is a demon or not will soon be clear to everyone. Without warning, he punches the Pope hard in the neck. The Pope is unable to handle the power of the punch. He is sent flying back, crashing to the ground. The knights around them quickly withdraw their weapons, shocked by what they just witnessed. They shout that Chen Bai has killed the Pope. Soren, enraged, curses Chen Bai. He realizes that he was tricked by Chen Bai's lies and distracted by his questions. Now he is certain that Chen Bai is indeed a demon. Meanwhile, standing before the Pope, Chen Bai tells him to reveal his true form, the form of the demon who took the Pope's place. Soren watches, stunned, as the Pope begins to change. His body twists and morphs, and what appears to be the true form of a demon starts to show. The Pope's head grows horns, dark and twisted. His eyes turn red, and his teeth grow long and sharp, like those of a beast. The people in the crowd begin to panic. Some shout that the Pope now has demon horns, while others ask what has happened to him. The Pope, now fully transformed into a monstrous figure, laughs like a demon. He looks at Chen Bai with a cruel smile, promising that he will kill him. Chen Bai stands still, calm. He already expected this. He knows that his power is too much for the people of this time to understand. If he had used all his abilities, everyone would have believed the Pope's lies without question. Simply debating that the Pope was foolish. Using a virus to kill him wouldn't fully convince the people either. But Chen Bai had prepared for this moment. When he went to pick up Meng Meng, he gathered a powerful demon's blood essence, one that could give him control over the Pope. He injected the essence into the Pope's body and crushed it there, adding the zombie virus as a backup. This way, no matter what happened, the Pope would turn into a true monster in front of everyone, revealing his true nature. The monstrous Pope seems furious. He creates a fireball in his mouth and then spits it out, sending flames everywhere. The fire even hits his own knights and the ordinary people nearby. Panic spreads through the crowd. People start running in every direction, shouting that a demon is here and warning others to get away quickly. Chen Bai watches calmly. He understands that the demon horns and the fire are signs that the blood essence is taking effect. It is over now. The blood he used is powerful, but it has strict limits. Soon, the Pope's body will collapse under the strain of the demonic power. Sauron, standing in shock, sees the Pope's true form and exclaims that the bishop is truly a demon. Chen Bai addresses the crowd. He tells them that a demon from hell has taken the Pope's place, twisted the teachings of the church, and harmed the faithful. Now this demon dares to stop him from ending the plague and saving lives. This is a sin that cannot be forgiven. Chen Bai declares that today he will bring divine punishment to this demon. Chen Bai raises his finger, pointing at the Pope. He gives the order and the virus inside the Pope begins to take effect. In just a few seconds, the Pope's body begins to disintegrate, turning to dust before the eyes of everyone. Sauron, overcome with guilt and fear, kneels before Chen Bai. He declares that he, the commander of the Templar Knights of the Radiant Church, repents for his actions. He admits that he was deceived by the demon and committed the terrible sin of blocking Chen Bai. He says he is ready to accept whatever punishment is given to him. Chen Bai looks at Sauron and says that he admires his courage and devotion. However, he wants Sauron to understand one thing: God does not punish humanity. God does not care. Chen Bai stretches out his hand and explains that he has come to this world with only one purpose: to take away the plague. Sauron, now humbled, bows his head and agrees. He understands. He calls Chen Bai the great and merciful god of plagues. He says he will gather all the people suffering from the plague in the city and bring them to Chen Bai. After the Vatican is rid of the demon pope, the church quickly loses power. At the same time, the cult of the plague rises rapidly. Chen Bai's influence spreads across Europe. He no longer faces any major resistance in his operations. Everyone has heard of the god of plagues, and every city suffering from the plague prepares to welcome his arrival. Soon, pillars of plague are built in every city and village across Europe. But the work is far from over. Chen Bai knows the seeds of the plague are still growing and he must continue his journey. He travels across Africa, Asia, and Eurasia, meeting different races, religions, and empires along the way. 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days later, the seeds of the plague are finally complete. Chen Bai reflects on his long journey and realizes that he now only needs to reclaim the plague from the pillars. He thinks about the mission, and although it didn't have strong enemies, it was incredibly difficult. If he had known how long it would take to complete, he might have never started. The value of 1.5 years in the early post-apocalypse was far too great to waste. A notification appears in front of Chen Bai, asking him if he wants to collect all the plague seeds in the plague pillars. Chen Bai confirms, knowing that the time has come to complete his task. Meanwhile, in medieval Florence, Elena, now dressed in the attire of a priestess, kneels before one of the plague pillars. She says a prayer asking the great plague god for a smooth journey and for the completion of his plans. As she prays, she suddenly witnesses the pillar glowing with a purple light, the sign of the plague's power. Elena is awestruck by the sight. A man nearby notices her reaction and asks what has happened. He calls her High Priest Elena, confused by the strange event. With tears of joy in her eyes, Elena answers. She says that the god has finished his journey and is now returning to the kingdom of the gods. She tells everyone that it is time to recite the teachings they were given, so that everyone will know they have learned them well. As Elena begins chanting, her voice rises, reaching the ears of those walking through the streets of Florence. She explains the purpose of the plague cult, speaking to the people with passion and clarity. She says that the cult is not about death, disaster, or corruption. It is not about glorifying suffering or extinction. Instead, the cult's mission is to bring peace and happiness to the world. They seek to ensure that people are healthy and joyful. Elena continues, explaining that to achieve this, they must understand the plague. By understanding it, they can stop it from harming anyone again. She emphasizes that the plague god can help them control the plague, using its power to destroy sin and evil. She says that in the past, in their ignorance, people hurt each other. But now, by recognizing the plague and its teachings, they will no longer fight. Instead, they will live in harmony, free from the evil that once divided them. In the streets of Florence, people kneel in respect, their eyes focused on the glowing plague pillar. The pillar continues to emit the purple plague, the energy rising toward the sky in a powerful surge. Elena, still kneeling before the pillar, continues her chanting. She speaks of the future, where the followers of the plague god will fight side by side to control the plague. She promises that the plague will become their greatest weapon, a force that will protect life itself. With it, they will drive away the demons that have plagued the earth for so long. Meanwhile, across the globe, the same scene unfolds. People from every corner of the world kneel in front of their own plague pillars, repeating the same chants. From the scorching deserts of the Sahara to the high mountains of Asia, people everywhere unite in their devotion to the plague god. As the chanting continues, Elena's words echo through the air. The plague will strike fear into the hearts of bloodthirsty and cruel demons. It will bring destruction to those who oppose life. She tells the people that all things in this world will eventually decay and rot, but the billions of lives that now follow the plague god will work together to live forever, never dying. The chant becomes a powerful mantra, uniting everyone under the same belief. All things perish, but all living things will remain immortal. The words echo in the hearts of people from every land, their faith in the plague god growing stronger with every passing moment. The world is changing and they are ready to embrace it. Meanwhile, Chen Bai absorbs the plague energy radiating from the pillars around the world. He can hear the voices of the people chanting for him. The voices fill the air, repeating prayers, asking that the light of their Lord shine forever on the world. Chen Bai wonders if these prayers are sincere. He senses their faith, but he wonders if they truly understand what they are calling for. Just then, a notification appears in front of him, telling him that the mission is completed and that he is leaving the dungeon. As the words disappear, Chen Bai finds himself once again standing in the middle of the plague factory in the Magic City. The system informs him that the mission rewards are now being generated. A divine scroll materializes in front of him. It is the Life and Death Job Change Scroll, an SSS-level scroll. The requirements for using it say that the user must possess the talent Virus Monarch at the SSS level. Chen Bai reaches out and grabs the scroll, reading the description. He realizes that this is not quite the ability he expected. He truly wants to change his job, but the current mission from Lido requires him to see 2 scrolls, not just one for SSS-level professions. He thinks about it and realizes that now that he has 1 SSS-level job transfer scroll, he needs to find his second one. He remembers that the Abyss might have an SSS-level job transfer scroll, and that could be his next target. Suddenly, another notification appears in front of him saying that the mission Plague Factory has failed. Chen Bai is startled. He wonders what that means. Didn't he find the source of the plague in the factory? Why is the mission failing now? He pauses, thinking back. When he encountered Pukashumi, there was no message saying the mission was complete. He now understands why. The source of the plague, the mission's goal, had been altered by his very presence. After Pukashumi sacrificed himself, the source of the plague must have lost its power and died. Without that power, the mission couldn't be completed. Looking around at the poisonous mushrooms nearby, Chen Bai thinks that they must be connected to the plague's source. Chen Bai leaves the plague factory, stepping out into the open. And as he walks, his mind begins to wander. He wonders what is happening in Beatty City right now. He hasn't been there in a while, and he's curious about the progress. Taking out his phone, he texts Song Zikyong, asking about the current situation in Beatty City and how everyone's strength is developing. Soon he receives a reply from Song Zikyong. She tells him that the reconstruction of Beatty City has officially started. She has already chosen a place to install the supercomputing core and set up the production line. After receiving Chen Bai's guidance a few days ago, everyone now has a clear direction. However, she adds it has only been 4.5 days, and since everyone is also working on rebuilding the city, their strength has not changed yet. Chen Bai is surprised by the mention of just 4.5 days. He clearly remembers spending 1.5 years in the dungeon. He wonders how this is possible. Then it hits him. It must be because of the hard glass of time. The hard glass had become part of him when it bonded with his body, appearing and disappearing with his consciousness. It must have been the reason for the time distortion. The hard glass had transported him to the dungeon on its own, and it is the only thing that can make the years pass by so quickly while only a few days pass in the real world. Chen Bai decides to check the messages in Group 001. The chat is full of activity. Han Xiao mentions that the Plague Chemical Factory mission which he and Chen Bai were working on has failed. He expresses surprise, asking what happened. The group is full of questions, with people asking about Chen Bai's well-being and whether he's okay. Shu Chuan asks if the mission was supposed to give Chen Bai an SSS-level job transfer scroll. Overlord quickly dismisses concerns about the job transfer scroll, saying that everyone should first focus on whether Chen Bai is even alive. Liu Huai tries to calm the group down, reminding them that mission failure doesn't mean anything too serious. Reading through the chat, Chen Bai reflects. He realizes that Han Xiao must have received a different mission than his. His own mission was connected to the Plague Seal, something Han Xiao didn't have. Curious, Chen Bai decides to check what Han Xiao and the others have been saying recently in the group. He decides to comment in the chat, informing them that the Plague Chemical Factory mission indeed failed. The group responds with surprise, asking if Chen Bai is very upset or if he needs some comfort. Leaf offers a warm hug, while Liu Huai offers even more warm places than just a hug. Crow expresses disbelief, saying that even Chen Bai failed in the mission. Shuchun reassures him, calling him the strongest. Overlord emphasizes that failure is nothing to fear, and that the only downside is losing the SSS-level profession scroll. Hang Xiao then comments that a level 70 boss had sacrificed himself to open the dungeon, making failure understandable. Intrigued by this, Chen Bai shares the details of his SSS-level job transfer scroll. He explains that although the Play Chemical Factory mission failed, he still obtained the SSS-level profession scroll. He adds that the failure occurred because the key NPC, who sacrificed himself to open the dungeon, caused the mission target to disappear. The group falls silent for a moment, trying to understand. Leaf and Liu Huai are confused. Crow is shocked and repeats what he just read, asking if everyone saw what Chen Bai said. Mizukawa offers congratulations, while Overlord can't hide his excitement, calling it incredible. The chat buzzes with surprise and excitement. Everyone is amazed by the turn of events. Hang Xiao suggests upgrading their chat group to a league group. The group reacts with curiosity. Overlord doesn't understand what League means, thinking it might be related to the game League of Legends. Leaf excitedly mentions that after upgrading, they could announce the name of their alliance in speeches or messages. Liu Huai, who is reading about the benefits of upgrading chat groups, points out that it's expensive. Chen Bai replies that he has thought about this idea before but isn't sure if everyone in the group would be interested. He explains that a lead group would be more formal, focused on honor and glory, while their current chat group is much more relaxed. Chen Bai then initiates a vote, asking the group to decide if they want to upgrade. He suggests they take their time and not rush into a decision. If more than 2/3 of the group agrees, they will upgrade. Hang Xiao quickly agrees, adding that after the dungeon mission, he is inviting Chen Bai to come and rest at his place, offering his warm bed. Chen Bai jokingly refuses and asks Hang Xiao to show him a villa area in Magic City where he can rest. Han Xiao agrees and they make plans to meet. Later, Chen Bai arrives at the villa area in Magic City. Standing in front of the luxurious district, he surveys the area. It seems like a good place to rest. Han Xiao had recommended it, and so far there is no sign of any danger. Thermal tracking and virus detection show no living organisms nearby, which suggests it is safe. However, deep inside one of the villas in the basement, 2 girls are present. They look unusual, almost like spirits, as they are faintly visible. The younger sister notices someone approaching and gets scared. She tells her older sister, who responds calmly, assuring her that she will take care of the intruder. The younger sister, still nervous, asks her not to kill anyone, but to just drive him away. Chen Bai settles into one of the bedrooms of the luxury villa in the Magic City. He lies on the soft bed and sighs in relief. The modern world feels so much more comfortable compared to the harsh environments he's been through. After the chaos of the dungeon and his many missions, he finally has some time to relax. He smiles, thinking about how he will be able to rest properly now. As he stretches out, he recalls the medicinal pillow made from traditional Chinese medicine that he brought with him from the dungeon. He's used it before and remembers how much it helped him sleep better, so he decides to give it a try. Reaching into his space, he pulls out the pillow, reflecting on its calming effects. But just as he prepares to lay it under his head, a notification pops up in front of him. It reads Ancient Dragon Chinese Medicine Pillow, D-level, props daily necessities. This item helps to concentrate the mind and calm the spirit. It is made with the secret formula and can improve sleep quality. It offers weak defense against mental attacks. It suits the nerves and promotes longevity. Long-term use helps to consolidate and grow mental strength. Chen Bai is taken aback. He didn't expect such detailed information. The pillow was just an ordinary item in the dungeon. How did it become an item with specific traits now? He wonders what's going on. He starts to open his inventory to check his other belongings, only to be even more shocked. Everything has changed. The vase he had brought along is now listed as a sea-level city-state probe exhibit. The description reads, "This is a creation that embodies the painstaking efforts of craftsmen. When exhibited in the City-State Architecture Museum, it will grant a bonus to the craftsmanship of city-state facilities." Chen Bai stares at the description, feeling puzzled. The vase, which was simply a decorative item to him before, now has such an official-sounding title and an effect he hadn't expected. He then checks the other item in his inventory, the living Buddha relics. It has also been upgraded to a C-grade special material. The new description says, "The living Buddha's flesh is refined in a sealed environment at high temperature and is a rare material. When carried, it increases luck by 1 and provides a defense against evil spirits, increasing it by 5. Chen Bai is even more surprised by this. The relics, which were just a curiosity to him, now seem to hold far more value. The gold coins he had collected from the dungeon have also been transformed. They are now labeled D-level, city-state prop exhibits. The description reads, "Weathered ancient coins. These coins have historical value. Exhibiting them in the City-State Architecture Museum will increase the income of city-state facilities. Chen Bai shakes his head in disbelief. He wonders how could something as simple as coins become so important. He moves on to the next item, the gold ring he had brought with him. Now labeled Eye of Horus Gold Ring, C-level, the description states, a ring decorated with the Eye of Horus, has a 5% recovery ability and can actively release a shield once. The shield is charged by moonlight. The ring seems far more powerful now, and its use of moonlight for a shield adds a mysterious touch. He wonders how the moonlight could be used in practical situations. Chen Bai is stunned. More than half of the items he brought out of the dungeon have now been transformed into actual, usable items with traits and characteristics. This is unlike anything he's ever heard of, items from dungeons evolving into real functional props. The concept seems almost too strange to grasp. How did this happen? And what does it mean for his future? He continues to scroll through his inventory, noticing that even the simplest materials have been upgraded into specialized items. He recalls something else he had brought back with him, the Spear of Longinus. This weapon, once handed to him by Sauron before he left the Vatican, had always intrigued him. A sovereign-level powerhouse from his past life had wielded this same spear. And now Chen Bai had his own version. He decides to take a closer look at it. As he opens the Spear of Longinus in his inventory, he sees that it too has become an item. The description reads, Unawakened Spear of Longinus, F-Class. He frowns, reading the rest. The spear is described as a special long-handled weapon with all attributes +3. It also has a skill called Dark Banishment, which allows the spear to repel evil, darkness, corruption, abyss, and filth creatures, increasing the damage caused to these creatures by 200%. This makes the spear especially useful for dealing with evil entities. Furthermore, it has a dusty seal, which states that the spear will gradually awaken as evil creatures are killed. The description shows the remaining kills for initial awakening, 0/10. Chen Bai stares at the Spear of Longinus, his thoughts a mix of excitement and hesitation. The power it promises is immense, a weapon forged to repel dark forces, corruption, and evil, exactly what he would need in his quest. But the requirements for unlocking its true potential are clear. He needs to kill 10 evil creatures to activate it. The thought of wielding such a legendary weapon is thrilling, yet a tinge of doubt creeps into his mind. The task won't be easy. Chen Bai reflects that the Spear of Longinus, which once existed on Blue Star, has now become an item, a manifestation of the universe's will, just like so many other things he's encountered. He reflects that everything that has become an item has hidden unique characteristics. Even the spear now in his hands seems to carry a mystery. What's even stranger is that it's the only Spear of Longinus he's aware of. He wonders if Mr. Lorga, the sovereign-level powerhouse from his past life, could still have risen to power without the spear. It's a thought that briefly occupies his mind, but then something unexpected happens. A sudden sharp pain shoots through his palm, making him gasp. His hand feels like it's on fire. Without thinking, he tosses the spear onto the bed, trying to shake off the discomfort. His palm is now bright red, the skin inflamed. Chen Bai stares at it, bewildered. He inspects his hand more closely and realizes with a sinking feeling that the spear is rejecting him. His palm feels as if it's been burned by the weapon's touch. The intensity of the pain tells him that this weapon is not meant for him, at least not yet. He can't help but think that just as the spear repels evil forces, it might see him as one of those very forces, evil, dark, corrupted, abyssal, or filthy. That could be the only explanation for the painful reaction. The realization settles in. He cannot use the spear, at least not without suffering more severe consequences. The fact that the spear is only F-leveled makes it painful enough. If it were upgraded to S-rank, he fears it might literally melt him. Chen Bai sighs, rubbing his aching palm. He knows what needs to be done. The Spear of Longinus is too dangerous for him to wield in its current state. There's no need for him to risk his own well-being. With a final glance at the weapon, he decides he will leave it in his inventory, gathering dust for as long as it takes. That way, it will be one less thing in the world that could pose a threat to him. Just then, the door of his room suddenly opens. He is sure he locked it earlier. Without warning, a knife appears and flies straight at him. He grabs the knife in midair with his fingers, stopping it. Chen Bai senses that someone is trying to push the knife, but their grip is too weak for him. He thinks that he cannot see the attacker with either his virus detection or thermal vision. This means the person is invisible. It must be a spiritual being controlling the knife. Chen Bai assumes that the spirit is weak because it can only manipulate objects to attack. He guesses that the level of the spirit should be low. Chen Bai knows that he could use his hellfire to destroy the spirit, but that would also destroy the room. The knife slips from his grip and falls to the floor. He feels frustrated. With nearly 300 spiritual power, he only has one skill that can harm spirits. He knows he needs a better way to deal with this kind of attack. The knife attacks again, but this time Chen Bai lowers his head and avoids it. He thinks about his options and decides to check his system. He has collected virus points from city defense and dungeons. He hopes he can find a more effective skill for this situation. The Blacklight virus doesn't seem to be useful against spirits. Maybe the Spirit Power virus series could help. However, when he checks, he realizes that no virus can unlock the Spirit Power skill tree. Chen Bai stands up determined. He says to himself that he will find a way to handle this. He needs to learn more about how to deal with spirits and spiritual power. The knife continues attacking, but Chen Bai keeps dodging. He feels confident that he has enough virus points now. Just then, a notification appears on his screen confirming that his virus has evolved. The zombie virus has changed into the original virus. After that, the original virus evolves into the T-virus. Then, the T-virus transforms again into the Spirit Power Enhanced T-virus. At the same time, something strange happens. The knife that was attacking him is suddenly stopped by another knife. The two knives seem to clash with each other, as if they are fighting. Chen Bai wonders why the attack has stopped. Has the spirit running the knife finally given up? He thinks the spirit may have run away. Curious about the spirit, Chen Bai decides to see what kind of spirit it is. Another notification appears, telling him that the exclusive skill for the Spirit Power Enhanced T-virus has been unlocked. The skills include Psychic Mastery and Psychic Perception. Additionally, the virus enhancement has unlocked a new support skill, Psychic Vision. Chen Bai realizes that with these new abilities, he can now sense spirits and their actions more clearly. Chen Bai uses his newly unlocked Psychic Vision and looks closely at the spirits. He is surprised to see that there are two girls. The elder one is the one attacking him, while the younger one seems to be trying to stop her. The elder sister, named Yan Ke, is furious. She insists that her younger sister, Yang Su, let her kill him. She believes that Chen Bai is a bad person and should not be allowed to enter their house. Chen Bai is startled and frozen in place. He reflects on how complete these spirits are. They seem to have a high level of intelligence, and he realizes they are not low-level spirits. He wonders why the elder sister is using a kitchen knife to attack him. This doesn't make sense for a spirit with such power. He decides to use his psychic perception to learn more about them. A notification appears revealing details about the spirits. The elder sister's name is Yan Kai. She is an evolver with 2 unique spirit bodies. Her talents are listed as Evil Spirit S rank, and she has abilities like controlling objects, invading evil thoughts, and absorbing yin energy. The younger sister, Yang Su, is also an evolver with dual spirit bodies. However, her talents are Good Spirit S rank. Her abilities include controlling things, soothing with kind thoughts, and containing yang energy. Chen Bai is amazed by the power these 2 spirits possess. Yan Kai is still furious, demanding that her sister allow her to kill him, but Yang Su argues with her, reminding her that he has not hurt her and urging her to calm down. Chen Bai crosses his arms, thinking about what he just learned. Both Yan Ki and Yang Sui are evolvers. He hasn't seen many evolvers whose forms change because of their talents, and these 2 are unusual. He can sense their power, and he feels they are stronger than most spirits. Suddenly, Yan Ki tries to attack again, but before she can stab him, Chen Bai quickly grabs her hand. He tells her to calm down and explains that he won't hurt her. As he speaks, he releases his psychic energy so she can feel the difference between their powers. His spiritual power is much greater than hers, more than 20 times stronger. He gives her a warning. If she causes any more trouble, he will kill both her and her sister. Yan Qi clenches her teeth in anger, clearly unwilling to back down. At the same time, Yang Su steps forward, asking Chen Bai not to hurt her sister. Chen Bai sits down on the bed, his tone firm. He tells both of them that he will not hurt them, but they must listen to him. Yan Kai, still furious, curses Chen Bai. She accuses him of having perverted thoughts and tells him to come at her if he truly wants to fight, but not to bully her sister. Chen Bai responds, clearly annoyed. He says that if anyone has perverted thoughts, it's her, not him. Yan Qi grits her teeth, her anger growing. She says she will kill him if he doesn't back off. Chen Bai instructs both sisters to stay still. He tells them that he is going to ask them a few questions. He starts by asking if they know what happened to this world and if they can use the Evolver panel. Yang Sui answers first. She says that they both know what happened and that she has even read the Evolver forums. She also confirms that they can use the Evolver panel. Yan Kai responds quickly, saying that she knows very well. She adds that a lot of people have died and that many pets are gone now. She says it's a good thing they are gone. Chen Bai frowns and asks why they are only level 2. He wonders if Yan Kai is too scared to go out and kill monsters to gain experience. Yang Su steps in, explaining that it was her who stopped Yan Kai. She says that the monsters they face today were once humans. She can't bring herself to hurt them, especially since the monsters can't hurt them anymore. She adds that it's not easy for her to fight them when they were once people like themselves. Chen Bai calls Yang Su foolish. He warns her that sooner or later, someone strong enough to hurt them will appear. He asks how they will deal with them if they only stay at level 2. He stresses the danger of their power, explaining that it is tied to their emotions. If they let their emotions control them, they could become foolish and unpredictable. He tells them to close their eyes and focus. He wants them to feel their power and learn to control it. Then they should think carefully about what they need to do. Both sisters close their eyes and suddenly they start shouting. Yang Su cries out that she should help others, be a good person, and do her best to help everyone. Meanwhile, Yan Qi shouts in anger, saying she will kill everyone who harms her sister and anyone who tries to bully her. Chen Bai watches them concerned. He realizes that their rationality has been severely affected. If he doesn't discipline them properly, it might end up becoming low-level spirits acting only on pure instincts. In that case, they would lose their humanity and turn into mindless monsters. Yan Qi is lying on the floor, struggling to breathe. She gasps for air and weakly admits that she cannot go on any longer. Her energy is nearly gone, and she feels as if she is about to fade away. Yang Su, equally exhausted, agrees and barely manages to speak. Chen Bai remains seated calmly on the bed, completely unaffected. He looks at them and points out the obvious gap in strength between them. He reminds them that he did not even put up any resistance during their challenge. Yan Qi, still catching her breath, suddenly asks him a question. She wants to know if there is someone he likes. She also wonders if he always has to be cautious when dealing with others. Chen Bai responds without hesitation. He explains that his body is naturally strong, but he has full control over his strength. He then picks up the skill book in his hand and casually throws it toward the sisters. He acknowledges their effort and tells them they deserve a reward. Yan Qi tries to catch the book, but it slips right through her hands and falls to the floor. Chen Bai gives her a strange look, puzzled by what just happened. Still lying on her stomach, Yan Qi sighs in defeat. She suggests that they should wait until they have recovered before trying to learn the skill. There is no rush since the book is not going anywhere. Chen Bai reassures them that they can learn it whenever they want. It does not matter to him. He then mentions that he has his own matters to take care of now. Yang Su looks at him with concern. She reminds him that he promised to take them to River City. She wonders if he is leaving already. Chen Bai explains that something more important has come up. He assures them that he will take them with him once he returns. After saying this, he extends his hand and a red scroll appears in his palm. Yang Su nods in understanding. She accepts his decision and says that they will wait for his return. Chen Bai holds the Demon Hunter Promotion Task Scroll S in his hand. He knows that he has already reached the limits of his current strength. The time has come to obtain the SSS-level promotion scroll from the Abyss. He reflects on his situation. If he does not complete Leto's task, he will remain stuck at level 10 forever. There is no way forward unless he takes this step. A notification suddenly appears before him, providing information about the Demon Hunter Promotion Task Scroll S. This special and rare item can only be obtained when the first pureblood demon species creature is defeated. Completing the task will transform the scroll into an official Demon Hunter Promotion Scroll. The system gives him a choice, yes or no. Chen Bai thinks back to when he first obtained this scroll. At that time, he had no plans to pursue the SSS-level promotion scroll. The challenge is known to be so difficult that even the gods have failed to pass it. But now, with no other leads on another SSS scroll, he has no choice but to take the risk. He makes his decision and selects yes. The very next moment, his surroundings shift, and he finds himself in the first layer of the Abyss. The entire landscape resembles a vision of hell, with a red terrain, dry mountains, and countless red demons filling the land. One of the demons notices him and immediately reacts with shock. It turns to the others, unable to believe what it is seeing. More demons join in, shouting in disbelief. A human has entered the Abyss. A fierce voice rises from the crowd. One of the demons commands the others to devour him. Chen Bai remains calm. He recalls how, in his previous life after becoming a demon hunter, he often ventured into the Abyss. Standing here now, the place strangely feels like home. 3 demons rush at him, ready to attack. Before they can reach him, all 3 swords of Chen Bai materialize and pierce each one of them in mid-air, ending them instantly. Chen Bai adjusts his gloves as a system notification appears. The task progress updates showing that he has defeated 3 fallen demons out of 100. He checks the task requirements in the system. The details confirm that using the scroll transports him to the first layer of the Abyss. To complete the task and leave, he must eliminate 100 inferior demons and 100 fallen demons. He considers his next move. Completing the task will force him out of the abyss, which is not what he wants. His real goal lies deeper, the trial at the abyss well. He decides to hold back and avoid finishing the task too quickly. A day passes. The demons continue to follow him relentlessly. He moves swiftly through the abyss, ignoring them. He finds the situation frustrating. The task remains unfinished because the first layer of the abyss is filled with far too many fallen demons and inferior demons. Their endless numbers make it difficult to clear them out. Worse yet, they are mindless creatures, doing nothing but chasing him without end. Whenever he loses one group, another quickly gathers the moment he slows down. His attention shifts to a lava-filled mountain in the distance. He instantly realizes what has happened. The abyss well has erupted. Bad luck strikes at the worst time. Although the eruption does not affect the trial itself, it floods the abyss with powerful energy. This surge strengthens every demon-blooded creature, making them even more dangerous. The eruption sends large chunks of stone flying in all directions. Chen Bai moves swiftly to evade them while also avoiding the demons still chasing him. He recalls that this eruption will also release countless demon blood eggs, leading to the birth of many new demon creatures. The number of enemies in the abyss will only grow from here. His eyes narrow as he looks toward the sky. Tens of thousands of demons descend from above, pouring into the battlefield. He cannot afford to stop now. If he slows down, he will be completely surrounded. A new concern arises. If he accidentally completes the task while fighting his way out, he will be immediately sent out of the abyss. That would ruin his entire plan. He has no choice but to fight carefully and avoid finishing the mission too soon. A sword suddenly flies toward Chen Bai, but he dodges it effortlessly without breaking his focus. A demon appears in the distance and lands on the sword, his sharp eyes locking onto him. With clear excitement in his voice, the demon declares in demon language that he has found himself a fine meal. This is Fergus, a level 16 demon warrior. Fergus addresses Chen Bai arrogantly, demanding that he kneel down and show gratitude. He claims that Chen Bai should feel honored, as he is about to serve as his next meal. Chen Bai studies Fergus carefully. A pure-blooded demon warrior is not something commonly seen in the first layer of the abyss. He immediately suspects that Fergus has come from a deeper level and asks him about it in demon language. Fergus confirms it with pride. He then expresses surprise that Chen Bai, who has done nothing but run away, knows so much about demons and can even speak their language. However, he dismisses this knowledge as meaningless, stating that food does not need to understand its master. Chen Bai remains calm and questions Fergus' claim that he is merely running away. He points out that only the low-intelligence, inferior demons and fallen demons are chasing him, hinting that there is a reason behind it. Fergus does not know the answer but offers to let Chen Bai explain before he dies. He cruelly adds that, out of mercy, he will start by eating his head first. Without hesitation, Fergus launches an attack, rushing straight toward Chen Bai. Chen Bai, unfazed, gives his response through action. In an instant, he moves with speed beyond what the demon can track. Multiple swords appear and slice through Fergus mid-air, cutting him down before he can even react. Fergus screams in disbelief. His voice trembles as he struggles to accept what's happened. It should have been impossible. Chen Bai, standing unbothered, delivers his final words in demon language. He states the reason why only inferior demons have been chasing him, because he has already eliminated all other species. His gaze shifts across the battlefield. Around him, more demons begin to hatch from demon blood eggs scattered across the abyss. The situation grows more dangerous by the second. He quickly assesses the growing numbers and makes his decision. If he does not leave soon, he will be completely surrounded. There is no time to waste. 6 days later, Chen Bai finally stands before the abyssal well. He looks at the dark, ominous pit and acknowledges the long journey it took to get here. The destination had seemed close from a distance, but reaching it was much harder than expected. His thoughts drift to his past life. When he first became a demon hunter, this was the place where he sought refuge. Most of the demons on the first layer of the abyss fear this place and do not dare to come near. He decides to take a short rest before continuing the challenge. Leaning against the mountain, he opens his system screen to check his inventory. He reviews his plan. Over the past few days, he has gathered a large number of demon bloodline potions. He intends to feed them to the mask, allowing it to absorb and refine their essence. His bag and secret storage are completely full of these potions. He wonders what level of bloodline essence will be synthesized from the tens of thousands of B and D grade potions he has collected. Before he can proceed, another presence emerges nearby. The deep voice speaks, confirming that a human has really made it to the abyssal well. The speaker steps forward, revealing himself to be a Kuo-Tao fish demon, a submariner, Dur 17, level 18. His shark-like face is sharp and menacing. The fish demon finds the situation amusing. Speaking in demon language, he explains that he received a report from one of his servants. According to the report, a human was heading toward the abyssal well. Not only that, but this same human wiped out all other types of demons, leaving only inferior demons and fallen demons untouched. His eyes lock onto Chen Bai, and he confirms what he already suspects. The human in question is standing right in front of him. Chen Bai observes the fish demon carefully. The Kuoto fish demon appearing in the first layer of the abyss is unusual. This type of creature does not belong here. He questions the demon in demon language, showing no concern. He wonders if demons from deeper levels enjoy wandering around the upper layers whenever the abyssal well erupts. The fish demon responds without hesitation. He declares himself a demon prince and reveals that he has come here for one reason: to kill Chen Bai. Without wasting another moment, the demon prince opens his powerful jaws and lunges forward with full force. His voice roars through the abyss as he condemns the idea of a mere human running wild in demon territory. His attack is fast and aggressive, and it looks like he is aiming to end the fight immediately. The fish demon swings his trident, and a surge of water energy bursts from his blade. The weapon carries water-based abilities, making each strike flow like a powerful tide. He attacks with full force, aiming to overpower Chen Bai. Chen Bai activates his hellfire armor just as the trident makes contact. A loud bang echoes through the air, but he remains completely untouched. He speaks in demonic language, questioning the demon's title as a demon prince. His curiosity grows as he asks which layers Lord the demon is a descendant of. The fish demon responds without hesitation, revealing that his royal father is the lord of the 17th layer. Without giving Chen Bai a chance to react, the demon prince swings his trident again, refusing to slow down. His anger erupts as he mocks Chen Bai, calling him worthless for relying on inferior hellfire armor. He demands to know if fear has already consumed him. Chen Bai dodges effortlessly, showing no sign of struggle. His expression remains calm as he decides to put an end to the demon's arrogance. Activating muscle reinforcement, he moves in an instant. His hand grips the demon's head, and with overwhelming strength, he slams him into the ground. The impact shakes the earth beneath them. Without wasting time, 3 swords materialize behind Chen Bai, summoned in an instant. Their sharp edges gleam, filled with a deadly aura. He steps back slightly and orders the fish demon to stand up, giving him a chance to face what comes next. Chen Bai stands over the fallen fish demon. He states that his mask had been ready to consume something valuable, but the demon prince's sudden appearance interrupted the process. The item in his inventory is not pleased. Without hesitation, the 3 swords hovering behind him move on their own. They strike the fish demon repeatedly, piercing through its flesh over and over again. The demon prince has no way to resist. Chen Bai watches the scene and declares that, as an apology for the interruption, the fish demon's bloodline will serve as the mask's appetizer. The mask in his possession suddenly comes to life. His mouth opens and a clattering sound echoes from within. Chen Bai continues speaking, explaining that his backpack and inventory are overflowing with bloodline potions, numbering in the tens of thousands. The clattering noise continues as the mask feeds, absorbing the demon's essence. His curiosity grows. He wonders what level of essence will be synthesized from this massive collection of potions. A notification suddenly appears, informing him that he has obtained a new weapon, Blackwater Trident C-Class. It is a long-handled weapon that enhances strength and agility, increasing both attributes by plus 25. The weapon possesses a unique ability called Blackwater Depths, which allows the wielder to breathe underwater and grants dark vision. Additionally, it comes with the Tidal Strike skill, which releases a powerful attack boosted by water currents. The equipment requirements to use the Blackwater Trident are a strength stat of 60 and a minimum level of 15. Chen Bai studies the details of the weapon and finds the underwater breathing ability particularly interesting. It is not something he needs right now, but it could be useful later. Turning his gaze toward the abyssal well, he takes a deep breath. With all obstacles cleared, nothing stands in his way anymore. The time has come to begin the next challenge. Chen Bai climbs to the top and steps onto the edge of the abyssal well. His eyes fixate on the endless darkness below. He speaks, knowing that as he stares into the abyss, he will soon receive the expected prompt. Suddenly, dark purple circular waves of light begin to spread from the depths of the abyssal well. A deep, echoing voice resonates through the air, repeating a warning. When someone stares into the abyss stares back. Chen Bai sharpens his focus, sensing something unusual. He recognizes the moment and confirms that it has arrived. A notification appears in front of him, stating that it saw you, a sentient being. A wave of unease grips his chest, a pressure unlike anything before. He reflects on the fear creeping into his heart. This feeling is unavoidable when facing the gaze of the abyss. His instincts scream at him to step back, but he knows that retreat is not an option. If he moves away now, it will mean instant rejection, permanent failure with no chance to try again. Another notification appears, analyzing him further. It confirms that his soldier level is 10. His thoughts drift back to his previous life. Many level 10 geniuses, even disciples of legendary powerhouses, reach this point only to fail. Some among them, rare prodigies who managed to withstand the gaze, never made it out alive. More notifications appear, exposing his current state. It saw that you have not advanced your class yet. It saw that you have no bloodline. It saw that you possess no equipment above grade S. It saw that you lack temporary and powerful external boosts. It saw that everything you own was earned by your own hands. It saw that your strength belongs to you alone. It saw that you have enough ability to control yourself. It saw that you do not know what you will face. It saw your name. It saw your fear and hatred. The abyss continues its silent observation, locking onto him with an oppressive force. Something presses down on him, weighing on his entire body. A deep exhaustion sets in, as if an invisible force is crushing his very existence. A new notification appears before Chen Bai, confirming that he meets the requirements. The system announces that the passage to the abyss trial will now open for him. If he successfully completes the trial, he will receive the SSS grade Abyss Overlord class advancement scroll. The scroll will be bound to him as the challenger, ensuring that no one else can claim it. Chen Bai remains firm, showing no hesitation. He acknowledges the challenge and prepares himself for what lies ahead. Another notification appears, instructing him to jump into the abyssal well to begin the trial. It warns that retreating will be considered permanent abandonment, meaning there will be no second chance if he turns back now. Without wasting any more time, he commits to the decision. He tells himself that there is no turning back and then leaps into the abyss. And just as he falls, a new notification outlines the conditions of the trial. You must defeat the 10th level projection avatars of each demon lord on every abyss layer under specific conditions. For each completed layer, he will receive a rest period ranging from 1 minute to 1 hour before the next challenge begins. If a layer does not currently have a demon lord, the projection of the previous lord from that layer will be summoned instead. His status will be fully restored before each battle. All items and skills will have their cooldowns reset. All equipment will be repaired. He continues falling deeper into the abyssal well, and while he does, he processes the information. The full reset on cooldowns is particularly significant. Even items with extremely long cooldowns, such as the Time Hourglass, which requires over 70 years to recharge, will be ready for use again. The endless descent continues, pulling him further into the unknown depths of the Abyss trial. Just as Chen Bai is about to hit the pit, a sudden notification appears, flashing with urgency. An error message fills his vision, stating that the trial challenger cannot be restored to their peak state. His mind sharpens, sensing something is wrong. He immediately reacts, hoping that no unexpected complications arise from this. A new notification follows, revealing that his return to the past skill has activated. This ability allows him to return to any point in the past, but at the cost of erasing everything gained in the vanished timeline. The system confirms that the remaining cooldown time is still locked at 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. Unlike other abilities, this skill cannot have its cooldown reduced by any external effects, whether through skills or equipment. Chen Bai quickly realizes what has happened. The Time Hourglass has appeared automatically, unaffected by the Abyss reset mechanics. It seems that even the Abyss cannot override the restrictions placed on this unique ability. His thoughts race as he considers his options. He must decide quickly what his next move should be. Before he can react, more notifications begin flooding the system, each one flashing the same error message repeatedly. Something is clearly wrong with the process. Just before he lands, another notification appears. This time, the return to the past skill activates again, but with a crucial change. The system now states that he can still return to any point in the past, but only after entering the Abyss well. Additionally, the cooldown restriction has been removed entirely. At that moment, the trial challenger's status is fully restored, and the trial officially begins. Chen Bai finally lands with a heavy thud, steadying himself. A quick scan of his status confirms that everything is back to normal. With relief, he acknowledges that the cooldown of the Time Hourglass skill has completely disappeared. Now, with his abilities fully restored and no lingering issues, clearing the Abyss trial no longer seems like a challenge. The trial begins, and within no time, a level 10 inferior demon lord named Balkek appears in front of Chen Bai. The demon warrior carries a sword on his back ready to fight. A notification states that there are no special conditions for this layer. Chen Bai looks at the demon with complete indifference. He recognizes Balkek as nothing more than an inferior demon, posing no real threat to him. Before Balkek can even make a move, Chen Bai dashes forward at incredible speed. With a single slash, she cuts the demon cleanly in half, ending the fight in an instant. A notification appears, confirming Layer 1 is cleared and asking him to select his rest time. Without wasting time, he advances to the next layer. The second demon lord falls just as quickly. Another notification appears, confirming Layer 2 is cleared and again prompting for a rest time. Chen Bai continues moving layer by layer, eliminating each demon lord effortlessly. Notifications keep popping up with every layer he clears. Upon reaching layer 66, he finally faces a greater challenge. Standing before him is the Blood Kai clan demon lord, demon sword servant Odu, also at level 10. Unlike the previous opponents, Odu immediately lunges forward, filled with rage. He curses Chen Bai, declaring that his journey ends here. A notification appears, revealing the special condition for this layer. Only weak point attacks are effective. Strikes to other parts will be ineffective. Chen Bai quickly assesses the situation. This restriction makes the battle far more difficult than before. He reflects on his current state. Since the 50th layer, his attribute advantage has started to diminish. The difference in raw power is no longer enough to dominate his enemies. He considers the experience gap between him and the demon lord. While he has battle skills from 2 lifetimes, Odu has spent his entire existence fighting. With such a disadvantage in layer restrictions, this battle will not be won easily. The fight begins and the two engage in fierce combat. They exchange attacks, each one testing the other's limits. At a crucial moment, Chen Bai manages to stab Odu in the neck, targeting a weak point. However, Odu retaliates, landing a deep wound on Chen Bai's shoulder. Chen Bai quickly realizes the problem. With no clear advantage in combat skills or attributes, he is also forced to identify weak points mid-battle. This means he has only one option: to trade injury for injury and fight through sheer tactical precision. The battle between Chen Bai and Odu continues, both fighters refusing to back down. Chen Bai skillfully avoids Odu's attacks, but his evasive maneuvers only fuel the demon's rage. Odu, now furious, launches a reckless and powerful assault. In a final act of aggression, he throws his sword directly at Chen Bai, shouting with absolute confidence. This time, Chen Bai fails to dodge. The sword pierces through his stomach, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Odu slowly approaches, his expression filled with triumph. He acknowledges Chen Bai's strength and resilience, but mocks him for his foolishness. With complete certainty in his victory, Odu grips his sword and pulls it out of Chen Bai's body. He declares that the rules of the Great Abyss bless him, making him impossible to defeat. Believing the fight is over, Odu turns away and begins to walk away. However, Chen Bai is not finished. A notification appears, confirming that his save status is being read. At that moment, Chen Bai's eyes snap open and he immediately calls out to Odu, his voice cutting through the silence. Odu turns back in shock, unable to believe what he is seeing. Chen Bai is still alive. Before the demon can react, Chen Bai moves at an unimaginable speed, faster than Odu can process. In an instant, he slashes through Odu's waist, delivering a decisive blow. Odu's body trembles as he lets out a final shocked cry. His form begins to dissipate, unable to comprehend what just happened. A notification appears, confirming that Layer 66 has been cleared. The system prompts Chen Bai to select his recovery time before moving forward. Chen Bai stands over the fading body of Odu and declares that the true fool was Odu himself. The demon had made the fatal mistake of neither dodging nor defending when his weak points were safe. On top of that, he had arrogantly let his guard down, assuming victory before the battle was truly over. Because of that stupidity, Chen Bai was able to clear the level with ease. With no reason to linger, he moves forward, continuing his rapid progress through the abyss floors. Soon he arrives at the 100th floor. Standing before him is fallen Swordmaster Gilbert, level 10. A notification states that there are no special conditions for this battle. Chen Bai is surprised. The weakest class of fallen demons being the final challenge seems too easy. Even more unusual is the complete lack of any restrictions. However, Gilbert is nowhere to be seen. The arena remains empty, and his opponent does not appear. Chen Bai quickly senses something is wrong. He questions why Gilbert hasn't shown himself yet. If the final floor does not impose a direct combat challenge, then the real difficulty must be elsewhere. His mind begins to analyze the situation. The Abyss is a complex place filled with diverse races, personalities, and strengths. Each floor lord does not necessarily hold their position because of sheer strength alone. There could be other factors at play: alliances, intelligence, or hidden advantages. It is not impossible for a weak fallen demon to rise to power under the right circumstances. It now seems that the true challenge of this floor is finding Gilbert. This is not a straightforward battle, it is a game of hide and seek. Before he can process further, a shadow moves silently behind him. Gilbert has already found his opportunity. Without warning, the fallen sword master strikes with absolute precision. His blade slices through Chen Bai's neck in an instant. Chen Bai has no time to react. He barely begins to turn before his vision goes dark. He is dead. An instant later, he wakes up back at Abyss Level 1. The trial has reset, throwing him back to the very beginning. He remains still, his breath heavy and uneven. Moments ago, he was dead. Sweat drips from his forehead as the reality of the situation sinks in. He reflects on what just happened. He was killed so quickly that he didn't even have the chance to respond. For the first time in the trial, he realizes something terrifying. He was not just defeated once, he was killed instantly, twice in a row. Chen Bai processes what just happened. The moment he was beheaded for the first time, he had immediately accessed his save status, hoping to undo the fatal blow. Yet, even after resetting, he was killed again instantly, without any chance to react. Before he can fully recover from his shock, the first-floor inferior demon lord, Balkek, appears once more. Without hesitation, Balkek lunges forward, launching an attack against him. Chen Bai is still huffing, his mind clouded from his previous death. Despite being in a trance, his reflexes take over just in time. He swiftly grabs Balkek by the neck and slams him into the ground with overwhelming force. His breathing remains uneven as he tries to gather his thoughts. He reflects on the nature of his death on the 100th floor. If he had not activated Return to the Past at the last moment using his lingering consciousness, he would have truly died permanently. Realizing that he needs answers, he questions Balkek, demanding information about the fallen demon on the 100th floor. He asks if Balkek knows the current floor lord of the final trial stage. Still pinned to the ground, Balkek refuses to answer. Even in his weakened state, he remains defiant. His voice is filled with spite, making it clear that even if he knew the answer, he would never reveal it. Within moments, Balkek succumbs to his injuries, letting out a final cough before his body disappears. A notification appears, confirming that Layer 1 has been cleared and prompting Chen Bai to select his recovery time. Chen Bai takes a moment to analyze the situation. The demons in the Abyss trial are merely projections, and they are fully aware of this fact. Since they know they are not truly alive, they feel no fear of death and endure pain without hesitation. This realization forces him to rethink his approach. If he wants to gather intelligence about the 100th floor, he will need to change his strategy. Charging forward blindly will only lead to another instant death. He must find a way to uncover the truth before facing Gilbert again. Later, at the Abyss 72nd floor in the midst of the burning grasslands, Chen Bai stands over the floor's demon lord, who lies defeated on the ground with a sword piercing his body. Chen Bai takes this opportunity to question the demon, finding it unusual that a fallen demon, the weakest of demon races, has managed to rise to the rank of floor lord. Their base attributes are even inferior to humans, making such a feat seem improbable. The demon lord, still struggling, refuses to accept defeat. His voice is filled with defiance as he warns Chen Bai that his arrogance will cost him. No matter how strong he thinks he is, he will eventually fall to the hands of a fallen demon. Chen Bai presses further, doubting the possibility of a fallen demon lord existing in the deeper abyss layers. He demands to know the truth about the 100th floor. The demon lord finally gives in and confirms what Chen Bai suspected. Gilbert, the lord of the 100th floor, is no ordinary opponent. Unlike other fallen demons, Gilbert is a legendary figure, one who has mastered the Shadow Swordmaster class despite the limitations of his inferior bloodline. His power is so great that his Shadow Sword has even killed a demon duke. The demon lord speaks with certainty. Chen Bai will not survive against Gilbert. Chen Bai, now satisfied with the information, wastes no time. Without hesitation, he steps forward, lifting his left foot, and smashes the demon's head into the ground, ending him instantly. A notification appears, confirming that the 72nd floor has been cleared. The system prompts him to select his recovery time before advancing further. Chen Bai once again arrives at the Abyss, 100th floor, standing in the same place where he previously met his end. His mind quickly analyzes the Shadow Swordmaster's abilities. In addition to having a one-hit kill technique, this class is capable of using shadows to launch unpredictable and deceptive sword attacks. He recalls that the Shadow Swordmaster is a third advancement class of the Night Assassin, an S-tier combat specialization. The power behind it is undeniable. However, despite having no direct advantage against a Shadow Swordmaster, Chen Bai knows that his own attributes surpass those of a fallen demon. This gives him a fighting chance. As he moves carefully, he begins formulating a strategy. To counter Gilbert's attacks, he reminds himself to always stay cautious of his own shadow, avoid large, shadowed areas, and keep moving. A new idea crosses his mind. While running, he considers spreading a virus. If Gilbert patiently waits for an opening, he will eventually try to exploit a weakness. The virus could serve as an unexpected weapon, something that might be able to infect him. Time passes and Chen Bai starts feeling exhausted. The constant vigilance required to stay on guard against Gilbert is mentally and physically draining. He realizes that if he does not recover his energy soon, his focus will slip. His only choice is to access his saved status to restore himself. Before he can act, a sudden bright light flashes in front of him. The intensity is unexpected, making him question if this is one of Gilbert's tricks. A sense of danger rises in his chest. Something feels wrong. In an instant, a sword flies straight toward him, but he reacts just in time, dodging the attack. Immediately after, Gilbert emerges from the shadows, launching a full-force strike, meant to end the fight in a single blow. This time, however, Chen Bai is prepared. He is extra cautious, fully aware of Gilbert's tactics. As the blade swings toward him, he moves swiftly, raising his weapon and deflecting the powerful attack. For the first time, he successfully blocks the strike of Gilbert. The battle is no longer one-sided. Gilbert suddenly halts his attack. His stance relaxes, and he acknowledges Chen Bai's victory. He instructs him to sheath his blade, signaling that their battle has reached its end. Gilbert then reveals the true reason for his defeat. The trial's restrictions have prevented him from unleashing his full power, placing limitations on his abilities. However, even if he had been at full strength, it would not have mattered. Chen Bai's virus has already infected him. He explains that the last attack he just delivered was the final strike at his maximum strength. With his body weakening, he can no longer continue. Chen Bai is momentarily stunned. The battle had seemed far from over, yet Gilbert himself declares the fight is finished. Still uncertain, he questions the words of Gilbert, trying to confirm if this is truly the end. Gilbert responds with confidence. He acknowledges his caution, understanding why he hesitates to accept victory so easily. He then offers him a future challenge. If Chen Bai ever clears the full Abyss trial, he is welcome to return and face him again on the 100th floor under real battle conditions. However, Gilbert makes one thing clear. With Chen Bai's current strength, he is far from capable of surviving the true depths of the Abyss. Despite this, he looks forward to the day they meet again, expecting him to grow much stronger. His form begins to fade and his body dissolves into the air, leaving nothing behind. A notification immediately appears, confirming that the 100th floor has been cleared. The system prompts Chen Bai to select his recovery time. Chen Bai takes a deep breath, reflecting on Gilbert's words. He recognizes the difference in their strength, but does not let it discourage him. Instead, he sees it as a goal to surpass. His eyes remain focused as he accepts the challenge. Next time they meet, he will be ready. When that moment comes, he will not rely on tricks. He will face Gilbert's swordsmanship head-on and prove his strength. At the 200th floor of the Abyss, Chen Bai steps into a magnificent palace filled with an elegant yet eerie presence. He calls out, addressing the lord of the 200th floor, expecting to begin the trial battle. Seated calmly on a luxurious sofa is fallen angel Lord Elmia, a six-winged fallen angel at level 10. A notification appears confirming that there are no special conditions for this floor. Chen Bai looks around and comments on the state of the palace, questioning why cleaning it up seems so troublesome. Elmia responds with an unexpected answer. She admits that she had originally intended to let him proceed immediately without a fight. However, curiosity got the better of her. Rising gracefully from her seat, she walks toward a dining table surrounded by sofas. She sits comfortably, exuding an air of casual authority, and invites Chen Bai to join her. Chen Bai approaches, his expression showing caution and curiosity. He wonders what exactly Elmia is interested in. She wastes no time and asks the question on her mind. How did someone with his level of strength manage to reach the 200th floor? She acknowledges that Gilbert, though a skilled fighter, is limited in his thinking, relying too much on practice and sneak attacks. Even if Chen Bai managed to defeat him, the challenges ahead will be much more difficult. Many opponents in the later floors will be far more complex and harder to handle. Chen Bai listens but does not reveal anything. As he reaches the dining table, he places his hand on one of the chairs and responds with confidence. Having wins is his greatest secret, and he cannot share that information with Lady Elmia. Elmia remains relaxed and makes it clear that she is not interested in uncovering his background. She simply feels bored after spending the day lying around. She then makes an offer if he sits down for a drink, chats with her about how he managed to make it this far. She will let him pass without a fight. Chen Bai reaches for the flask, pouring red wine into a glass while considering her words. He then asks her what exactly she wants to know. Elmia pauses for a moment, then brings up a specific opponent. She refers to the lord of the 105th floor, a slime monster she clearly finds disgusting. Chen Bai recalls the creature in question, flesh and blood aggregation Cerubus, the level 10 demon lord of the Abyss 105th floor. His mind drifts back to the swamp-like battlefield where the fight took place. Cerubus was not a normal opponent. His form resembled a mass of writhing meat, a pool of living flesh that spread across the ground like a sticky, pulsating swamp. Touching it meant certain death, as anything that made contact was immediately swallowed and dissolved. Chen Bai himself barely survived the encounter. The moment he touched Cerubus, the creature devoured half of his body in an instant. Elmia listens with intrigue before asking the most important question. How did he manage to win? She raises her glass, proposing a toast. Chen Bai answers without hesitation. If Cerubus enjoyed devouring flesh, then the only solution was to feed him. However, the process was brutal. His own body was not easy to digest, so he force-fed the monster hundreds of his own severed arms. Eventually, Cerubus succumbed to severe food poisoning. Unable to process what he had consumed, the once fearsome flesh aggregation was reduced to nothing more than a puddle of rotting sludge. Elmia smiles at the unexpected strategy, admitting that she did not expect him to deal with Cerubus so effortlessly. Chen Bai, however, clarifies that it was far from easy. The pain of repeatedly tearing off his own arms was excruciating. The battle may have seemed simple, but the sacrifice required was beyond what most could endure. Elmia, still enjoying the conversation, brings up another name, Fingo, the 136th floor demon lord. She refers to him as a smelly old creature, questioning why he ever bothered leaving the sea in the first place. Chen Bai immediately recalls the battle and admits that his victory was only possible because of a good piece of equipment that was gifted to him by Fingo's own grandson. Hearing this, Elmia laughs, clearly amused by how Chen Bai took advantage of the situation. Her curiosity does not stop there. She then mentions another opponent, the girl from the 153rd floor, pointing out that unlike Fingo, she had no place to hide. Chen Bai's mind shifts back to the 153rd floor, where he faced Hartley, the barrel-flaying spirit who ruled over the mountainside lava pool. He acknowledges that she was truly strong. During their battle, she had killed him 15 times in a row. Her extreme body temperature rendered his virus abilities useless, making it impossible to infect her. The lava-based form of her body made direct physical attacks ineffective. Even when she sustained injuries, she would simply retreat into the lava pool to recover instantly. The fight dragged on for 5 full days, with both of them continuously battling until the lava pool overflowed completely. Eventually, she became exhausted and her relentless aggression faded. Out of all the opponents he had faced across 200 floors, Hartley was without a doubt the toughest. Elmia listens with interest, but then reminds Chen Bai that if he is talking about difficult opponents, the 186th floor demon lord is just as bad. At the mere mention of that name, Chen Bai quickly refuses to continue. He insists that during such a pleasant conversation, there is no reason to bring up that memory. His thoughts briefly return to the 186th floor, where he encountered Amanda, the filthy queen, inside her massive, rotting pit. Unlike Hartley, whose strength was formidable, Amanda was simply disgusting. Among all the beings in the abyss, no one was filthier than her. She lived comfortably inside a giant pit filled with rotting corpses and excrement, thriving in the putrid stench. Chen Bai tried his best to erase the memory of that nightmarish floor, but now the mere mention of her name brings it all back. He sighs and sets his wine glass down, saying he cannot even now drink this wine. Elmia acknowledges that Amanda is not particularly strong, yet no demon dares to challenge her or seize her territory. The sheer disgusting nature of her existence is enough to keep others away. She then shifts her attention back to Chen Bai, noticing something peculiar. She points out that, despite all their conversation, he has not taken a single sip of his wine. Chen Bai remains calm and responds with a careful explanation. He states that he dares not drink wine infused with the spiritual power of fallen angel lord. If he did, it would mean certain death. However, in his mind, he reflects on the real reason. The thought of drinking reminds him of a previous experience, one where he died simply from consuming a drink. Knowing this, he has no intention of making the same mistake again. Elmia, still composed, smiles knowingly. She admits that he figured it out. Had he taken even one sip, she could have shattered him into pieces with just a single thought. It is a shame, she adds, because she would have preferred to defeat him without ever standing up. Chen Bai, seeing that she no longer has any tricks left, stands up and prepares for battle. He asks if they should begin the fight. To his surprise, Elmia simply refuses. She has no interest in moving. Her response leaves Chen Bai momentarily speechless. He cannot help but point out that she is extraordinarily lazy, perhaps more than any opponent he has faced before. Elmia, now completely disinterested, simply waves him off and tells him to leave. She announces that she is going to sleep, adding that even separating her projection requires physical energy. Her body begins to dissipate, signaling the end of their encounter. Before she vanishes, she gives one final warning. There are still many strong opponents ahead. Among them, there are 6 beings who hold divine names, making them far more dangerous than anything he has encountered so far. And just as she completely fades away, a notification appears, confirming that the 200th level has been cleared. The system prompts Chen Bai to select his recovery time. Chen Bai processes the new information, his mind racing the possibilities. The mention of 6 true gods holding divine names unsettles him. He selects 1 hour as his recovery time and immediately enters the recovery space where a countdown begins. Sitting on the bed, he takes a moment to reflect. Every true god holds absolute authority over the rules of reality. Facing them will be nothing like the previous battles. His only hope is that their abilities do not include instant death or complete erasure, and as long as he can use the hourglass to go back, he might stand a chance. Even if his opponent is a god, if given enough time, he will definitely find a way to kill him. Later, on the 235th floor of the abyss, the land stretches endlessly, covered in a vast wilderness. The air is heavy with silence, and an eerie stillness lingers in the atmosphere. Salisbury, the alien lord of the abyssal eye demon clan, is watching Chen Bai from a distance, was lying motionless on a mountain stone nearby. The single glowing eye of Salisbury is locked onto Chen Bai. A system notification appears, stating that the special conditions for this floor remain unknown. Chen Bai appears trapped under mind control, his body unresponsive and his expression vacant. His consciousness is locked within an illusion, his mind no longer his own. Salisbury observes with satisfaction. The human before him is now caught in an endless dream, unable to break free. His laughter echoes through the wilderness as he wonders what kind of sweet illusion Chen Bai is experiencing. Inside the illusion, Chen Bai sits on a throne surrounded by beautiful women, each one devoted to him. A young elf girl kneels before him, speaking with admiration and reverence. She pleads for his acceptance, declaring that he is her god. She offers her entire existence to serve him, claiming it would be her greatest honor to become his servant, tool, or even an object for his use. Chen Bai listens but remains unmoved. He tests her sincerity, asking what she would do if he ordered her to give up her power and die. Without hesitation, she insists on her loyalty, promising that she will prove her devotion no matter what. However, Chen Bai tells her to stop acting and adds that her words of loyalty are empty, nothing more than a desperate attempt to survive. Her ambition is too great for her to truly submit to anyone. In her life, the concept of loyalty has never existed. Chen Bai steps closer to the elf girl, lifting her chin with his fingers. He looks into her eyes and declares that he is willing to spare her life. She lowers her head and expresses gratitude, insisting that she would do anything for him. Without hesitation, Chen Bai hands her a collar chain and gives a command. He tells her to wear it and tie herself to the gate, serving as a watchdog. Her body trembles slightly. Chen Bai watches her reaction and throws the collar onto the ground. She does not move immediately. Instead, she stands silent and still, her head lowered in hesitation. His gaze sharpens and he questions her reluctance. He demands to know if she refuses his order. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally picks up the collar, fastens it around her neck, and accepts her fate. She declares her complete submission, stating that serving as his dog is her greatest honor. In reality, Chen Bai remains seated on a rock, completely trapped in the illusion. His lips move slightly, murmuring words from his dream as if lost in deep conversation. Salisbury, the abyssal eye demon lord, stands before him, watching with amusement. He finds it entertaining to see Chen Bai lost within the dream, unaware of what is happening in the real world. Chen Bai, still under the illusion's control, continues speaking. He acknowledges the elf girl's response and remarks on how it suits her role. Salisbury smirks, impressed by how Chen Bai plays along with the illusion. He reassures him that once his soul is fully absorbed, he will forever remain inside this sweet dream, trapped for eternity. However, before Salisbury can make his move, 3 swords suddenly materialize behind him. Without warning, they pierce straight through his body. A notification appears, revealing the true special condition of the 235th floor, to see through and break free from Salisbury's illusion. Chen Bai opens his eyes and breaks free from the illusion. He acknowledges that the dream was beautiful, but it was not real. No matter how tempting it was, staying in it forever would be meaningless. Salisbury, now wounded, struggles to understand what just happened. He questions Chen Bai, demanding to know at what point he had seen through the illusion. The fact that Chen Bai had broken free without him noticing leaves him in shock. Chen Bai explains that identifying the illusion was not difficult. The reason is simple. Salisbury cannot simulate the true presence of a god. Perhaps his original form is capable of it, but here, in the trial, he is only at level 10. He further clarifies that escaping was even easier than Salisbury might have expected. The sword spirits were never pulled into the illusion, which allowed them to act independently. Unlike Chen Bai, they retain their own consciousness, giving him a direct way out. Salisbury listens, realizing what this means. If Chen Bai had been aware from the start, then he could have ended the fight at any moment. This leads Salisbury to suspect that Chen Bai allowed the game to continue, merely toying with him. Chen Bai denies this and explains his true reason. He never intended to play games with Salisbury. Instead, he needed a break. After descending through 200 layers of the abyss, his spirit had reached its limits. He recalls the sheer number of battles, the relentless strategizing, and the hundreds of times he was forced to restart. The overwhelming fights, calculations, and betrayals had drained him beyond what simple physical and mental recovery could fix. Even though his strength and energy could be restored, the burden of accumulated pressure and confusion remained. No matter how many times he recovered, the weight of an endless, unforgiving journey did not disappear. If not for this illusion, his willpower might have completely worn away. Surprisingly, he realizes that the dream helped him remember his original purpose. Without it, he might have eventually lost himself, becoming a madman wandering through the abyss without an end in sight. For this reason, he acknowledges that Salisbury has unintentionally helped him. In a strange way, he owes him a moment of clarity. Salisbury looks at Chen Bai and remarks on his choice to rest inside the illusion. He finds amusing that after enduring the exhaustion of 200 floors, Chen Bai chose to recover inside his fantasy world. He reassures him, however, that there are not many battles left ahead. Chen Bai listens carefully and asks if they are approaching the final floors. Salisbury begins to walk away, casually revealing that fewer than 300 floors remain. However, not all of them are occupied. Many of the layers are empty. Chen Bai, hearing this, corrects his assumption. Even if a layer does not have a current floor lord, the will of the abyss will summon a former lord to fight in their place. He recalls how the smoke demon from the 215th floor had previously ruled over the 192nd floor, proving that past floor lords are still active in the trials. He reflects on the fights he has already experienced, noting that he has faced the same type of enemies multiple times, as though their hands were being played like a repeated deck of cards. Salisbury quickly disagrees, shaking his head. He clarifies that some floors do not just lack a lord, they have been completely erased. In those places, nothing remains. He explains that during battles between truly powerful beings, entire layers of space collapse in the aftermath. The deeper the abyss, the more frequently this phenomenon occurs. Chen Bai listens and wonders if this is truly the case. If some floors no longer exist, then what lies ahead is even more uncertain than he expected. He expresses his appreciation to Salisbury, acknowledging the useful information. Before leaving, he adds that if he successfully clears the trial, he might return to visit Salisbury in the future. Salisbury bursts into laughter, clearly entertained by the idea. He assures Chen Bai that if he ever comes back, he will experience a flawless illusion, one so perfect that escaping it will be impossible. If he fails to break through, Salisbury will never let him leave again. A notification appears confirming that the 235th floor has been cleared. The system prompts Chen Bai to select his recovery time. Without hesitation, he chooses 1 second, refusing to waste any time. He clenches his fists together and prepares himself. His energy surges, and he declares that he will continue fighting while he is still in his peak condition. Another notification appears, informing him that the 236th floor has collapsed, automatically transporting him to the 237th floor. Before he can react, a second notification follows, confirming that the 237th floor has also collapsed, moving him straight to the 238th floor. Then yet another notification appears, announcing that the 238th floor has also been destroyed, forcing him into the 239th floor. Chen Bai takes a moment to process the situation. For the first time, he realizes that collapsed floors can actually be skipped. His thoughts race as he wonders how many floors will be skipped in total. A final notification appears, transporting him directly to the 279th floor. Chen Bai reflects on the significance of this. He has skipped 44 floors in an instant. The number seems unbelievable. He starts to question how so many floors collapse. If he ever gets the chance to look back, he might ask the fallen angel Elmia or Salisbury for an explanation. Just as his feet touch the ground, another notification appears. The 279th floor is revealed. His next opponent is the Bull Demon Lord, the Lord of Beasts. Baphomet, a special condition notification follows, stating that in order to defeat Baphomet, he must first navigate through a maze before engaging in battle. Chen Bai processes the name before him. Baphomet, the Lord of Beasts. Recognition flashes in his mind. He has heard of this entity before. Baphomet is known as the god of the Torn tribe, a sacred figure worshipped by the barbarian class. This means he is not just another floor lord, he is one of the 6 true gods that the fallen angels warned him about. He takes his first steps forward and immediately notices the change in atmosphere. The ground beneath him is dark and stained with blood, marking the entrance to the maze. The walls of the labyrinth rise high, casting deep shadows that make it impossible to see ahead. The silence in the air carries an oppressive weight, as though the maze itself is watching him. Moving cautiously, he reminds himself that even though the first 200 floors were incredibly difficult, the real challenge has only just begun. He recalls a warning: anyone who enters this maze will be attacked without hesitation. There will be no room for error. At that moment, a shift in the air behind him catches his attention. A beast emerges from the darkness, its red eyes glowing with hostility. Its horns curve like a markor goat, while its face resembles that of a lion, filled with ferocity and hunger. Without hesitation, it lunges forward, aiming to strike Chen Bai before he can react. I hope that you liked today's video, and if you did, hit that like button, as today's like goal is 1,500 likes. Comment next part down below for the next part. Also, consider subscribing with the notification bell on to get notified as soon as a new video drops onto the channel. You can also join the channel to support me financially and watch videos before public release. I'll meet you in the next video. Until then, thanks for watching.